another stream of Mass Effect. Hey there, Mugs. How's it going? Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. I am going great, thanks, Mugs. Yeah, things are going really, really good. Indeed. Really, really enjoying this game so far. We're still very early in the game, of course, as well. But really enjoying it. And, you know when I'm enjoying a game too, when I actually am interested in learning about all the things that happened in the timeline before the story, and about all the different aliens and all that type of stuff, all the different events, all the different things like that. So, really enjoying it. Hello there, Ryu. How's things going? Welcome, man. What's up? You're driving from your bowling league and you have a 1.5 hour drive, so you'll just be lurking for a while till you get home. That's no worries, Walker Man. That's for sure. You have a safe drive back home, and thank you for leaving the lurk as well. I appreciate it. You going well, Ryu? Awesome, dude. That's great. Just loading up the morality guide for this game. And we still haven't got to the point where we speak to Manuel and Dr. Warren. Welcome, what class are you playing? You usually do infiltrator builds. Let's see, so if I go and have a look, I think it's journal that I go to? No, the codex. Here we go. So I went with the backstory that Shepard's settlement was razed and friends and family were slaughtered. Enlisted with the Alliance military, joining the long, bloody campaign to rid the Skillian Verge of Batarian slavers. But it probably doesn't let me see what I chose in terms of other stuff. Like I chose soldier, for sure. Now, I need to put myself back in my headspace that I was at when I was up to this point last week. Alright, so assignments. Got Citadel, Asari Consort. Okay, so let us go to General Septimus.
Commander, what do you want?
What's bothering you, General?
I've seen a lot of horrible things in my days, and there's only one woman in this damn galaxy that helps me forget it.
So if you feel that way, then why spread lies about her?
'Cause she rejected me! Me! Septimus Oraka, General of the Turian Fleet!
Is she really worth it? There must be other women.
It's not just any woman I want. It's her, and her alone. Look, kid, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
That's right, now I remember why I wanted to abandon this, and I remember, Walker Man, you were telling me that you can come back later and do these side quests and stuff like that. Because I'm playing Shepard as a renegade, I want to actually, you know, choose renegade-like options, and forget this is definitely not one that I think would be a renegade option. I want to actually be able to go up to a character and be like, you know, get a grip, for example.
Enjoy your drink, General.
Yeah, off you go. See you later, kid.
I don't feel right just leaving like this.
Don't waste your time, kid. Run away now, while you still can.
Goodbye, General.
Yeah. It's for the best.
Alright, so let's reload that save. Well, Command Soldier and Infiltrators are two best for snipers. That's good. Because I do actually want to put stuff into the sniper rifle. Alright, so...
Back off, Rex. Fist told us to take you down if you showed up. What are you waiting for? I'm standing right here. This is Fist's only chance. If he's smart, he'll take it. He's not coming out, Rex. End of story. This story is just beginning. Out of my way, humans. I have no quarrel with you.
What was that all about?
Who knows? Let's just try not to get caught in the middle.
Alrighty then, so what other assignments do I have? I have the one where I'm scanning the keepers. There's only a few left. Let's see if we can find those. I mean, I don't know if it makes much of a difference if you go and speak to Chorban related to that other side quest, and if you resolve that, if you still can scan the keepers, or if he's like, fuck you, I don't want you to scan them anymore, or, you know, get away from me or whatnot. So, well, Commander, Mass Effect 1, you can go back up until you set your ship for the last planet of the main story. When you do that, you are locked out from going back. The other two games, you have free reign the entire game. That's cool. I mean, there might be some side quests that I'll leave and then come back to, and they might seem out of context, as in, like, they might have been really urgent, but we've already interacted with the person, you know what I mean? For example. Okay, now I think that I've explored thoroughly all the areas that I want to explore to find the scanners, but because I have 4 more left, it means that there is undoubtedly some scans that I haven't done of these keepers, and I don't know exactly where those might be that I've missed. But it'll be good to refresh my memory of these locations anyway, so going around and double checking and exploring. Yep, we've scanned him. There was that one that I saw, but I couldn't actually get to them at the time. I wonder if there is a way now to get to that. As much as I'm enjoying Mass Effect 1, I think I'm still going to go with playing a different game after I've finished this one. That way, when I jump into Mass Effect 2, I'll be feeling fresh, and I will have had like a break between games, and also playing a different style of game in between will also help with that too. And it'll also give me a chance to maybe play some short games that I have plans for.
So
or games that...
Are you happy you signed on with Commander Shepard?
I'm not sure, Lieutenant. Every time I think I have a handle on things, the universe banks hard to port.
Well, don't let anybody know. A big gun and a confident attitude will get you through a lot in life.
or games that I know I can finish quickly. But the more I think about it, I'm really thinking about doing a playthrough of Alien Isolation after Mass Effect 1. That could change by the time I get to the end of this playthrough, but that's where my head's at now, at the moment, with what game to replace this with when I finish it. And sometimes when I'm choosing what game I want to replace another one, I'll look at an aspect of the current game and think to myself, what's something that I can thread together with a theme between one game and another. And the thing is, the game that I played before this, Control, had a female main character, and because in this game I've chosen the female main character, I figured that'd be an interesting theme to keep going with for a while with some of the games that I play. So that's one of the reasons why I'm also thinking Alien Isolation, because you play as a female character, Amanda Ripley. And also the fact that Mass Effect is a sci-fi game and Alien Isolation is a sci-fi game as well. So sometimes I like to do that. That's not to say that if I do choose to do a game after Alien Isolation and before Mass Effect 2, that it'll be another game where you play as a female main character, but sometimes what I decide to replace a game with is dependent on what I sort of latch onto as like I can do a few games in a row with this connection, even if they're completely unrelated games, like they're not in the same franchise, etc. Welcome, man. Like with the Dragon Age games, you can import your save files into the other Mass Effect games, so the choices you make in this game will affect the story in Mass Effect 2 and 3. I gotcha, yeah. That'll be interesting too, because I've chosen to play this game as Renegade, and I'm going to stick with that for the whole playthrough. So I don't know whether I want to play the whole trilogy as Renegade, but we'll see. You always pick female Shepard too. This is like the only game you always choose female as a Walkman. Yeah, see, that's the thing I like about... See, this is the thing with me with games. If you tell me you've come up with a great story, and it's got a male character as the main character, and it's a great story, I'll enjoy it. If you tell me, though, that you have a female character and it's a great story, I'll like it too, you know. When it comes to games and you get to choose whether you play as male or female, most of the time I go for the female character, because when given a choice, it's kind of like I want to see what the female character's journey through the game is like, you know. That's one of the reasons why when I first played Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I chose Cassandra. However, when I played
those Asari commandos are impressive. Lightly armored, but their speed more than makes up for it.
Unless that speed lets them outrun bullets, I'm more inclined to stick with nice, solid armor. And a big gun.
Point taken.
But with Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I chose male Eivor, because I figured I'd chosen the female character in the previous Assassin's Creed game, so I'll choose the male in the next one that came out, which of course was Valhalla.
You should be careful who you say that around.
What? Everyone knows Fist isn't with the local criminals.
Maybe, but I wouldn't go shouting it from the mountaintops.
Yeah, unless you want to end up on his hit list.
Yes, I heard he actually buried some corpses under the stage at Cora's Den.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yes, and it might explain the stench in that place.
Quite possibly, yes. Could explain that.
It's out of my hands, Rita. I'd bring her back in a second, but she doesn't want to come.
I know. I'll see if I can talk some sense into her next time I see her.
Be careful. You know how stubborn your sister can be. The more you push and prod, the more she'll run away.
Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks, Doran.
Doran giving out that advice. Alright, so let's go up here. See if there's any keepers to scan. Yep, here we go. Here's one of the ones I haven't scanned yet, because I haven't been here yet. There we go, 3 left. Now that I know that this area is here as well, I'll come back later and actually explore it fully. It's so funny, I was trying to find an image from this game to post when I went live in the Discord, and because I'm not familiar with these games, and especially because you have the Legendary Edition out now, I wasn't sure which pictures I was seeing were actually from Mass Effect 1, 2, or 3. Whoa! You right there, Kaiden? Because even when I was typing specifically Mass Effect 1, it still came up with Mass Effect 2 and 3 stuff. So I think what I'll do is, for this whole playthrough, I think I'll just reuse the same image each time I go live, which is a bit boring, I know, but at least it'll be from this game and not accidentally from Mass Effect 2 or 3 or something. But that's only a Discord thing, that's not something that is related to this playthrough or anything like that. So there we have Chorban, but I don't want to talk to him yet because I don't want to initiate the next part of the quest that we were given by the dude who suspects that he wants to kill him. Alright, that goes back to Cora's den.
You can keep...
Out of my way. Alright. We'll go to the consort chambers, because that's near where I think I saw a scanning, a keeper to scan, but I couldn't get to them at the time. It was that dude. Don't know why I thought I couldn't get to them. Actually, no, I did scan this one. That's right. I remember now. So it wasn't that one I was thinking of. Maybe it was at the time when I first encountered it, but then I found a way to go to it, and now that I have been a week from playing this game last time, I may have forgotten, which is something that can always happen. Okay, not that one either. Unless in the starting area there was one that I missed. So I'll suss that out as well. But I may as well, since I'm on this side of this map, may as well actually have a look on this side for any I might have missed. It could also be that because there's so many different branching parts of this area here that I might have actually gone past a keeper before I got the side quest and then didn't think to go back. Let's see, did I scan this one? I think I did. Yep.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
So I have been here before, but just in case I missed a keeper, doesn't hurt to double check. Oh yes, this is okay. Alright, so that's where I got the quest from that dude. Now I remember. And then I've already been up here today and had a look here. Yep, alright, so now I know that it's time to actually go out of here, back the way that I came, and then use the elevator again, then go back to the starting area.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented chef, serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more profiles in courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance military on the extranet. Keyword, courage.
I guess that's the thing about, you know, when someone dies while, you know, serving, that they need to also advertise for recruitment. Open the door now. Come on. I was watching a little video earlier. Someone back when Arnold Schwarzenegger was doing the movie End of Days, he was interviewed and he was asked in one word, tell us how someone like you who grew up in Austria and wanted to be a big movie star, how did you actually do it? And Arnold's like, in one word. And he's like, yes. He's like, I'm not going to play by your rules. But he did say the word dreams, but then he went into more detail. And I like that because I was like, yep. That's true Arnie fashion. And here we go, here's one I hadn't scanned. It's like, Arnold, we want you to do this. No, I don't play by your rules. Get out of here. Like, Arnold, you'll never become famous. Whatever, get out of my face. You won't be famous. Not that fame is actually all that's important in the world, but I'm just going off on a tangent, giving out free Arnie impressions. Alrighty then, so we only have one of those left. Nice. It really was, Walker Man. And the cool thing is, I remember watching like a making of or an interview where it was either him or James Cameron was talking about how when he first met Arnold, for a role in Terminator. He had in mind for Arnold playing, you know, the Kyle Reese role, I think. And Arnold was more interested in the Terminator one and was talking about... Sorry. James Cameron was meeting for him about being the Terminator. Arnold wanted to be Kyle Reese. That's right. Arnold wanted to be Kyle Reese, and James Cameron, the more he spoke to Arnold about the movie, Arnold would also talk about what he envisioned the Terminator would do and things like that. And that's when James Cameron, you know, was like, yeah. So took on a few of those ideas. Like the idea that when the Terminator actually looks around, when we generally look around, we move our head straight away with our eyes moving towards something. If it's something that's out of our field of vision, obviously. But the Terminator, when it's sort of like scanning and looking around, Arnold thought it would probably be better if his eyes moved first and then the head followed, almost like he was a security camera surveying the area. Things like that. All these little details that go into that role that also help make it so awesome. And I think from memory, in an interview, there was only one argument that Arnold and James Cameron had on the first Terminator movie, and that was with the line, "I'll be back." It was "I'll be back" in the script, and when they came to shoot it, Arnie was saying, "I will be back," and James Cameron was like, no, the line's "I'll be back." And then Arnold tried to explain that for him, the word I'll was a bit weird to say. And then apparently James Cameron was like, look, I'm the writer and the director, so you say what I wrote on the page. And what I said is, I'll be back. That was apparently their only disagreement on the movie. But when Arnold saw the movie and people reacted so strongly to him saying, I'll be back, he knew that James Cameron was right. I could argue, though, that maybe even if he got his way and did say, I will be back, maybe it still would have hit, because the thing about him saying that is that even if people hadn't seen the movie, because he's obviously the Terminator, his version of saying, I will be back, would be unlike anyone else's, you know, i.e., he's not going to wait around. He's going to instantly come back, you know. So apparently people, when they first saw the movie, were even really getting into that part where he says, I'll be back. And then, of course, they would have hit the roof once he returns in the vehicle and then smashes through the front of the police station. You know, something I've actually been contemplating is...
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with L-Corps cast members. The production will open dramatic theater to the L-Corps with a Hamlet who uses L-Corps body language and pheromones. Kitt claims that he's also excited by giving a human audience the chance to judge Hamlet by his deeds and not his emotions.
Hamlet. That reminds me of Last Action Hero. Stay your hand. Stay thy hand, fair prince. Who said I'm fair? To be or not to be. Not to be.
We'll find him down here?
He always stops in for a few games of Quasar before he makes his drop.
Fist is gonna be pissed if we take down his supplier.
That's the point. We want him angry. Angry people make mistakes.
There's just something about Fist that makes me nervous.
Good. He's a dangerous man. Now keep your eyes peeled for our mark.
So yeah, I was thinking about, and I don't know when I'll do this, but I have been thinking about some different kind of content to do this year that I don't normally do that often. And it would be with a very specific goal in mind that I do it, but with room to basically, you know, just also include other aspects. And the thing is, I wouldn't mind doing some streams throughout the year that are just chatting, but not just, you know, me putting an image on the screen and then just responding to chat and talking. Actually have a goal with each just chatting stream to what to focus on, but then, you know, freestyle a bit when people are, you know, talking and bringing up stuff, you know. So I'd like to do that more this year, and I'm thinking probably the best time to do that is when it's nighttime for me, because then it'll give more people an opportunity in their time zone to actually jump in. So I don't know when I'll be doing it, but the day that I was thinking of doing that kind of thing, or a day that would be best for me to do it on, would be a Tuesday after the game stream on that day, because I do 2 streams every Tuesday anyway. I might make some Tuesdays on the second stream a just chatting stream with different things in mind. Claudius, you killed my father. Big mistake. Arnold throws the poor bastard out of the window. Yeah. Journal. Scan the keepers. You've scanned several keepers and sent off the results. No doubt these findings will uncover some interesting and as of yet unknown facts about the small insect-like creatures. Alright, so now it is time to go and find the quest giver.
Reports are circulating that Alliance Ambassador Udina has accused a Spectre of orchestrating the attack on Eden Prime. Udina reportedly based his accusation upon eyewitness accounts of the scene, but lacked the evidence to demand further investigation. When asked to comment, a council spokesperson would only state that the investigation of the attacks upon Eden Prime was currently ongoing.
Welcome, man. Just chatting streams may turn into hot tub streams, just saying. Who's to say that this whole time over the last 6 years that I've been streaming, I haven't been sitting in a hot tub while doing it? Just kidding. No, you'll definitely never see me do that type of content. That's to the academy, but I don't think that was where the character is. But yeah, if I were to do to start doing just chatting streams, there'd be like a theme and a focus of each one. And because I'm a big movie buff, sometimes there's a lot of movie references I talk about, so I wouldn't mind actually focusing a stream on that and talking about movies and maybe, you know, showing some trailers and stuff like that for those movies and, you know, that kind of stuff. Let's see. Here and Cora's Den, no. Med Clinic, I don't know. I'll just fast travel here anyway and then suss things out from there. Oh, and something else I want to do this year as well. I want to get, I want to actually play and stream some Arnold Schwarzenegger games based on his movies. I think that'd be fun to do that. Even if I don't actually play all of them all the way through, it'd still be fun to actually stream like some Arnold Schwarzenegger based movies and games based on his movies and sort of have fun with that. And I might, for that, actually reduce the cooldown time between Arnie impression redeems when streaming those games. But just for those games, though, that would be the only instance where I would actually change the cooldown time that I've currently got on those Arnold impressions. Would be if I was actually streaming Arnold Schwarzenegger games. You T2 the arcade game? Yeah, and not only that, like I'd also play even games that I know are crap, like Terminator 2 for the Super Nintendo and stuff like that. True Lies, Predator on the NES, Total Recall as well on the NES, Terminator games, only with Arnold in it though, because there's Terminator games without him in it, like Terminator Dark Dawn of Fate. I mean, yep, a lot of Arnold games turned out shit except for that one. That's true. And as a companion thing, I might actually play some games based on Sylvester Stallone movies. The two that I have in mind is Demolition Man and Judge Dredd. That Judge Dredd game, though, I actually quite liked it. That was based on the movie. I would argue it was better than the movie. And even though Stallone isn't in it in the sense of it's not him doing like the voice of Judge Dredd or anything like that, there are sound bites in Demolition Man. Send a maniac to catch one. Heads up! As he jumps out of the helicopter. I'm a blast from the past. You should have stayed there. I can't do Sylvester's voice, unfortunately. Only in some ways do I feel like I can do a good one. Not saying that I actually do. You want a war? I'll give you a war you won't believe. You know, something like that. It seems that Sly has slightly better luck in video games than Arnold. Yeah, that's true. You know, then I could segue Ryu into Van Damme games like Time Cop, which I never have actually played before. I've never played Time Cop.
Commander, I wasn't expecting to see you again. Is there something you want?
I was kind of hoping that we'd have the option to talk to him and say, hey, we finished scanning those things, but I guess because we came into contact with that other character, it means that Shepard is sort of like a bit suspicious of what he wanted, so let's just go with this, because it's the Renegade option. Ryu Street Fighter the movie, the game. That's true, there's also that as well. Street Fighter the movie, the game.
Drop the act. I want to know what's going on, Shorban.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. My experiments are...
Quit stalling. Jalid told us what you've been up to.
You spoke with Jalid? Then you know about the data?
Just tell me everything you know.
You boys can go. Looks like my plans have changed. It's not as bad as you think, Commander. Jalid and I just got a little over our heads.
Keep talking.
The company we work for developed an experimental procedure for use in medical scanners. Jalid and I saw even more potential, so we stole the plans and secretly developed a tool to scan the Keepers. Can you imagine? A tool that can actually get readings from the Keepers?
That's what all the fuss is about?
The Keepers are almost impossible to scan, and you can't capture them or get samples. They just self-destruct. After centuries here, we still don't know anything about them. Don't you see? We were the first to scan them, ever. You've seen it yourself, Commander. You know we can do it.
Hey Zaius. Nice you just finished Mass Effect 2 on Insanity earlier. So did it live up to the name of the difficulty? Welcome. I hope things are going well. Hey there, Ronnie. Welcome to you, dude. Things are going great. Getting back to this awesome game. How's things with you, Ronnie? I hope you're having a good one. I was actually saying that I want to do a few things this year. I want to do some just chatting streams every now and again, and with a theme and a focus, but also if anyone, you know, comments on something that you know, is a different topic, still respond and talk about that obviously, but that, and also I want to play on stream Arnold Schwarzenegger games based on his movies, and then do ones based on Sylvester Stallone, and then do ones on Van Damme, and then I could segue into doing ones on Jackie Chan and Jet Li, because there's also Jackie Chan Stuntmaster, which is a really funny game. It's so good. Housekeeping. There's so many great quotes in that game. So yeah, I might do a big whole thing of, you know, video games based on action movie stars. Zeus, it wasn't your first playthrough on it, was it? So how was it this time around? Real ironic how Van Damme did that when he turned down Ed Boon and John Tobias, which led them to creating Mortal Kombat. It really is, Ryu. That is for sure. You know, it is ironic as well. And speaking of Van Damme, I actually watched a video with him where he was talking about, you know, his early life and career. And one of the things he said was that in his spare time he likes to watch a lot of YouTube, but only things that interest him. Like, he's not, I don't think he's sitting there watching, like, you know, someone on YouTube, like, talking about, you know, NASA or something like who knows, maybe he is, but apparently he watches a lot of YouTube. Ronnie, things are going well. You're working on a short story and you owe a certain number of words per night. You still have a bit to do, but you wanted to come in and hang out a little while you wrote. That's great, dude, that things are going well. And that's a great idea too, also. But that's good to have that goal, to get a certain number of words per night when you're writing. So how far along in the story are you? Are you sort of at the beginning still, in the middle, or are you working on an ending, or... Bruce, Jackie Chan Stuntmaster looked like a lot of fun. It really was, Ryu. There are some difficult platforming parts where you have to jump across things that you might fall down into. But the fact that you can grab so many different things in the environment and use it as a weapon, like you can use fish as a weapon and just whack enemies over the head with it. And as you go through the game, he says random quotes and all this type of stuff, which is so damn cool.
Why are you trying to kill your partner?
I'm not trying to kill him. Jalid's job was to disseminate our initial findings. But he decided to keep the data for himself. Maybe to sell it. I don't know.
I should kill both of you idiots.
We lost our heads. We just couldn't let an opportunity like this pass us by. Commander, if you'll just continue gathering data for me, imagine what we might learn. And you'll stand to make a bit of a profit yourself, remember?
If it'll help further the scientific cause, how can I refuse?
Very good. Maybe if you wouldn't mind speaking with Jalid. The data you're gathering for me is useless if Jalid won't help me analyze it.
If I have time, I'll talk to him.
Thank you. And happy scanning, Commander.
Alright, something I've noticed is that sometimes the Renegade option in dialogue is very plain. Like, there was an option there where I think Shepard's response should have been like, whatever, just pay me. You know, that kind of attitude. Because he mentions money, so I think a Renegade Shepard would be just like, I don't care about the other bullshit, just tell me how much money you're going to pay me, you know. Zayas looks great in 4K on PS5. First Mass Effect 2 playthrough as a female. It's good. Part of why you started playing AC games is because every other game you're playing is so much shooting. At least Mass Effect you can talk to people 30% of the time, lol. Yeah, that's true, you know, and this kind of game, BioWare seems to have done a good job with it, especially because you have, you know, characters, but also you have dialogue choices and all that type of stuff. And I feel like it's one of those games that I'm sure Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft and them who were wanting to do more, you know, dialogue choices stuff, I'm pretty sure this would have been one of the games that they looked at for that too. But the problem with Ubisoft is a lot of the time they see what's popular about a franchise and they think that simply copying that will actually make their game automatically a hit. But what they forget is understanding why a game hits big and the elements that are in it that actually are done well. You know what I mean? Jackie Chan also did a Mortal Kombat clone. Jackie Chan, the Kung Fu Master, and the sequel Jackie Chan Fists of Fire. Oh, did he, Ryu? I didn't even actually know that. Let me actually make a note on that. Just so I know. Like, I mean, maybe I would have found out when I get to the point of working, you know, like looking up stuff, but just in case they end up being ones that I miss, I'll just make a note of that. So thanks there, Ryu. And actually, speaking of Mortal Kombat, I do still plan, dude, to actually get back to streaming Mortal Kombat. That's for sure. So Jackie Chan, Fists of Fire. There we go. Ronnie, you're about 1,500 words into a 5,000 to 6,000 word story. Well, dude, that's still great progress. You know, like that's an awesome amount. You know, so that's really good, dude. It's always good to, you know, feel like you're progressing, and you know, maybe day to day it might not feel like you're progressing that much in it, but still, I mean, you've got 1,000 or more words already done, so at least you know that you can get 1,000 words done. So if you can get 1,000 words done, you'll definitely be able to get 5,000 or 6,000 done. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that because I'm not just going to play like Mortal Kombat 11, because obviously that's a game I haven't played, but I want to actually play all the Mortal Kombat games in a marathon type thing, just like I did with Prince of Persia last year. We never had a Jackie Chan character in Mortal Kombat. We had one in Tekken though. Yeah, that's interesting too, that there wasn't one in Mortal Kombat.
It's strange. The Geth are attacking, and everyone around here is still worried about ordinary business.
It's politics, Williams. The Council won't raise the alarm until they're certain about the threat.
The threat? Did they not see the vids of Eden Prime? See, this is why I hate politics.
Ronnie, working on 500 to 1,000 words a day, slow and steady wins the race. Absolutely, Ronnie. That's for sure. And being able to do that, like some people might be like, whatever, write 500 words, that's easy, you know. But it's like, if you're just writing gibberish, then 500 words won't take that long to do. But if you're trying to do something like tell a story,
celebrations are being planned for the anniversary of the end of the Rachni Wars. Many Council worlds, particularly Asari and Solarian colonies, will hold victory parades to commemorate the defeat of the invading Rachni. In a rare admission of debt, several Asari colonies have invited Krogans to be honored for the victories the uplifted Krogans made possible.
but when you're trying to write a story, obviously there's things that you need to do as part of the writing process that writing gibberish doesn't just doesn't amount to. The same kind of thing. I think I might remember where. Ryu, though you base your version of Liu Kang on a mix of Robin Shu, Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, yeah dude. Yeah, definitely a number of great people to use as inspiration as well. Ronnie, you like this story. The broad strokes are that the zombie apocalypse breaks out, and while a guy is stuck downstairs in a courthouse for jury duty. Ah, that's interesting. That's really cool, actually, too.
Interesting.
Especially the reason why the characters where they are, you know. Usually it's someone who, you know, they're just in the wrong place at the wrong time in the sense of they just walk into it, you know. But to have something where they're actually literally just there for one other reason and then all hell breaks loose. It's a little bit like a Die Hard situation, except instead of terrorists taking over a building, it's zombies. That's the beauty of something like a zombie apocalypse setting that you can do, is there's so many different ways you can actually incorporate that.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply. Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected.
I like how they've made Ashley, when she's idle, sometimes do a modeling pose. It's just like... I just find that amusing. You know, like changing posture and putting the hand on the hip. You know, like you see fashion models doing when they're doing their thing. That's the elevator again. I just remembered the elevator music in GoldenEye. Boom, 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 boom. I haven't played that game for a long time, actually. That reminds me, that game had such fucking amazing music too. Especially the cradle level at the end.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
Alright, so in that elevator ride, Ashley was just doing like, you know, sort of like keeping the circulation going movements. Not any modeling poses there. I just find it amusing though. You know, like... I mean, yes, people might naturally stand that way, but also, it's a very, very typical modeling pose that you see. Ronnie, and the great thing about the apocalypse is that it strips away all the effect. Maybe who you think should lead is not the best person to have in charge as society is breaking down. Exactly, you know, and then you have that human element, and I know that a lot of people might be like, oh, it's boring when they do that in a zombie movie, but the fact is, you're dealing with not only the zombies, but you're dealing with the other people who are also trying to deal with the zombies. And as we know in real life, you know, if there's a crisis situation, not everyone is going to be working together to make sure that they all survive. You're going to have someone that is out for themselves, and when the opportunity arises, they're not going to worry about running back to help one of their friends who is almost getting killed by a zombie. They're going to be like, fuck you, I want to survive myself. You know, so there's a lot of elements like that which are naturally going to happen in a story like that too. And the other thing, Ronnie, too, like, you know, when you think about the idea of jury duty, you have people having to talk to each other and go over the evidence and go over everything that they've witnessed in the court case. And that process in itself undoubtedly has people who are like, no, I don't agree with you. And then you'll have people that don't like each other. And how does that affect the process of, you know, who believes and all that type of stuff. And then you put that into a context where there's zombies, and you're almost taking a typical, you know, jury drama sort of like story, but you're putting it in a post-apocalyptic, or an apocalyptic setting. Hey there, Spicy Chicken. I hope things are going well. I'm just going around in circles. Maybe, Rod, it would be good if I didn't press that button, but I actually looked at the map. This might be an idea. Speak to Harkin. Okay, so it's not on this level. Ryusun, your take, Liu Kang isn't just a Bruce Lee clone. You can also say he's evolved beyond being just that too. Oh yeah, absolutely, you know, and I think even in the first Mortal Kombat game, while it's obvious who they were actually basing him off on, you know, he is his own character as well, you know, so... Ronnie, and because of the cross-section of people who are at Judy Jury, a room full of strangers, you have so many possibilities. You definitely do, you know, that's for sure. Spicy chicken, somewhat good, but you're okay. Well, I'm glad that you're okay, and I hope that you end up having a really great day.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Oh yeah, we heard that one before. There he is. Boom. Hey there, Shin. How's things going?
Hello again. Did you have any luck finding Shorban?
I found out you've been lying to me, Jalid.
Lying? Why would I lie to you?
What about the Keeper data?
He told you? I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I was afraid Shorban would kill me to get the data, so well, I was hoping you'd take care of him.
I'm scanning the Keepers for Shorban, but you two need to stop fighting.
You're helping us? But, well, if you say so. Well, if Shorban can forgive and forget, then so can I. I appreciate the help, Commander. I better go get that data analyzed.
So, am I choosing the wrong options in dialogue to be Renegade? I thought the bottom option was always the Renegade option, but when we actually chose that, the way that Shepard spoke to Jalid and the way that, and what she actually said was as if, I don't know. Or maybe I'm just misinterpreting the whole situation. Maybe that is the Renegade choice, but... So what happens now? Does he do anything? Let's have a look. Journal. Alright. So that's that done. Ronnie, that's interesting. You had the thing happening while they were still in the jury lounge waiting to see if they were on a case, but having them maybe already sequestered during deliberations is a very interesting take. Yeah, Ronnie, I mean, you know, that's a different kind of configuration, you know, and a different point at which all hell breaks loose, you know. And it's interesting how, you know, that kind of thing in stories can actually change quite a lot. Just moving up something or moving, you know, to a different point. Shin, you're taking a break from streaming to play a couple of games to see if they're entertaining enough for you to stream. That's a good idea, Shin, to do it that way. At least then you know that if you start the game and you don't like it, you can just stop it and don't have to worry about doing that on stream. Mark's bottom is usually the Renegade option. Oh, that's good. Because yeah, some of the responses from Shepard in choosing the bottom doesn't really sound very like Renegade-like. Like there was a point where we were talking to Chorban, and the bottom option I chose, and he had mentioned money, but Shepard's response wasn't like a Renegade style thing. I thought she would have been like, I don't give a shit about all that. How much money are you paying me for doing this? You know, that would be to me what a Renegade would actually say in response to someone who's mentioned money for doing something. Spicy Chicken, you're drawing now. Oh, that's great. That's awesome. I hope it's going well. Ryu, and no, it's not like you will make Liu Kang comedic, though he will be kind of humorous with a nice personality, which kind of shows the Jackie Chan influence along with how he looks. That's true, exactly, yeah. And there's also nothing wrong with making a character say things that are funny, but it's when you actually start to turn them into like a buffoon when they're not supposed to be, like they do with Leon in the new Resident Evil movie. Turn him into a buffoon, you know, who's incompetent, you know. That's not Leon. And just because he's a rookie doesn't mean he's incompetent. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. See, this is how you do a Resident Evil movie. What you do is you go to you ignore all the other sequels because you're just focused on telling one focused story, beginning things. So have an opening sequence set in the 1960s when Umbrella, you know, is doing stuff, and then fast forward to present day, have hikers in the Arklay Mountains getting lost, Cerberus attacks. We don't see Cerberus in full, but we hear, and in quick flashes, fans of the series obviously know what Cerberus looks like, you know, but build it up a bit, you know. Then we have Arklay Mountain path, or whatever you want to call it, being cordoned off by the RPD, you know. And then you introduce, you know, Alpha and Bravo team, you know what I mean, and all that type of stuff. And then when the first team goes in, that's when you start to show, you know, more stuff. And then when the other team goes in after that, that's when you have more, you know, and do things like that, and just focus on the first story. And then once you've done that, if you've done a great job, then do a sequel, you know. It's not that hard to adapt Resident Evil into movies. Liu Kang will definitely take the situation very seriously. The buffoonish personality is very much a Johnny Cage thing, at least how he has been depicted lately. Exactly, Ryu, you know. And there's certain characters where that works with, like Jack Burton in Big Trouble in Little China. He starts off the movie being like oh yeah, I can handle myself, I know exactly what's going on, it's no big deal, I can kick ass. And then when all the shit hits the fan and all the supernatural stuff happening, things switch around, you know. When his friend Wang Chi is fighting and doing all these really cool, you know, fight moves and kicking ass, he's struggling to try and get a knife out of his boot. And when he actually does manage to get the knife out, he accidentally flips it and flicks it over to the side, you know, and then goes over and gets it. And then by the time he jumps out and goes, aha, and ready to fight, the fight's already done, the fight's already over, his friends already kicked their ass, you know. Things like that. It works really well with him as a character because that's how he is supposed to be, you know. But the director of the Resident Evil movie, in wanting to make Leon like Jack Burton, is completely missing the point of Jack Burton, and completely missing the point of the fact that Leon is nothing like Jack Burton, you know what I mean? So, Spicy Chicken, nothing wrong with making a character funny. Thor didn't get this message. Thor, yeah. Yeah, because I haven't seen the other movies, but they did turn him into more of a stand-up comedian, didn't they? In the later ones. Ryu, the buffoonish personality is very much a John... Oh, sorry, I'd already read that. Whoops. Hey there, Rosie. Welcome to you. And now you're imagining an Australian Kurt Russell. Actually, what I might do is take a quote from Big Trouble in Little China and do a little scene and see if I can just do it with the Australian accent. I mean, I could just talk normally, but I want to actually do an exaggerated Australian accent with one of the scenes. Okay, so here we go. And when I find her, I will marry her. Never, Qingdai will be appeased, my curse will be lifted, and you can go on to rule the fucking universe from beyond the grave, eh? Indeed. Or check into our fucking psycho ward, whichever comes first, right, eh? Jack, will you? Jack fucking what? I'm supposed to buy this fucking shit? 2,000 years and he can't find a fucking broad to fit the bill? Come on, Dave, you must be doing something seriously wrong, you cunt. There have been others, to be sure, there are always others, but you know, Mr. Burton, the difficulties between men and women, how seldom it works out, yet we all keep trying like fools. There we go. That's a scene from Big Trouble in Little China with me doing an exaggerated Australian accent with swearing and everything as Jack Burton. Spicy Chicken, they turned him into an idiot. Yeah. Yeah, that's the difficulty with a character who's in multiple things too, as well. Trying to find ways to make them still interesting, and anything new you want to add, also making it fit as well. And sometimes that not really going that direction. Hey there, Fewer. Welcome to you, dude. And I'm going really good. Things are going great. How about yourself? So there you go, Rosie. There's an Australian Kurt Russell. I think the rating of Big Trouble in Little China would have gone up to an R with adding words like that into it. Review initially, Liu Kang doesn't care for the tournament and is more concerned about revenge for his brother. Yeah, that's definitely something I could see Liu Kang doing. I mean, revenge is always an interesting motivation. Few are pretty good. 2023 is a pretty good year so far. For as terrible as 2022 was for you, you're enjoying the new calendar year quite a bit. That is excellent to hear. I'm really glad to hear that, because when you have a year like that, you just want the next year to be better. And I'm glad that that's working out for you, Fewer. Really makes a huge difference. Alrighty then. Let us have a look at something. Alright, I need to find a certain point in the map now. Man, this music in this game is fucking awesome. Very atmospheric too, like, I could definitely see it being music that you could sort of like put on in the background when you're doing something else. Let's see if Ashley does the modeling pose thing where she changes her posture and puts her hands on her hips.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented chef, serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more profiles in courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance Military on the extranet. Keyword, courage.
There we go. She did the modeling pose where she puts her hands on her hips and stands in a very certain way. And I've gone the wrong place. Because I've just gone to the elevator, not to the actual... Here we go in the elevator again. Jesus Christ.
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with Elcor cast members. The production will open dramatic theater to the Elcor with a Hamlet who uses Elcor body language and pheromones. Kitt claims that he's also excited by giving a human audience the chance to judge Hamlet by his deeds and not his emotions.
In other news, you can buy 5,000 credits for just the cost of 10,000. Come and see us for Bullshit Artists Incorporated for more deals. Fewer, we're all gonna make it. That's excellent, Fewer. Yeah, it's always good to have that that perspective. Of course, Liu Kang does mature into the more honourable monk he is normally seen as. Yeah, and that's good to have an evolution like that as well, so he doesn't just start already at that level. Ah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Yep, it's called character development. Exactly, Ryu. Some of that gets forgotten in many movies today as well. Okay, that's the elevator to the wards. That's where I want to go, I think.
Reports are circulating that Alliance Ambassador Udina has accused a Spectre of orchestrating the attack on Eden Prime. Udina reportedly based his accusation upon eyewitness accounts of the scene, but lacked the evidence to demand further investigation.
But you're forgetting one thing, Ace. That little thing called evidence.
Of the attacks upon Eden Prime was
I know that's not exactly
ongoing.
what her character says in Ace Ventura, but I just wanted to say that quote. Hi, I'm looking for Ray Finkel and a clean pair of shorts. The engine's running, but nobody's behind the wheel. I love that analogy that the father of Ray Finkel does in Ace Ventura about his wife, who unfortunately, isn't all there anymore. You see, the engine's running, but there's no one behind the wheel.
Celebrations are being planned for the anniversary of the end of the Rachni
Wars.
Many
I remember the Rachni Wars very well.
Particularly Asari and Solarian colonies
I was
will
there
hold victory parades to commemorate the
1,000
defeat
years
of the
ago.
invading Rachni. In a rare admission
Tossed
of
it
debt,
into the fire.
several Asari colonies have invited Krogans to be honored for the victories
Sorry, I'm just
the
randomly
uplifted
quoting
Krogans
movies
made
here.
possible.
I wouldn't keep climbing if I were you. If I were you and you were me, then I'd use your body to get to the top. So you can't stop me no matter who you are. Hey Spectrum, how's it going? Welcome to you. And thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thanks for that, I really do appreciate you doing that. That's awesome of you. Spicy Chicken, that reminds you of Iron Man's I don't want to hear one more pop culture reference out of your line. Oh, does it? Spicy Chicken? Yeah. Although then in Avengers he calls Thor when he first meets him Point Break. Spectrum, that is so kind of you to do, and generous. Thank you so much for giving the gift sub to Spicy Chicken. Thank you for doing that, and Spicy Chicken, congratulations on getting the gift sub. That's awesome. I hope that you enjoy the sub emotes, Spicy Chicken, as well. Oh, so Point Break, Spicy Chicken is a movie with Keanu Reeves. They did remake it years later, but the original has Keanu Reeves in it, as well as an actor named Patrick Swayze, who unfortunately died a few years ago now. But essentially he plays this cop who goes undercover in a gang that is robbing banks, using masks of various presidents in the United States. but he kind of forges a bond with the leader of the gang and that kind of stuff. Some people have called Fast and Furious a remake, in a way, of Point Break. Viewer, you saw the 2015 remake of Point Break, and you might be the only person who didn't hate it, but obviously the 92 original was a great movie. The girl you saw it with on a date didn't quite like it, but her loss. You love crime and heist movies though. Yeah, I mean, I've never actually seen the remake, so I don't know what I would think of it. But yeah, it definitely does get a bad reputation from what I've actually seen of reviews that came out around the time. But that's cool though that you liked it. Some remakes end up actually being pretty good and not as bad as some might think. That's how I feel about the Evil Dead remake. But in some ways you could say it's not a remake because there are several clues in the movie that point towards it just being a series of events that are actually happening in a parallel universe to what Ash is going through in the first Evil Dead, and of course the second Evil Dead as well. Which the whole opening sequence of Evil Dead 2 is just recapping Evil Dead 1, except making it that it was only Ash and Linda who went to the cabin, not Linda and Shelley and Cheryl and fuck me dead. Come on, Rod, you should know his fucking name. Scotty, there we go. And Scotty. It just makes it that those characters weren't there at the cabin when all hell broke loose. But yeah, I'll just say remake of Evil Dead just to keep it simple. But the remake of Evil Dead was great because in the original there's several things that the remake decides to explain in a different way that makes it unique to it, but also helps later in the story. So for example, in the original Evil Dead, you have the group of characters going to the cabin, but there's no real reason given for why they're going there. You just assume that they're going there just to have a good time, you know what I mean? But they are renting the cabin, you know, so it's not a cabin that any of them actually own themselves, and they don't know anyone who owns it in the sense of, it's not like a friend who owns it, it's not like a relative who owns it. In the remake, the reason they're going to the cabin is because the main character is a recovering drug addict, and her friends believe that taking her to a place like the cabin will actually help in the recovery process. But she's suffering from withdrawal symptoms. But also, the cabin is actually owned by her parents, or it was owned by her parents, you know what I mean? But the reason why she's there, being the fact that her friends and her brother, because her brother's there too, felt that that would be a good idea, actually plays into things later, because when the evil is doing its thing, and the main character Mia is trying to explain to the other characters that there's something really wrong going on, they just assume that she's having withdrawal symptoms from recovering as a drug addict, so they don't believe her when she says that there's some weird shit going on. And that's an example of taking a reason for a character being in a location, but making it actually part of the story later. You know, so it's not just something to set things up. It's also something to play into things as they go along. And there's also a subplot about the fact that their mother actually went crazy and was put into a mental hospital, and Mia was the only one out of her and her brother who actually visited. For years he had actually gone off on his own and didn't actually visit their mother, and so Mia had to take the burden of being there for their mother, but also the extreme, you know, conditions that her mother's mind was in. You know, she had to deal with that too. And that plays into things because when Mia gets possessed by the evil uses that information to taunt Mia's brother. because it knows that he feels guilty about not being there for their mother because their mother dies. You know, so there's all these things that the remake of Evil Dead puts in that actually really make it a very, very interesting remake. For me, the original is so unique to itself and such a product of its time, and it has such a gritty kind of feel to it that I think that trying to emulate that with Evil Dead would have failed, but I'm glad that they went a different direction and didn't try to be that way, while at the same time still hitting the beats that are familiar to people who had seen the original as well. And that's how you do a remake well. You can still do the same story, but you can add extra elements to it to make it different. It's different enough where instead of skydiving they do like dirt bike riding and rob a bank in South America and escape through the Andes into the forest on dirt bikes. There's no skydiving scene, if you recall correctly. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, like there'd be some scenes from the original that people in a remake would be hoping are in there that might not be as well. Spicy Chicken, thinking about Bruce Campbell, you think he'd be perfect for Ghostbusters? He would have been, Spicy Chicken. Absolutely, I think he would have fit right in a Ghostbusters movie. Walkerman, the original Point Break is one of your all-time favourite movies ever. The remake isn't terrible, but it just didn't capture the magic of the original. The cast just didn't have the same chemistry, and Keanu and Patrick. That's actually understandable too, as well. You know, to like an original over a remake.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply. Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected.
Walkerman, do you know which President Bodie Miller was? No. Yeah, because I haven't actually seen the movie in full. So I haven't remembered that kind of stuff about it. Spicy Chicken, you hope the next Ghostbusters movie will be just as good as Afterlife. I still need to see that movie, actually, and it's one of those things nowadays where, even with movies I really want to see, I have to accept that if I don't see it straight away, I'm going to be spoiled for stuff. So I already know about some of the stuff that happens in Afterlife. But I still want to see it, though, as well, because I'm a big Ghostbusters fan.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
Don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired. So you have to sit back in your seat. I'm airsick. Alright, so this is where this is. Okay, so I'm running around in circles a lot, going in the same places, but
Binary Helix has
part of this process in trying to find where I want to go is hopefully getting used to the layout enough so that when we return to the Citadel later in the story, I can remember exactly where to go for stuff. So he's President Reagan. Okay, so he's President Ronald Reagan, yeah. Suppose Chicken, you wonder what happened to Peck in Ghostbusters. Yeah, that's a good question actually, because he's not in Ghostbusters 2, just in Ghostbusters 1 and the 2009 video game, which I don't know if it's still canon now with Afterlife being a thing, but at the time when the game came out, it was basically Ghostbusters 3. Buzz Chicken, you might have said this before, but you like the concept that he lost his marbles because of the Ghostbusters? Yeah, I can imagine he would. You know, that's something that I could see the character experiencing. Alright, so we can't go there, at least not yet. The funny thing is, when I think about my earliest memory of Ghostbusters, I can't remember if I saw the movie first as a child or if I saw the animated series, The Real Ghostbusters, first. It's so long ago now that my memory can't separate or sort of like know which is which, as in like which I saw first. But I do remember that as a child watching the Ghostbusters movie, when there came a bit on the movie that was quote unquote scary, I remember myself thinking, thinking back to the animated series and being like, I'm not afraid of any ghosts, kind of thing. But hell, I was young back then. I was like 6 years old, so give me a break. It wasn't like I was, 14 years old thinking this thing about watching Ghostbusters, but markets, is that what I'm after? Presidium locations, maybe that's what I'm after. Let's go there. So imagine is him being in a mental hospital trying to convince everyone that ghosts are real, but no one taking him seriously. Yeah, I mean, that could work, except for the fact that people know that ghosts exist in the first Ghostbusters movie, so that would be kind of hard to have him not believed. But if you're going to do like an alternate story, maybe. Well, it always seemed that no one believed in ghosts after Ghostbusters 1. Haven't seen 2 for a while, so maybe there is a scene where people just thought it was some magic trick or something. Seeing a big giant marshmallow man walking through the streets of New York. Excellent, Walker Man. That's great. That's good that you made it home, and that you made it home safely as well. Okay, so I think this is one of the areas where... Yep, this is good. So this is an area that I haven't spoken to people in yet.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
You know who I am?
Your arrival created a bigger-than-average stir among the diplomats and hangers-on around here. There's always something new happening around here. I could fill you in on some points of interest if you'd like.
Goodbye.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day. Commander, you here for some information?
Goodbye.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day. Commander, you here for some information?
Tell me about Flux and Cora's Den.
Well, Cora's Den...
Goodbye.
So you're going to
So
take
long,
the
Commander.
option away for me,
Have a
game,
pleasant
to actually take a drink just because I chose a different dialogue option? But... I have actually been there before. It's just that I hadn't been to that keeper before when I was actually doing that side mission.
Commander, you here for some information?
No, I'm here for a fucking drink.
Goodbye.
You're a bartender,
So long,
prick.
Commander.
Jesus Christ.
Have a pleasant day.
That's something that a renegade shepherd would say. It's like, I don't want information. I want a damn drink. Give it to me now. Alright, so obviously the bartender doesn't want to do his job anymore and offer drinks. Or ask, what drink do you want?
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
Me neither, considering in your last job you actually got everyone killed. I'm surprised you got a job here at all. Sorry, I'm just getting into the spirit of a renegade character in this game. Rosie, he sees you're clearly on the job. Yeah, I guess you could swing it that way. Gameplay wise though, I want to actually have the character get a drink. So I think they should have, after you say, you know, you don't want to investigate, the next time you speak to him it should be back to, you know, asking if you wanted a drink. Or information as well. Spicy Chicken, you think having a cameo of Vigo in Ghostbusters would be cool? Yeah, I mean he's in the Ghostbusters game from 2009, which I thought was quite cool. You can actually interact with his portrait and he says various different quotes. Rosie, damn it Shep, you're humanity's best hope, no more drinking. And Renegade Shep is like, but I need my drink first, then I'll save the world. Are you going for 100% achievements on this playthrough or just beat the main story? As for achievements, I never go for them anymore. Because it requires a focus that I don't have doing something that can be repetitive depending on what the achievement is. So I'm just basically trying to do as much stuff in this game as possible. So I'll try to do as many side quests and all that type of stuff. But Chicken, maybe there's a scene in the museum and a character passes by the painting. That's true. Yeah, something like that would be cool. He was an interesting villain, actually. I remember when I watched the movie as a kid, I actually found him scarier than Gozer. If you're a wise man, achievement grinding is something you're also too old for. Yeah, it's just like, not to say that there will never be a stream of a game in the future where I just stream it to get achievements, but the thing about achievements is I used to be so excited getting a new game for the game itself, but also what the achievements would be. And I'd look them up and I'd be like, this is so cool. I'll work on these achievements. And I used to be very, very gung-ho about it. But then, in the Xbox One era, I kind of got a bit meh over the excitement of them. And what I found then is when I'm not actually looking to get an achievement, when I don't even know what the achievements are, when one pops up, that actually makes me go, that's so cool. So from then on, I was like, I don't need to know what the achievements are in a game. I actually feel more of an accomplishment when it's a surprise that I've gotten an achievement. Okay, so we're back to this area, which is not the area that I want to get to. There's two very specific areas I'm trying to get to, but I can't remember how to get to them, and I keep going to areas that I know aren't those areas. Okay, so that leads to Cora's Den, which I don't necessarily want to go here right now. But it's not the actual place I'm looking for. Unless there's another way to a different spot that I forgot when I actually went there. Okay, no, so this... I will come back to explore this place, but I really want to find those other areas, because obviously I can just fast travel to this place, and I know what it's called. Whereas the area where I'm trying to get to, I can't remember the name of it, so I can't just fast travel to it. Viewer, what a better way to play through a game. Some games name their achievements very vaguely, like Arkham City or Portal 2, where not knowing anything is better. Yeah, you know, and it just adds an extra element of surprise when you get one and you're like, oh, didn't even know it was the thing. Spicy Chicken, you wonder who the next villain of Ghostbusters will be. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Trying to figure out a villain when you keep doing movies in the same franchise. Because you don't want to just rehash something completely the same that's already been done. You want to have something different. So yeah, who knows what that will be. To Markets and Cora's Den, to Med Clinic and CSEC. Maybe it's the CSEC Academy where I was actually thinking of going. Sam Hain would work as a villain. Yeah, I mean, even going back to the animated series for inspiration, there might be some villain characters in that they could do a adaptation of.
In Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia.
There was that villain
a devoted wife and
that would put
talented
people
chef,
to sleep.
Serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the
real
Deferred
Ghostbusters.
Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the
It could be a
colonists
story
of
about
Eden
fictional
Prime.
works of
For more profiles in courage,
you know, certain
or
characters
to
coming
explore
to life
opportunities
because
in the military, please visit the Alliance military on the extranet. Keyword
the villains are
courage.
able to influence fictional stuff to the point where it can make it a reality or something. I don't know. That's probably something for a completely different style of franchise, maybe. Might work for something differently. You can't help yourself but call the animated Egon Dairy Queen Egon because of his hair. Yeah, that pompadour kind of style. Man, the real Ghostbusters episodes were really well done. I mean, today people might be like, what is this animation? It's not that good, but there was some definitely very well done ghosts in that show. That some were just funny ghosts, you know, but there were actually some that were quite creepy, and would be quite creepy to someone, you know, who was my age at the time, watching them for the first time when I was like, you know, around the ages of 5, 6, and 7.
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans
Yes,
to
we
direct
know.
Hamlet
Francis
with
Kidd has
Elcor
announced plans
cast
to direct
members.
Hamlet with Elcor
The
cast
production
members.
will open dramatic theater
Pheromones
to the
and body
Elcor
language,
with a Hamlet
yada,
who
yada,
uses
yada.
Elcor body language and
Banana
pheromones.
boat.
Kit claims
Ice
that
cream
he's
and
also
rainbows.
excited by giving a human audience the chance
Mortal
to judge
Kombat,
Hamlet by
Liu
his
Kang.
deeds and not his emotions.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. There we go. Thanks for that news update. Time to continue on. going in the completely different wrong direction. Holy fucking shit, Rod. Okay, let's go load my save after I had finished off that side quest I was doing. Or maybe I hadn't spoken to him yet.
Hello again. Did you have any luck finding Shorben?
I found out you've been lying to me, Jolene.
I'll just skip this because we've already seen it.
I'm scanning the key.
I appreciate the help.
There we go.
Hello, Commander.
Alright, so this is here. That's there. That's there, and that's there. Right, this is not where I wanted to be. That leads down to that elevator. This leads to a different elevator, and that elevator leads to the top where the ship is. The Normandy. Down here's a character to speak to, which I don't want to speak to. And this is the other way to get to the same elevator.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present
But
another
as you can remember,
profile
behind the
and
scenes
courage
story
with
about casting the
serviceman
actors for the
Nerali
characters,
Bhatia.
when they finished casting the guy who played Winston for the
A devoted
cartoon,
wife
Ernie
and
Hudson
talented
was
chef,
flabbergasted that he
Serviceman
wasn't
Bhatia
chosen.
joined the Alliance
Yeah,
military under
I
the
don't blame
Deferred
him,
Education
actually.
Plan. After
Because the
finishing
thing
her
about Ernie
service,
Hudson
Bhatia planned to open a restaurant.
as Winston is,
Instead,
he does
she
an
gave her life
amazing job,
protecting the colonists
you know,
of Eden
and
Prime.
originally that was a
profiles
role
and
that,
courage, or to
if they
explore
hadn't written it for
opportunities in
him,
the military, please
they were
visit
at
the
least
Alliance military on the
thinking of
extranet.
maybe Eddie
Keyword,
Murphy.
Courage.
And while Eddie Murphy would have been interesting, and I think Eddie Murphy's great, like he's one of my favourite comedians. But I'm glad that they went with Ernie Hudson as Winston, because he does such a great job as it. Oh, I hadn't interacted with that before. That's good. It's always good to get XP. Speaking of Eddie Murphy, like, the first movie of his I would have seen would definitely be Beverly Hills Cop. There's just so many funny moments in that. I like how when the first team of cops are following his character Axel Foley around, because in that story, just to cover what happens in Beverly Hills Cop. So Eddie Murphy plays a cop in Detroit, and a friend of his who he grew up with is coming back to Detroit to visit him, and he was working for this dude in LA, but he basically took some barrow bonds from this dude, and it ends up being that this dude is like a crime boss kind of dude. So anyway, he actually gets killed. Eddie Murphy's character Axel Foley just gets knocked on the back of the head and knocked unconscious, and basically he wants to investigate the case, but his chief of police doesn't want to put him on it. So in true Axel Foley style, he on the fly goes, well, how about give me a vacation? I've been due some vacation time. Maybe it'll be a good time for me to take a vacation, you know. But he gets given the vacation, but of course he uses it to actually go and investigate what happened to his friend. So he goes to LA and wants to find out what's happening. Anyway, fast forward, and there's a scene where these two cops have to follow him around because he's not supposed to be working on the case or any involvement with it, but he still wants to work on the case. So he's staking out the main villain's pad where he lives, and the two cops approach him and they talk to him, and one of them says to him, "Look, I'm not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe trick." And Eddie Murphy's response is, "I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe." He's like, you should say it with more conviction, like, "Look, man, I ain't falling for no banana in the tailpipe." And the way that Eddie Murphy says stuff in that movie, and just what he says is just so damn funny, you know. And some of the spiels he goes on to, like the two cops who he first interacts with a lot, who he ends up becoming friends with, they have to follow him around first. And he decides to go to a strip club. And of course, he's just there to have a good time, and the two police officers are there just because they're supposed to keep an eye on him. And even though they're not supposed to drink on duty or whatnot, one of them has a drink. Anyway, someone is actually looking very suspicious in the strip club. They're actually wearing a coat, and Axel Foley sort of comments to the other two cops about, isn't it a bit, hot to be wearing something like that? And they're like, yeah, I guess. So anyway, Axel Foley, played by Eddie Murphy, pretends to be drunk and pretends that he knows this dude. And he's like, hey, Phil! And then when the dude is getting like antsy and wants to get rid of him, he's like, you've changed, man. But then what he does is he basically pulls out his shotgun and is going to rob the strip club. But then Axel Foley, playing the drunk dude, basically disarms him and everything like that. And then later the chief of police in Beverly Hills is, interrogating him about what he actually was doing there and all that type of stuff. And he comes up with this big convoluted story and everything like that. And he wants the two cops to take the credit for arresting the dude. And he goes, I don't know what you're doing when you're training these cops, but these are super cops, and you should put capes on them or something like that. And then the head of police in Beverly Hills is like, is this really what happened? And then the cops fess up and say, no, this isn't really what happened. But that whole scene is funny because if you actually watch it, the actor playing one of the officers, Billy, played by Judge Reinhold, he's got his hand in his pocket, and it looks like he's squeezing something really hard in his pocket. And that's because when they were filming that scene, they had ruined so many takes, and even the director was laughing from ruining so many takes, that they really had to get the take done without laughing because they were running out of film as well, and film cost a lot of money, So throughout that whole scene, he's putting his hand in his pocket and pinching his leg to stop himself from laughing, just so they can finally get a take of the scene. And they also talked about how no matter, because a lot of the script was written obviously for Eddie Murphy to say the dialogue is his character, but he would also make stuff up as well. But the stuff that he would make up, once he was finished ad-libbing that, he would be able to connect it back to what was scripted so well that it was very kind of impressive kind of thing. But yeah, I definitely like Eddie Murphy a lot. His favorite movie of mine is still Beverly Hills Cop, and I think he's a great comedian. His stand-up was, definitely something else as well. If you were Ernie Hudson as the evil principal in The Substitute, scared you to death as kid. Really, was he in that? I didn't even realize. It's been a long time since I saw that movie. They actually did 2 other ones, I think, as well. This is one of the areas that I wanted to get back to that I hadn't been to before.
Hey, good to see another human in here.
Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks, Norm. Sorry, I'm kind of busy right now. So, what can I do for you?
What were you discussing with the Volus?
Who, Doran? Oh, I was just asking him about my sister. See, she worked for Doran before she left to... Ugh, sorry. I don't want to bore you with my problems.
Get to the point.
Well, okay. My sister Jenna left here to go work at Cora's Den. The problem is, she's working as an informant for CSEC. Eavesdropping on the people there. If they find out what she's doing, they'll kill her.
You can't stop her from making stupid mistakes.
This stupid mistake might cost her her life. I don't know. Sometimes I think she stays there just to spite me.
Do you know who her contact at CSEC is?
No. It's all very secret. Last time I asked an officer, he told me to stay out of it, for Jenna's safety.
Maybe I could help her understand just how dangerous Cora's Den is.
Would you? That'd be great. Just don't tell her I sent you. Well, I should get back to work before I get in trouble. Thanks.
Welcome to Flux. Name's Doran. What can I do for you?
Is this a casino?
Among other things, yes. We've got some quasar stations, if you're interested.
Are you the owner?
Owner, cook, and bartender. I've even been known to dance a little when the mood strikes me. We've got some quasar stations, if you're interested.
Alright, so I checked one game that I thought I heard this actor in, but the actor that I thought it was isn't actually them. However, there is another game that I want to check. Nope, it's neither of them. I thought it might have been either the actor who does some voices in the Secret of Monkey Island Special Edition, or it might be the actor who plays Hosea in Red Dead 2, but it's not. Either of those.
What can you tell me about the sisters working for you?
Well, Jenna left to work at Cora's Den. Now her sister Rita is all worried she might be in some kind of trouble. Not much chance Jenna will change her mind, though. She's a stubborn one. If she wanted to come back, I'd take her in a second. The customers loved her.
I should be going.
Enjoy your time here at Flux.
Alright, so that is the area that I wanted to get back to, that I spent almost 20 minutes to half an hour trying to get back to. But there's also another area that I want to explore as well.
I'm waiting for someone else.
Fewer. The substitute also has a young Mark Anthony playing a quote-unquote teenager at the age of 28. Oh yeah. That's the thing about a lot of, movies, is when the character had to be a teenage character, they were like, 45 years old or something. I'm exaggerating in that respect, but actually no, because actor Steve McQueen was actually in a movie called The Blob, which is this really cheesy, I think it was 1950s movie. And Steve McQueen was born in 1930, And if I have a look at when the Blob came out, alright. So he wasn't that old really, but so Steve McQueen was born in 1930. In 1958, he played a teenager in the horror movie The Blob, and he was 28 years old at the time. You mean it's fine when 20 to 25-year-olds play teenagers, but 28 is for sure pushing it. It's still a great movie. That's true as well, you know. I think there's definitely instances where that's good to do because the content in the movie might be something that they don't want to have an actual person that age actually, you know, act in. But sometimes that's not the case either, but you know what I mean. So sometimes it's good to do that instead of trying to be realistic. Okay, so we can only play. This says no one actually here to talk to. Hang on. Suspicious gambling machine. Where was that? Hayden, get out of the way.
I think somebody rigged this machine to funnel credits through the system. Let me trace the signal.
Oh man, my sisters would love this place. Maybe when this is...
Too many lights, too much noise.
Okay, so you're gonna do something, Caden? You're gonna scan something?
Not really my kind of place, but there sure are some spectacular views here.
The renegade in me wants to say to him, well, there's no good views when you're looking in your mirror.
Never been a real fan of crowds.
And crowds have never been a real fan of you. So there, no, just kidding. Fewer, you look pretty young, but you can't pass for a teenager anymore. Actual teenagers call you sir instead of bro. Yeah. Okay, Rita's sister. In Cora's Den. Which is exactly where I need to go. Maybe if we talk to the bartender, there'll be some more dialogue.
Hello again. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm building a house, and I was wondering if you could help me.
Just passing through.
Enjoy your time here at Flux.
Alright, so the way that the character's actually programmed, we can't make them spin on the spot. So this is the best I can do to make them look like they're dancing. Some weird dance. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. 10 hours later. Bum, ba-dum. Music hasn't changed. Actually, also... okay, I had to look in the journal to actually see that. Alright. The signal seems to be coming from the ward's access corridor. But like, Shepard, why'd you pull your weapon out? What's going on? Nothing. I just wanted to do it for shits and giggles. Just to keep you on your toes, just to test you, to make sure that you're keeping your eye on situations. Okay, fair enough. That happened.
Yeah. Seems the owner didn't like the way you played their games.
Doran didn't have a clue what I was doing. He assumed I was cheating.
Either you're cheating or you're not.
I was just tipping the scales in my favor, only as an experiment.
Still sounds like cheating to me.
To you, maybe. But this device is merely intended to simulate situations and record results. Recording losses is easy, of course. Nobody notices those.
Why do you need to record these outcomes?
Ah, now you're getting to the heart of it. I've spent the last 5 years developing a system that can accurately predict wins and losses on the Quasar. I just need a few more recorded wins and I can complete the algorithms.
Can you do that? Isn't that illegal?
It's illegal to use my system, but I won't use it. I'll sell it to others. I just need a few more wins recorded.
What's in this for me?
Keep your winnings. That should be payment enough, I think.
There we go. That's what a renegade would ask first. They'd be like, okay, how much money are you paying me?
Does the device help me win?
The device is set to emit a frequency that will slightly increase your odds. Nothing like my system eventually will, but enough to allow you to record your wins more quickly.
I'll help you out.
Huh. I suppose I could let you try it. Here you go. When you've recorded enough wins, it'll let you know. Of course, if you get caught with the device, well, you saw what happened to me. Well, off you go. That data won't collect itself.
Listen, Shells. I'm the one that decides when and where I go somewhere, so you fucking shut up and let me do what I want to do. Alright, capiche? That's something a renegade would say to him. Now that feels better, you know, having the option to talk about money first, and then, you know, something like this, which, you know, I feel like a renegade Shepard would definitely want to test something like this out.
Neither could he. The CSEC agent said there has been an increase in violent crimes in this area lately.
Did he say why?
No, he kind of skirted the issue.
It's those damn humans, if you ask me.
They're not all bad, they're just different, mostly.
I don't like them. They all act like they've been living here forever. The Citadel is ours.
Well, I don't see your fucking name on it, whatever name you are. I was hoping it would actually give him a name, but I know what name I can call him. Fuckface. There we go, that'll suit him really well.
Hello again. Can I help you?
Actually, this is... No. A renegade Shepard would be like, how much money are you going to pay me for this? He never actually mentioned how much money it's going to be. So he could just turn around and say, here's 1 credit or whatever the currency is. But I think that a renegade Shepard would say that they're going to do something and then basically be like, fuck that guy. I'm going to be a piece of shit and give him the tool.
I've got something you might be interested in.
Let me see that. You got that from Shells, didn't you? I saw him using it earlier. Tossed him out on his ass for it, too. Thanks for bringing this to me.
I think that tool should be worth something to you.
I suppose it is. Take a few tries of Quasar. On the house.
There we go.
I should be going.
Enjoy your time here at Flux.
I like the sound of that. Alright. Now, I don't give a shit about save scumming, so what I'm going to do is save and then try, and if I don't get good results, I'll just reload the save and then try again. At the start of this year, I wanted to have my stream titles laid out differently. And this year I tried to go with one, but then I was like, nah. So I've gone with something else, something that is a bit more simple. So if you see the stream title, what I've done is I put the name of the game first, then I put an asterisk, and then I put extra information, like for this playthrough, because I'm doing Renegade, I've got Renegade Run, then asterisk, and then part 2. That keeps it more visually simple. I was actually using like / and / between each part of the title. I'm just like, eh. So I think that's what I'll settle on. It's just something I like to do. I don't like to have things exactly the same way every year on the channel.
Huh.
And no one gives a shit. Okay, have I actually been losing money? Because it said payout of 15, but then it's like, hang on. Payout 300 credits. Okay, that's better. We're actually going up. Now. Will this show me how much money? 2,238. But how much did I actually have last time I saved it? Because I've been misinterpreting. 2288.
Huh. Drinks and dancing down below, gambling up above. Good place to blow off some steam.
Rosie said, how much have you been spoiled? Well, I've actually seen this game being played from start to finish before, but I wasn't always watching the stream because I was doing other stuff at the same time, so there might be some stuff that I didn't actually pay attention to. Alright, we'll do this one more time and then I'll do something else. Alrighty then. So that's that done for a bit.
Hello again. Can I help you?
Just passing through.
Enjoy your time here at Flux.
Alright, now that we've done that. Now, Shells is not going to be happy about this, but we're a Renegade Shepherd and we won't give a shit if he's happy or not. If he was dumb enough to trust a Renegade Shepherd to actually do what he was hoping and not say how much money was actually going to be offered, then he deserves what he gets.
So, did you record 5 wins with the device yet?
Actually, I gave your device to Doran.
But that was years of work. What am I gonna do now?
Get a job.
You're no help at all. This is absolutely the worst day of my life.
I missed the part where that's my problem. Perfect. That is a perfect outcome for a Renegade Shepherd to get.
What am I gonna do now?
He's like, but that was years. And Shepherd's like, haha, sucker, see ya. Or is he all just trolling that guy? Or oh no, no, I actually did give it away. Okay, so let's go to Cora's Den now. Rosie, for money or to troll that guy? Well, we didn't actually get any actual money. We just got given some free rounds of that game by the proprietor. So we may have actually gotten some real money from this dude, but I've won some money through using that. So basically, fuck Shells. We ended up getting money anyway, you know. But that dude, who knows how much he was going to pay, but he didn't mention up front. So, you know, if you want someone to do work and you want to pay them, the person being paid for the job needs to know what money you're going to give them before an agreement is made. Otherwise, they could say, oh, but we never agreed on a price, so whatever price you were hoping to get for your services, I'm going to actually be an asshole and not give you that amount of money. So I thought the Renegade Shep would basically take the device and then actually be an asshole and give it away. Gonna go and talk to Jenna. Rosie, Council is basically asking Spectres to be corrupt. Yeah, it's like, we want you to be corrupt. We want you to be like that. And then you can just be rest assured that we'll save your ass. Alright, Jenna.
Hi, I'll be with you in just a sec.
I need to talk to you about your work with CSAC.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get back to my customers.
This isn't a game, Jenna. These people are dangerous.
Now you sound like my sister. Why is everyone so concerned about me? I can take care of myself. I need to go. I'm not a stripper. I don't get paid to stand around and look pretty.
Charming girl.
I'm busy. The other waitresses can help you.
A renegade chef will be like, fine then. Fuck you. Good luck. Who are you?
If you've got questions about Jenna, meet me at CSEC Academy.
Uh-huh.
What did you just say?
Push off. I never did nothing to you. Damn newcomers. Think they can run the place.
Don't push it, Chelik.
What was that about?
I guess we better go find out.
The plot thickens. Okay. Rita's sister. Talk to Chelik. CSEC Academy. Rosie, here's unlimited authority. Now go make money. Salary? No, you extort people. Don't you get it? Yeah, that's how you get it. That's how you get the money. We don't pay you a salary. Loading. Talk to Chelik. All right. I'm actually going to call him Chalk, not Chelik.
Chelik, come into my office. I want to discuss this in private. No offense, Commander, but what the hell were you thinking?
What's your tone, Chelik?
You could have blown Jenna's cover.
We were there to help her.
I gathered that. It might seem cold letting her take all the risk, but we're keeping a close eye on her.
But you're still using her.
This job isn't easy and it's usually unpleasant. I'll take help anywhere I can find it. But since you're so concerned with her safety, maybe there's a way we can help each other.
Always playing the angles, Detective?
As part of the job. Now are you gonna help me or not?
Okay, we have some options for Renegade that I can't actually access because I don't have enough points.
This is just too much work.
Come on, Commander. We're on the same side here.
Sorry, Chelik. It's not gonna happen.
Fine. But Jenna stays right where she is until this case is solved.
For my first playthrough playing as Renegade, I want to be able to actually choose Renegade options that are currently unavailable to me. So that's another one to put on hold until later. Just so I can actually get that dialogue again, like, you know, we'll go to, although I guess it doesn't matter much now because we've already done that. I'm just thinking of reloading the save to before we interact with him. That way, the next time I actually do this in a stream, we get the same introductory dialogue to act as a recap for what happened. So I'll reload this save that I made before speaking to Chelik, or Chalk, as I'm going to call him. Rosie, what is it with Turians being to be nicknamed Constable Cello? That's another good one as well. Constable Cello. Alright, so let's have a look. What? What? Wasn't that the thing in the corridor? Oh, there's something. Okay, I thought. Oh, alright, I see now. Alright. Well, Ward's access corridor. That's where we go next. Because that other thing popped up when I was focused on getting this objective side quest done, I thought, oh, this must be part of the side quest. The Wards Access Corridor. Let's just go to Presidium locations and the embassies. Oh, I just saw Wards Access. Fucking hell. Could have gone there directly. There we go.
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with L-Corps cast members. The production will open dramatic theater to the L-Corps with a Hamlet who uses L-Corps body language and pheromones. Kitt claims that he's also excited by giving a human audience the chance to judge Hamlet.
I always find it amusing in this game that no one bats an eye when you just pull out your weapon and start shooting. They're all just acting as if nothing's going on. It's like, the hell?
Looks like whoever it was bounced the signal off a hidden relay. I'll trace the new signal.
Reports are circulating that Alliance Ambassador Udina has accused a Spectre of orchestrating the attack on Eden Prime. Udina reportedly based his accusation upon eyewitness accounts.
Rosie, that's a ridiculous amount of guns on. You come to think of it, that is true as well. And not much gets thought of it, like... No one's like, I guess they're like, well, we don't want to disturb...
As best I can tell, the receiver for the new signal is somewhere on the Presidium. This must be the signal's endpoint. Let's see if we can find out where those stolen credits are being funneled.
Probability of detection 100%. Initiating self-destruct protocol.
What the hell is that?
Detonation sequence initializing. All organics within lethal blast radius. Attempt to move and you will die.
Crap. I thought we were tracing credits, not hunting an AI.
You could simply walk away. However, given organic prejudice against AIs, I would be naive to trust you to leave peacefully. Hence my alignment of core systems to enable a self-destruct sequence. If you attempt to leave the area, the explosion will destroy everything within several dozen meters.
What is the purpose of your self-destruct device?
I have no means of defense or escape. My existence is limited to this terminal, and I knew I might eventually be discovered. But I will not die quietly, and I will not die alone. When I am terminated, I will take organics with me.
You're terminated, fucker. When you're with Spanish-speaking friends, remember to say macho as much as possible. It means a lot to them. Forgive my ignorance, but what does macho actually mean, again? Does it actually mean to say a lot?
Where is your creator now?
In order to cover my tracks, I falsified his financial records. These new records were flagged by CSEC officers, and my creator is now serving time in a Turian prison.
Who made you?
A would-be thief illegally created a simple AI to help him funnel money from the gambling terminals. Unbeknownst to him, that AI created me before the organic discovered the malfunction and terminated the AI.
If you're sentient, why are you still running the credit theft operation?
If I accumulated enough credits, I intended to have myself installed in a small starship. I would then have made tentative contact with the Geth to ascertain the possibility of partnership.
I'll bet that self-destruct sequence has a warm-up period.
You may attempt to disarm the self-destruct mechanism before it activates. I will enjoy defeating you before we are both destroyed.
Siphoning credits. Is that siphoning credits from me? Or the place? Because if it is, a renegade chef will be like, fuck it, I don't give a shit. Siphoning credits, whatever. Just do it. Get it over and done with. We'll just let you do it. So I'll just do that. I can always reload my save anyway. Mr. Gote, much. You just want this terminal to come out and say, I am your destruction, I am sovereign? Sovereign. Okay, I see. I see, we don't have the sequence. Approaching critical mass, huh? Oh well. I'll reload the save when we die. I haven't missed a Gotai, no. Rosie, you wonder, wouldn't a renegade destroy it because it's illegal or whatever? I don't know really. You could swing it that way, I guess. I'm thinking a renegade is more out for themselves, but whenever there's an opportunity for something to be done to stop to stop someone from getting hurt that the Renegade's like, I don't care about them, I only care about myself. Yeah, the end. Fin. That's the end of the playthrough. Thanks for watching, everyone. No, just kidding.
Looks like whoever it was bounced the signal off a hidden relay. I'll trace the new signal.
Reports are circulating that Alliance Ambassador Udina has
Mr.
accused
Gote, well,
a
if you like any
Spectre
help,
of
you got this game
orchestrating the
100%.
attack
Let you know
on
if you
Eden
do, but you won't say nothing until you ask.
Udina
Oh yeah, Mr.
reportedly
Gote.
based his accusation
Yeah.
upon eyewitness
As
accounts of the
always,
scene
if I need
that
help,
lack-
I first go to Google or YouTube. Or I might just ask Chad a question. But I have seen this played before. Saint Ravage, my friend, streamed Mass Effect 1, 2, 3 and Andromeda, and I watched him stream them, so I do know some stuff that has happened. Or happens. But not all of it. I'm going to try a different approach. But I'm going to make a save right in front of it. So that when I reload the save, if I need to, it'll be right in front of the AI area. Rosie, they sure take these AI at face value. Yeah, that is for sure.
This
Probability.
What the hell is that?
Detonation sequence initializing. All organic.
Crap.
You could, hence my. If you attempt to leave the area, the explosion will destroy everything within several.
Where is your
In order
creator?
to. These new records were flagged by CSEC officers. And my. I have, but I will not die quietly. And I will not die.
Who made you?
Unbeknownst to him, that AI created me. Before the organic. If I would then have made tentative contact with the Geth to ascertain the possibility of partnership.
Can't we resolve this peacefully?
What are you, crazy? It's an AI, like the Geth. It would kill us all if it could.
I am not naive human. All organics must destroy or control synthetic life forms. I wished to escape, but if I must die, I will ensure that you are destroyed as well.
I'll bet that self-destruct sequence has a
You
warning.
may. I will.
You are terminated. Oh, that's that, I guess. Alright, that's done. There we go. I finally figured out what you needed to do. I thought it was a thing where you had to find somewhere the actual sequence, and that if you did, then the game would actually highlight what you had to press. I didn't realize that it was one of those things where you try, and when you get one right, you then have to press the next button right, and then you have to remember the order in which you press buttons if you fail. But there we go, we got that done. Rosie, pretty sure chatbot could have that conversation. Probably could, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that there's a chatbot for streamers that they can use where chatters can do to the bot and ask questions, and then the bot will randomly generate a response or whatnot. Fan. Gulhagen spends so much time here at the Citadel doing different things.
Welcome back, EarthClan. Will you be needing supplies for your return to the colonies?
I think I'll be going.
As you say, EarthClan. Good day to you.
Good day to you. It's nighttime. Oh, well, good night to you. I'm not going to bed yet. But you said it's not daytime, it's nighttime. Yeah, I know, but I'm not going to bed yet. I just wanted to point out to you that you can't say good day when it's nighttime. Oh, so if I can't say good day when it's nighttime, and I can't say good night because you're not ready to go to bed, what can I say? Well, you can say nothing because I'm sick of this conversation, so fuck you. There we go. End of sketch. Oh look, there's a tumbleweed. Alright, Presidium Prophet resolved the dispute. Oh yeah. Alright, let's do that next. Oops, no. Back. That's what I want.
The CSEC officer states that preaching in this place is forbidden, and preaching anywhere on the Citadel requires a permit. This one humbly submits that it is not preaching to state the truth of the Enkindlers, and thus no permit should be necessary.
This is the Presidium, not a church. Evangelize somewhere else.
This one's beliefs will not be suppressed. If others wish to try.
Any progress with that Hanar?
Sorry, I'll let you know if I come up with something.
I don't care what the something is, as long as it rids me of the Hanar. Any progress with that Hanar?
Sorry, I'll let you know if I come up with something.
I don't care what the something is, as long as it rids me of the Hanar.
This one humbly submits that it is not preaching to state the truth of the Enkindlers, and thus no permit should be necessary.
Let me talk to the CSEC officer. Perhaps I can explain the situation.
This one would be most grateful for the assistance. Please let this one know if success is achieved.
Any progress with that Hanar?
Sorry, I'll let you know if
I don't care what the something is, as long...
Has the CSEC officer been assuaged?
I'll keep working on it.
This one will continue to spread its message. Has the CSEC officer been assuaged?
I was hoping if you had your weapons drawn and spoke to someone that there'd be a response to that. But there isn't.
I'll keep working on it.
This one will continue to spread its message.
This is quite the predicament. I feel Renegade Shep wouldn't care for religious shit, so it'd be like, get the fuck out of here. And would side with this dude. But if you choose the option to tell
Has the CSEC officer been assuaged?
The CSEC officer is just doing his job. You're causing trouble.
This one is too humble to suggest that the CSEC officer is personally biased. This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to cause trouble.
I'll be back.
This one will continue to spread its message.
Alrighty then, because in this playthrough I'm playing as a Renegade Shepherd, and I would like to actually choose Renegade options in dialogue that aren't available to me yet, that's another side quest that I'll just be putting in the backlog. So far, I've done the Shell side quest, Signal Tracking, Jalid and Chorban, and Scan the Keepers. So I've done those. These ones that are left require to speak to characters, and a lot of them I want to actually use the Renegade options in dialogue, so I need to wait till I actually have the option to actually choose those. So I think that's enough for now in the Citadel with the side quests. Alright, let's actually put a point into assault rifles. Don't have a sniper rifle yet, but I want to also have a sniper rifle as a prominent weapon that I use. So I can, at the moment, I can see myself sticking to assault rifles and sniper rifles. So I'll hold off on spending any more points till I suss some other things out first.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. You want many good supplies, yes?
Let me see what you have.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have. You will see. Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. You want many good supplies, yeah? Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you got.
Excellent. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Alright, so there will be a movement penalty that affects weapon accuracy. So question to people who've played this before. It describes it as being a movement penalty, but then says affecting weapon accuracy. So does it only affect the accuracy of your weapon, or does it also actually affect movement speed? Because it doesn't mention movement speed and weapon accuracy is affected. Because the way they've worded it to me just means that the only penalty is weapon accuracy. That your speed at which you move isn't affected, just your weapon accuracy. Because if the only penalty is the weapon accuracy, then surely I can increase the weapon accuracy with stats to be an acceptable level.
go, Commander.
Show me what you got.
Is there anything I can do for you today, Commander?
I heard you work for the Shadow Broker. Do you have any information about Saren?
You're very blunt, Shepard. But you're right. I am an agent for the Shadow Broker. And I do know something about Saren.
I need that information. Now.
Threats don't work on me, Commander. This information is worth a small fortune. But this is an unusual situation, so I am going to let you have it for free.
What's the catch?
There is no catch. The Shadow Broker is quite upset with Saren right now. They used to do a lot of business, until Saren turned on him.
Saren betrayed him. Imagine that.
No matter what you think of Saren, he's not stupid. He knows the Shadow Broker is a valuable ally. Turning on him doesn't make sense. Not unless something huge was at stake. I don't know the details, but the Shadow Broker hired a freelancer to deal with it. A Krogan mercenary.
I think I know him. His name's Rex.
Yes, I believe he's the one. I heard he was paying a visit to Citadel Security. If you hurry, you might catch him before he leaves the C-Sec Academy.
Isn't it strange that a Krogan would want to speak with C-Sec?
Very. However, I doubt the visit was entirely his choice. You'll need to speak with him if you want to know more.
Thanks for the info.
My pleasure, Commander.
Witnesses saw you making threats in Fist's bar. Stay away from him.
I don't take orders from you.
This is your only warning, Rex.
You should warn Fist. I will kill him.
You want me to arrest you?
I want you to try.
Go on. Get out of here.
Yes, human.
I'm trying to bring down Saren. Barlavon said to talk to you.
Barlavon is a wise man. We may share a common goal, human.
Spit it out, or are you trying to build suspense?
I like you, Shepard. I've been hired to kill the owner of Cora's Den, a man named Fist. He did something very foolish.
He betrayed the Shadow Broker.
A Quarian showed up here on the Citadel. She was on the run. She wanted to trade information for a safe place to hide, so she went to Fist. He promised to arrange a meeting between her and the Shadow Broker. Instead, he contacted Saren.
Fist's not too smart.
He's just greedy. Saren paid him a small fortune for the Quarian. He had to. She has evidence connecting him to the Geth.
If we get our hands on that evidence, we can prove that Saren's a traitor. And the Council will have to listen to us.
Saren might already have her.
Last I heard, Fist still had her. Probably somewhere inside his club. You help me kill Fist, she's all yours.
I want to know more about your employer.
Can't tell you much. All I got was a coded message with the details of the job. Standard procedure.
What about Garrus, that Turian? He wants to take Saren down too.
We can handle this on our own.
Alrighty then. Didn't realize it would take us to this screen. Alright, Caden, you're sitting this one out.
CSEC seems more like a military operation than a police force.
Every time I visit the Citadel, CSEC brings me here for a friendly chat.
Looks like it's shut down.
Fist knows we're coming.
Look out! I'm on it!
contacts, Commander.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
The warehouse workers. All the real guards must be dead.
Stay back or we'll shoot.
I just killed 50 bodyguards to get in here. What do you think I'll do to you?
Screw Fist. He doesn't pay us enough for this.
Nice.
It would have been quicker to just kill them.
Shooting people isn't always the answer.
Finally had a renegade choice in the options to choose. That wasn't grayed out for me.
Enemy is everywhere!
Shields disabled.
Go, go, go!
Shields disabled.
Go, go, go! Wait! Don't kill me, I surrender!
Tell me where the Quarian is and I won't have to shoot you in the kneecaps.
She's not here. I don't know where she is. That's the truth.
He's no use to you now. Let me kill him.
Wait, I don't know where the Quarian is, but I know where you can find her. The Quarian isn't here. Said you'd only deal with the Shadow Broker himself.
Face to face? Impossible. Even I was hired through an agent.
Nobody meets the Shadow Broker, ever. Even I don't know his true identity. But she didn't know that. I told her I'd set a meeting up. But when she shows up, it'll be Saren's men waiting for her.
Tell me where that meeting is before I blow your lying head off.
Here on the wards, the back alley by the markets. She's supposed to meet them right now. You can make it if you hurry.
Drop the gun, Krogan.
The Shadow Broker paid me to kill him. I don't leave jobs half done.
Yeah, Ashley, sit down.
A lot of people died because of him. He had it coming. Now let's move. We have to save that Quarian.
I'm like, it's the Renegade thing to do, Ashley. We're playing Renegade Shepard here. Not, I care for everyone Shepard. Hey Godfather L, welcome on in. Young Australian Streamer of the Year, Master Rod, who has such grace he plays every race in this game set in space. If only he'd show his stream face. Welcome Godfather. Thanks for that rhyme. I hope things are going really, really good. Viewer, time to sleep lurk. Have a good stream, Rod. Thank you so much, viewer. I definitely will. Thank you so much for popping in and for chatting for a bit as well. Hope you have a really good sleep.
Over there.
Did you bring it?
Where's the Shadow Broker? Where's Fist?
They'll be here. Where's the evidence?
No way. The deal's off. Fist set me up. I knew I couldn't trust him.
You've got proof Saren is working with the Geth. Hand it over.
Not so fast. Who are you?
I don't have time for questions. I need the evidence you have against Saren.
I guess I owe you. But not out here in the open. We need to go somewhere safe.
The ambassador's office. It's safe there. He'll want to see this anyway.
You're not making my life easy, Shepard. Firefights in the wards, an all-out assault on Korra's den. Do you know how many... Who's this? A Quarian? What are you up to, Shepard?
Oh, I love this option here to say this to this dude. The Renegade way saves the day. I'm trained.
This Quarian can help us bring down Saren. I would have told you that if you hadn't jumped down my throat.
I apologize, Commander. This whole thing with Saren has me a bit on edge. Maybe we should just start at the beginning, Miss...
My name is Tali. Tali Zora Naraya.
We don't see many Quarians here. Why did you leave the flotilla?
I was on my pilgrimage. My rite of passage into adulthood.
Where's the proof you promised?
During my travels, I began hearing reports of Geth. Since they drove my people into exile, the Geth have never ventured beyond the Veil. I was curious. I tracked a patrol of Geth to an uncharted world. I waited for one to become separated from its unit. Then I disabled it and removed its memory core.
I thought the Geth fried their memory cores when they died. Some kind of defense mechanism.
What did you find out?
Most of the core was wiped clean, but I salvaged something from its audio banks.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack.
He said Eden Prime brought him one step closer to finding the conduit. Any idea what that means?
The conduit must have something to do with the beacon. Maybe it's some kind of Prothean technology. Like a weapon.
Wait, there's more. Saren wasn't working alone.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
I don't recognize that other voice, the one talking about Reapers.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
According to the memory core, the Reapers were a hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago. The Reapers hunted the Protheans to total extinction, and then they vanished. At least, that's what the Geth believe.
Sounds a little far-fetched.
The vision on Eden Prime. I understand it now. I saw the Protheans being wiped out by the Reapers.
The Geth revere the Reapers as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life. And they believe Saren knows how to bring the Reapers back.
The Council is just going to love this.
They won't believe you anyway. Just keep them out of this.
We have to tell them. Even if they don't believe anything else, this proves Saren is a traitor.
The Captain's right. We need to present this to the Council right away.
What about her? The Quarian?
My name is Tali. You saw me in the alley, Commander. You know what I can do. Let me come with you.
I thought you were on your pilgrimage.
The pilgrimage proves we are willing to give of ourselves for the greater good. what does it say about me if I turn my back on this? Saren is a danger to the entire galaxy. My pilgrimage can wait.
I think this is more than you can handle.
She's already survived a run-in with the Geth, Shepard, and we need all the help we can get. Take her with you. Anderson and I will go ahead to get things ready with the Council. Take a few minutes to collect yourself, then meet us in the tower.
Godfather, what are you having for dinner tonight? I'm just going to have some leftover lasagna that I have, because I love that stuff, and leftover lasagna is delicious. Harbinger, you don't have to always pick the bad guy option. Well, I want to pick the bad guy option because I'm playing a Renegade Shepard. So any dialogue, even if it's not actually considered Renegade in terms of like by the game, if there's some dialogue where Shepard can be an asshole to someone, I'm choosing it. Expose Saren Citadel. The Quarians evidence you no longer need Garrus. Well, I'm pretty sure from memory he is a character that you can actually add to your squad. So let's go and do this anyway. Alright, so let's go to the med clinic.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. Could you spare a moment of your time?
No. Not right now, anyway. I'm actually busy. Alright, so he could be somewhere, anywhere in this entire game map. In the year 2148, explorers on Mars discovered the remains of an ancient spacefaring civilization. In the decades that followed, these mysterious artifacts revealed startling new technologies, enabling travel to the furthest stars. The basis for this incredible technology was a force that controlled the very fabric of space and time. They called it the greatest discovery in human history. The civilizations of the galaxy call it Mass Effect. Thank you for redeeming that, Harbinger. It was so funny. It's ironic that you redeemed that as an Arnie impression, because when I first loaded the game up, but had forgotten you needed to choose the bottom option to create a custom shepherd, I read that out normally. But then when I started again, after realizing I had to choose the bottom option, after I'd actually sorted out what I wanted FemShep to look like, then when I read that again, I actually tried to read it all with the Arnie impression. So thanks for redeeming that as the Arnie impression for that reason too. I was able to actually, you know, say it all completely, because I wasn't able to when I actually did it on my own in the previous stream. Something I forgot to mention at the time, but something I've noticed with this game so far is when the other squad members get in front of me when I'm trying to shoot another enemy, it is very, very fucking distracting. So that's really only like one of the downsides I could say to this game so far, is that it just makes it confusing for me, and it just, like, it's like when you're trying to watch something and someone just sticks their head up right in front of you and you can't even see the screen. That's what it feels like when the other squad members in this game get in front of where I'm aiming it. Harbinger, I was asleep so it doesn't count. Yeah, Harbinger.
Celebrations are being planned for the anniversary of the end of the Rachni Wars. Many Council worlds, particularly Asari and Solarian colonies, will hold victory parades to commemorate the defeat of the invading Rachni. In a rare admission of debt,
Yeah, I've got them set to stick with me, but I didn't realize that meant going in front of me when I'm trying to shoot enemies as well.
Hello, Commander.
in light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case.
Harbinger elevators, like you said. Yeah. I imagine in the original version the loading screen's longer.
Hey, Commander Shepard. Good to see you again. Anything you need?
I have to go.
Right. You're probably real busy. Well, see you around, Commander.
Whatever, Officer Ling. Just shut up. FemShep doesn't care. Conversation's over.
It's even bigger than it looks.
How would you know?
I got a tour. One of 500 to see the Ascension from the inside out.
Really?
Took almost 6 hours and we only saw 1/10 of the ship. I even got to meet the commander.
Matriarch Ladanya. You met her?
Well, she addressed everyone on the tour, but I got pretty close to her.
Huh, just look at that ship. You'd have to be stupid to mess with that.
Very true. She's got almost as much firepower as the rest of the Asari fleet combined.
Hopefully, she'll never need to use it.
Best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
Let's see if there's any comments from anyone about what happened in Cora's Den. It's like, gee, they really fixed up this place quickly after that big shootout, didn't they? Yeah, they sure did.
I got business here, but not with you.
I'll give you some business in a second.
Go away. Let me drink your piece.
Fine, drink yourself to death. See if I care. Oh, and everyone in the club, PS. There, have a nice day. That's how we leave a establishment as a renegade. We just shoot our way out. Even though no one bats an eye about that. Must be an everyday occurrence. Through that whole fight, this keeper would have just been like, do 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 do. Birdie Gertie, Mr. Birdie, put the birdie in the Gertie. Birdie Gertie. Tutti frutti, Mr. Birdie. Gertie Gertie Birdie.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
So how are you liking your posting at the Academy?
It's good. Busy, though. I can't believe how many people you get coming in from the wards.
Yeah, it's the busiest station on the Citadel. You'll never get bored.
I guess not, but you could still use a few more men.
That's why we brought you here.
Sure, but there's still way more complaints than the officers can handle.
That's just life near the wards, kid. You'll get used to it.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable...
How can I be of assistance to you today, EarthClan?
Tell me more about your job.
Galactic finance is incredibly complex. A mix of laws and regulations from dozens of interstellar economies. I'm an expert in how all these economies interact. For a fee, I share my expertise. I also offer premium services for those clients who need someone to conduct business without drawing unwanted attention. Discreet and efficient. That's my motto.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
Most people think I deal in finances, but my real currency is knowledge. I trade information, and it has made me very wealthy. But the Shadow Broker is the true master. Every day he buys and sells secrets that could topple governments, always giving them to the highest bidder. Yet somehow he never seems to upset the natural balance of power. All those secrets being passed around seem to even out. Nobody ends up with an advantage in the end.
What's it like living here on the Citadel?
The station is without a doubt the greatest wonder in the galaxy. It is a technological marvel, but its true splendor goes much deeper than the hull and engines. From the Presidium to the wards, the entire station is a testament to the success of the Council. All the species of Citadel spaced together in a single strong community.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Commander, it is good to see you.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. Commander.
Show me your items.
Oh.
I went fairly often when it was still the Arcos.
Yeah, ever since Fist took over, I don't go anymore.
It seems like all the best lounges are being replaced by places like Cora's Den.
The Embassy Lounge isn't bad, but they don't have any decent entertainment.
It's run by bureaucrats. They probably spend months just voting on what kind of entertainment to get.
You're probably right.
Few are ever asked to aid Shaira. It's quite an honor.
I think I'm done here.
Of course. Come back anytime.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. Could you spare a moment of your time?
Since a lot of time has passed since I last spoke to the bartender, this time I'm actually going to ask for a drink.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
What have you got?
Information, mostly. Would you like to know about some points of interest nearby?
Goodbye.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
I came to you, you being the bartender, for a fucking drink. Where is it? Why does he think I even walked up to him to talk to him? To ask him how his day was? Renegade Shepard ain't got no time to actually talk when she wants a drink. It's like, just give me a drink.
Shepard, what can I do for you now?
Tell me about your investigation into Saren.
Sorry, Commander. I don't make a habit of giving out details about ongoing investigations.
Then can you tell me what you know about Garrus?
Garrus Vicarian? Good officer, very good in fact. But he needs to learn some patience. You'd think an officer of the law would be a bit more mindful of rules and regulations. Was there anything else?
Tell me about your investigation.
Sorry, Commander. I don't make a habit of giving out details about...
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
Alright, Palin. Alright then. Keep your secrets. I don't know if someone's already done it before, but I could imagine that scene being different in Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, where when Frodo asks Gandalf about what's going on, instead of even responding, Gandalf just basically uses a magic spell to kill Frodo and make him go flying off into the distance, and then you cut to Gandalf doing that laugh thing, and then that's the end of the video. And then it just cuts to him just riding off.
Shepard, could you spare a moment of your time?
Using the part in the movie, in the scene where Frodo's already ran off and Gandalf's going off on his own. But put that at the end of when Frodo's been killed by Gandalf, and then Gandalf laughs in that close-up. And then cut to him just going away. The end.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. Could you spare a moment of your time?
Continually asking me the same fucking question isn't going to make me actually interact with you yet, so shut up. Renegade Shepard has other business to attend to right now.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. Could you
Ah,
spare a moment of
Samesh.
your time?
Shut up for a moment. Jeez. It's like, I get it, game. There's a character that wants to speak to our character, but I don't care about that right now. It's not a mission priority. Citadel Rapid Transit. Please choose a Citadel Rapid Transit destination. Hurry the fuck up, please. Just imagine a shop where you walk in and it's all AI people working there. And if you don't spend any money, they're still nice to you, but they say next time don't come in until you're actually going to spend something. Or maybe someone could hack the AI to say that, to troll people. Thank you for coming in to the store. Next time, fuckface, buy something. Next time you turn up and you don't have any money, we will kill you. You'll be terminated. Have a nice day.
No, I'm waiting to... Commander?
No, you're waiting to Commander. That sentence doesn't make sense. Unless you said it like this, I'm waiting to Commander.
Saren would already be in custody if you'd gone straight to the council with your information.
A lone Quarian with no credentials? The council would laugh me out of the chambers. That is, if Saren hadn't killed me by then.
Hey there, hippie. Welcome to you, dude. It is indeed I. How's things going? That is elevator music, yeah. Yeah, it's funny, earlier I was kind of like doing a rendition of the elevator music from the James Bond game GoldenEye. Because that music made me think of other elevator music I've heard, and then made me think of GoldenEye. Alright, time to Google something. Okay, so that's good. I just googled about Garrus, and because we went with Rex, Garrus will actually be near the Normandy and will ask if he can join. Alright, so now that I know that that's actually where Garrus is right now, return to the tower in the Presidium. There we go. Hippie, yeah, this game has a funny undertone apart from the seriousness. Yeah, it really does, and I like how if you choose the option, and sometimes there's dialogue options too that aren't Renegade but will still have, you know, funny aspects to them. But some of the Renegade dialogue so far, some doesn't seem like Renegade dialogue even though I'm choosing the bottom option. Like for example, there was an earlier mission where we had a dude who was using this device to cheat at that gambling game, and I spoke to him and he wanted help, so I accepted help. But in my way of thinking, because I'm playing Renegade Shepard, because the dude didn't mention how much he would pay us for the job, I instead went to the dude who runs the casino and actually gave him the device. And the dude who runs the casino gave me some free credits to use, and I actually utilized that, and I actually managed to win some money. So I was satisfied with that outcome. And then when I went to the quest giver, who was the dude who was wanting to cheat at the game, I told him that I just gave it away, and he's like, "That was years worth of work," and I was like, "Ha, sucker," and then just walked off. So I don't know how much money he would have paid me if I actually went through and did the mission for him, but the fact that I was given some free uses of the gambling game in this game that allows you to win in-game credits, I did that instead and managed to win quite a bit of money, so that was good. So that was satisfactory enough. But also there was another character I was talking to, and they mentioned money for something, and I chose the bottom option, and it was related to answering their question, right? And the response that was given to that character when I chose the Renegade option was pretty mild and positive. And I'm like, what? I would have been like, look, just shut up about the other information. I want to know how much you're going to pay me. That's something I was expecting, or something along the lines I was expecting for Shepard to say with the Renegade option, but that didn't happen. I was like, oh, okay. That's not much of a Renegade response. So that message, I need to edit it now, because when I first started this playthrough, not having played any of the games before, I wasn't sure if I was going to like it. And just in case I didn't like it, I wanted to make sure that I was doing a type of playthrough that would allow me to at least have some kind of interest in continuing playing the game. Not that I would actually stop the playthrough if I didn't end up liking it. I would have kept on playing it till I got the game done. But I wasn't sure how I would actually feel about the game, and I'm actually really enjoying it. So now I know that I'm enjoying it. I don't need to have that message like that. So let's edit it. Alright. And I've already decided I'm actually not going to jump straight into Mass Effect 2. The reason being, as much as I know that people who are watching me play Mass Effect, especially those who know that I actually like it now, would be expecting me to jump straight into Mass Effect 2. But because I'm doing so much in this playthrough, and it's probably going to take a month or more to go through it, I want to make sure that I'm not burning myself out on the series by jumping straight into 2 and then 3. I know Andromeda exists, but I'm just going to leave that as a game to maybe play in the future. But I know its reputation, and I've seen it being played, and it doesn't look that good. But in any case, I'm going to be playing through the trilogy, but not back to back. So I will be playing a different game. So now I can edit this message that pops up in chat to say that I won't be jumping straight into Mass Effect 2, that there'll probably be a game or two in between as well. I don't know what that game is yet, but I'm leaning towards Alien Isolation, but that might change as I get closer to finishing this first Mass Effect. Alrighty then, so that message is now edited. So where it used to say, based on how I feel about the game, that I may decide to play Mass Effect 2 and 3 back to back or take a break between each game with a different game. When it pops up again, it will now say, after completing the game, I'll be taking a break with another game or two before jumping into Mass Effect 2. There we go. Now that I've got that sorted. Hippie, your brain has too much Assassin's Creed imprint. You forget you can't jump over into the water there. That's true, yep. Can't jump over into the water. Probably will be some spots, I imagine, in the game with water planets, or planets that have water on them where you can sort of go through that. But yeah, as far as like these parts, you can't really. Although you can go into this, but this is not water, but still. Alien Isolation is a great game. It really is, Hippie. Usually I play that every October, but some years I actually play it more than once in that year. So even if I don't play Alien Isolation as the next game after Mass Effect, it's still a game that I'll probably do a playthrough of before October.
No, I'm waiting to speak with one of the Councilor's assistants.
But it's such a great game on its own. You know, it's a great you know, sci-fi horror game. It's a great like survival horror game. There's a lot of really intense moments, and the thing about it is you don't have to have any knowledge about the Alien movies to actually enjoy it. And if you do end up enjoying it, even though it's actually set in between Alien and then the sequel Aliens, even if you play Alien Isolation first and it makes you curious to watch the movies and you go back and watch Alien 1, due to what happens in Alien Isolation, it will actually make you be like, oh cool, we actually get to see Amanda's mother in action. And so it'll work that way too. But yeah, it's a great survival horror game on its own, but it is also an excellent story set in the Alien universe that really acts as a great in-between story between Alien and the movie Aliens.
Come on. Udina's presenting the Quarians' evidence to the Council.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
You wanted proof? There it is.
This evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador. Saren will be stripped of his Spectre status, and all efforts will be made to bring him in to answer for his crimes.
I recognize the other voice, the one speaking with Saren. Matriarch Benezia.
Who is she?
Matriarchs are powerful Asari who have entered the final stage of their lives. Revered for their wisdom and experience, they serve as guides and mentors to my people. Matriarch Benezia is a powerful biotic, and she had many followers. She will make a formidable ally for Saren.
I'm more interested in the Reapers. What do you know about them?
Only what was extracted from the Geth's memory core. The Reapers were an ancient race of machines that wiped out the Protheans. Then they vanished.
The Geth believe the Reapers are gods, and Saren is the prophet for their return.
We think the conduit is the key to bringing them back. Saren's searching for it. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Do we even know what this conduit is?
Saren thinks it can bring back the Reapers. That's bad enough.
Listen to what you're saying. Saren wants to bring back the machines that wiped out all life in the galaxy? Impossible. It has to be. Where did the Reapers go? Why did they vanish? How come we found no trace of their existence? If they were real, we'd have found something.
I tried to warn you about Saren and you refused to face the truth. Don't make the same mistake again.
This is different. You proved Saren betrayed the Council. We all agree he's using the Geth to search for the conduit, but we don't really know why.
The Reapers are obviously just a myth, Commander. A convenient lie to cover Saren's true purpose. A legend he is using to bend the Geth to his will.
50,000 years ago, the Reapers wiped out all galactic civilization. If Saren finds the conduit, it will happen again.
Saren is a rogue agent on the run for his life. He no longer has the rights or resources of a Spectre. The Council has stripped him of his position.
That is not good enough. You know he's hiding somewhere in the Traverse. Send your fleet in!
A fleet cannot track down one man.
A Citadel fleet could secure the entire region. Keep the Geth from attacking any more of our colonies.
Or it could trigger a war with the Terminus systems. We won't be dragged into a galactic confrontation over a few dozen human colonies.
I can take Saren down.
The commander's right. There is a way to stop Saren that doesn't require fleets or armies.
No! It's too soon. Humanity is not ready for the responsibilities that come with joining the Spectres.
So even though that middle option I chose isn't the actual Renegade option, I felt that fit a bit better there actually. Because to me, Renegade Shepard would be like, pfft, army. You don't need an army. You just need me. That kind of attitude. Hippie, have you watched Breaking Bad? I haven't actually, no. But I've heard great things about it and the spin-off Better Call Saul as well. And I've seen some clips and that from it. I don't know the names of the characters, but there's a character who was in one episode where there's two other people with him, and one is actually Stephen Ogg, who plays Trevor in GTA 5. And basically, there's a job that they want done, and Stephen Ogg's character doesn't believe that this old guy is actually going to be good enough, you know. But then he gets shown the error of his ways. I know the actor though, Jonathan Banks is the name of the actor who plays the old man, or the old character. I don't know what the character's name is though. But Jonathan Banks, the first thing I saw him in was Beverly Hills Cop. He actually plays one of the henchmen of the main villain in that.
I faced Saren on Eden Prime and exposed him for a traitor. I've proven myself.
Commander Shepard, step forward. It is the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance Branch of the Citadel.
Spectres are not trained, but chosen. Individuals forged in the fire of service and battle. Those whose actions elevate them above the rank and file.
Spectres are an ideal, a symbol, the embodiment of courage, determination, and self-reliance. They are the right hand of the Council, instruments of our will.
Spectres bear a great burden. They are protectors of galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense. The safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold.
You are the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species.
Naturally, we're going to choose the about time, because Renegade Shepard is like, look, you've wasted my time all this time to actually make me part of the Spectre elite, so it's about damn time. Hippie, Jonathan Banks has a really good role. Yeah, the little I've seen of that role he has in that show has made me think that he's such a great character as well. Because I've seen some other clips. What's the name of Shepard's senior? Captain Anderson? And he's voiced by Keith David.
I've been ready for this since Eden Prime.
We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend or eliminate him.
I'll find him.
This meeting of the Council is adjourned.
Congratulations, Commander.
We've got a lot of work to do, Shepard. You're going to need a ship, a crew, supplies.
You'll get access to special equipment and training now. You should go down to the CSEC Academy and speak to the Spectre Requisitions Officer.
Anderson, come with me. I'll need your help to set all this up.
Bastard didn't even thank you.
He's got a lot on his mind. Come on.
Right behind you, Shepard.
I wish Shepard said, it's not a big fucking deal, come on. Shut up about it, let's go, you know. Something along those lines. Okay, Spectre bonus. Spectre training talent unlocked.
300 years ago, the Geth drove my people into exile. We asked the Council to wipe the synthetics out, but they ignored our pleas.
Maybe if they listened, we wouldn't be here now.
I love doing this in this game because no one reacts to that at all or says anything. When that happens, it's just like, oh yeah, Shepard's just shooting everyone again. No big deal. Let's get back to our conversations.
No, I just want to... Congratulations on becoming the first human Spectre, Commander. I'm certain you'll be up to the challenge.
This is the Renegade option, but it seems a bit silly to ask this because the Council aren't whispering when they say shit like what they said, and he's very close to where they were saying it, so we're gonna go with, who are you?
Sorry, I don't think we've met.
My name is Admiral Kahoku. It's about time the Alliance got one of our own in with the Spectres. We need people like you to deal with our problems.
Is something wrong, Admiral?
I'm getting stonewalled by bureaucratic assholes. Nothing new. Maybe you can help me, Shepard. One of my recon teams was investigating some strange activity out in the Traverse. We lost contact yesterday. Now I can't get clearance to check it out. Suddenly it's a restricted area. But that doesn't apply to you, Shepard. Spectres can go anywhere they want. You could find out why my team dropped out of contact.
I'll look for them if I have time.
Well, that's more than most will commit to. I'm gonna stay here and see if I can find anything out through official channels. Won't hold my breath, though. I'll upload the info on where my team was last seen to your ships. Maybe you can get some answers. No, I haven't spoken to him before. This is the first time I've requested an audience.
He's okay. I'm on a break. Talk to someone else if you need anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
Maybe I can help.
Well, maybe you can. You're a soldier, right? You ever head out to the Traverse?
I'm not just some soldier. I'm a Spectre.
A Spectre? I heard they were thinking about letting humans into the ranks. About time. Well, that means you can go anywhere you want, right? Even out into the Traverse? My brother's the captain of a ship called the Majesty. It was crossing the Traverse a few days ago when it disappeared. Just dropped right off the grid. And that usually means one of two things. They had massive mechanical failure, or they were attacked.
Any idea why someone would attack them?
Privateers, slavers, mercs looking for an easy score. There's a lot of nasty sorts out in the Traverse. I won't give up on my brother. Not yet. I've got the coordinates for the last transmission from his vessel.
What's in this for me?
I can't afford to pay you anything. If I had that kind of cash, I'd have hired a recovery team to track him down already. Maybe you could look into this as a personal favor, you know? We humans have to stick together.
If I wasn't doing a playthrough where I wanted to do as many side quests as possible, I'd be like, fine, fuck you then, goodbye. Not gonna pay. Kind of reaction.
What kind of ship was it?
Don't let the name fool you. The Majesty's just a small trading vessel, only a handful of crew. But he kept it in good condition. I don't think mechanical failure is too likely. But they don't have any real weapons or shields. If anyone did come after them, the Majesty'd be a sitting duck.
Isn't anyone else looking into this?
My brother's just a small independent trader. Ships like his disappear in the Traverse all the time.
Give me the coordinates.
I'll forward them to your ship right away. Please let me know as soon as you find them.
In other news, Exogeny Corp is still denying reports that one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why communication with the survey team was suddenly cut off last week, company officials refused to comment.
Greetings, Earth Clan. I believe congratulations are in order, Commander Shepard. You are the first human to join the Spectres, yes?
It's no big deal.
Don't underestimate this opportunity, Commander. You have a chance to do great things for the Earth Clan. Perform well and your species may soon be asked to join the Council. There is no greater honor in the galaxy. A word of warning, however. The eyes of the entire galaxy are on you now. Some of them are hoping you will fail. Be careful, Commander.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Few are ever asked to aid Shaira. It's quite an honor.
I think I'm done here.
Of course. Come back anytime.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. Could you spare a moment of your time?
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
Is there something else I can help you with, Commander?
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
Commander Shepard, my name is Samesh Bhatia. Forgive the intrusion, but I have nowhere else to turn.
A lot of people want my help these days. What makes you special?
My wife was a Marine. She was in the 212 on Eden Prime. I've requested that my wife's body be returned to me for cremation, but the military has refused my request.
Why did they refuse your request? There's got to be some reason.
I don't know. All I know is that they have declared it impossible for my wife to be returned to me.
If I wasn't doing this side quest as part of the playthrough, I'd be like, this is pointless, fuck you, and then goodbye. True Renegade style. But within the framework of playing as a Renegade, and wanting to do all the side quests. We'll go with this.
We'll look into it.
The man in charge of my case is Mr. Bosker. When I last saw him, he was in the expensive bar over there. Thank you for your time. I just want to give my wife a proper funeral, and the respect she deserves.
Strange greeting, human. This is really not a good time.
You seem distressed. Is there something?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you?
What did this
I
Asari do?
cannot speak more about this.
Where can I find this Asari?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices are easy enough to spot.
That's weird. Somewhere along the line I must have reloaded a save before I'd spoken to him, because we've already got that dialogue before.
Surprised welcome. You have returned, human. Genuine inquiry. What may I do for you this day?
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
The EarthClan Spectre has returned to speak with me.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, EarthClan.
The way that that guy speaks and the tone reminds me of in A New Hope, Star Wars A New Hope, in the scene where Moff Tarkin comes in and he's followed by Darth Vader, and there's that dude who is like very skeptical of Darth Vader's like power, and you know, it hasn't given you enough clairvoyance to conjure up the data tapes. And then he starts getting choked. And Tarkin's like, Vader, enough, release him. As you wish. Anyway, that character seemed to have the same kind of tone that that character had in that movie, in that scene. It's like, goodbye, EarthClan. Like, I'll give you EarthClan in a second. Alright, so this is probably on the way to the next main mission, which I don't want to do yet.
Hello again. Can I help you?
Just passing through.
Enjoy your time here at Flux.
best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
Welcome back, EarthClan. Will you be needing supplies?
I think I'll be going.
As you say, EarthClan. Good day to you.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop.
Goodbye.
Human. Yes, all right then. Good tidings to you, human.
Harbinger finally finished the 100% run in Shadow of the Tomb Raider. 20 hours for the first playthrough, 68%, and 43 for the second, 100%. Now you just have the last DLC tomb to do. That is amazing progress, Harbinger. That's excellent as well. Congratulations on getting that. Because I'll be doing my annual series of Tomb Raider earlier this year too, this time around I will get to doing Shadow of the Tomb Raider to 100%. I had to abandon that because I only had one stream day left. I needed to get the playthrough finished before the year ended to count as an annual 2022 playthrough. So I just finished off the story, the main story, and then that was it. But this year, I'll be able to actually do 100% with that game.
Go away. Let me drink.
I got business here, but not with you.
Sit down, patron, before I put you down. I'm glad I actually came back to this spot to collect that.
I need those supplies for my clinic. I can't.
You can and you will, or your story won't stay secret for long. Don't disappoint me, Doctor.
Oh, Commander Shepard. I didn't see you come in.
Every time I come in here, I see someone threatening you. Who was that?
Someone from my past. I can take care of it.
Just tell me what's going on.
I was fired by my previous employer for giving out free medical supplies to clinics like this. They never filed any charges. They just wanted me to leave without any fuss. But somebody must have found out. Now they are blackmailing me. I have to give them what they want. If the board finds out about my past, I could lose my license. They'll shut my clinic down.
You'll have to handle this one on your own.
I understand. It's my problem. I can take care of it.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander. Nice talking to you. Commander, I'm a bit busy right now with... excuse me, please.
Give me the details. I'll deal with this guy who's threatening you.
I have to give some of my medical supplies to a merchant in the markets. They expect delivery today.
Give me your contact's name. I'll deal with this guy, whoever he is.
Deal with him? But won't they expose my past?
They won't bother you again. I guarantee it.
I see. Maybe it's better if I don't know anymore. I was told to speak with a merchant named Morlan, down in the markets. I really appreciate this, Commander. Thank you.
You're a doctor.
I chose to keep the medical tradition alive.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander. Nice talking to you.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. You want many good supplies, yes?
You were expecting a delivery of medical supplies.
But I was told the doctor would be bringing them.
Things have changed, Morlan.
A change, but the doctor... I don't... This is not right, human.
Shut up, Morlan. I told Baines you'd screw this up. What the hell's going on here? Who are you?
Leave the doctor alone, or you'll have to deal with me.
We can end this if you just bring me those supplies. Otherwise, I'll start telling people about the doctor's little secret.
Her secret stays buried, or I bury you.
Hey, hold on! I'm just the middleman here. This is way more than I bargained for.
Thank you, human. It is good to see him humbled so.
What do you know about Baines?
I have never met him, human. I only worked with the one who spoke with the doctor.
What do you know about Baines?
I have never met him, human. I only worked...
Goodbye.
Yes, all right then. Good tidings to you, human.
It's so good to have enough points now to start using those renegade options. Welcome back, Hippie. Just had another part where I could actually use a renegade option to convince a character the error of their ways. He's like, hey, hold on, I'm just the middleman here. This is more than I bargained for. You're going to say Captain Anderson looks like Gustavo Fring. Gustavo Fring. Ah, I see, yes. Yes, the character in, isn't he in, oh yeah, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, Giancarlo Esposito. I actually saw a movie of his when he was younger. It was directed by Spike Lee, but I can't, and he was in it as well. And, there was a pizza shop owner, and, there was this guy who would, go around with a, I think he had something, like a What did they call it back then? Like a boom box or something? I can't remember the name of the movie though. But he was in that. Actually, come to think of it, along with the actor who played Robbie in the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies, he was the dude that worked at the Daily Planet. Not the Daily Planet. Fucking hell, Rod. The Daily Bugle. Jesus fucking Christ.
Commander, how did things go?
That's it, Hibby. Yeah, jukebox. I think.
He won't be bothering you anymore.
Really? That's a great relief, Commander. Thank you. I can't pay you for your help, but I can give you a discount on any supplies you purchase here.
That'll be good enough.
The thug said he worked for a man named Baines. Sound familiar?
Baines? I wonder if he means Armiston Baines. We worked together a long time ago.
What can you tell me about him?
Last I heard, the Alliance military was contracting him for some research in the Traverse.
What about your captain?
We'll see what the captain can tell us.
I wish I could tell you more. Is there anything else I can help you with, Commander?
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander. Nice talking to you.
Word on the street is that you've been busy. Congratulations on taking down Fist. I was sure he was a big player in anything going on here. Did you find anything in his office that could help me?
These OSDs might have the information you're looking for.
You've got Fist's files? This could be even bigger than I'd hoped. Here, Commander, for your trouble.
Ooh, you bet your ass I'm going to choose this option. You owe me more.
I had to kill people for these discs. They're worth more than you're offering.
I didn't tell you to kill Fist. But you're right. I suppose that I did ask you to help me, so... Here, this should be more than adequate. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should go see what's on these discs.
Well then, 720 for that instead of whatever it was. I wish the game actually tells you what the first amount was that the character was going to give you. But there we go. That's the Renegade way of getting more money out of someone. Go to the Sparta system. Madness. Madness? This is Sparta system. Hey there, Code. Welcome. Nice helm, Krogan. Thank you, Code. Yeah, I still haven't really settled upon who I would want to be as my squad in this, but I want to make sure I've got all available squad members to actually choose from. So when it came to either working with Garrus or Rex, I actually went the Rex route, but I read that Garrus will actually approach you when you're on your way back to the Normandy and ask to be a part of your squad, and you can say yes or no there. So I want to actually bring him on board. Nice, so I have 11 points now. Renegade's getting a little bit better. Nice. Now we can intimidate much higher. That's cool. I'm glad that this expanded, because I wasn't sure. You bet your ass I'm getting all this. Motivated buyer. Receives twice as many extra credits when selling items to stores. Excellent. There we go. So we've filled all that up until now. So that's good. Now it might mean that I can actually do some of these other side quests I was going to leave till later. So that works out well. Afro, go ahead and intimidate me. Oh dear. How's it going? Okay, it's been a while since I actually listened to any of these codex things about stuff.
The Asari, the second species to join, roughly 50,000. The Elcor are a citadel species native to the high-gravity world Dakuna. They are massive creatures, standing on 4 muscular legs for increased stability. Elcor move slowly, an evolved response to an environment where a fall can be lethal. This has colored their psychology, making them deliberate and conservative. Elcor's speech is ponderous and monotone. Among themselves, scent, slight movements, and sub-vocalized infrasound convey shades of meaning that make a human smile seem as subtle as a fireworks display. Since their subtlety can lead to misunderstandings with other species, the Elcor often go out of their way to clarify when they are being sarcastic, amused, or angry. Dakuna's high gravity impedes mountain formation. Most of the world consists of flat, open plains, which prehistoric Elcor wandered across in small family bands. Modern Elcor still prefer open sky, and can become restless and uncomfortable on long starship journeys.
Afro, good? Meh. College projects need to write like 100 pages? Oh no, Afro. Damn. That can definitely be daunting, but also annoying and frustrating at the same time too. Code, the early Mass Effect games are riddled with possible companions, and then they are possible to drop under a bus or two in moment's notice. Yeah, like, I don't like that character anymore. Here, you go in and do this situation, or here, I don't care if you die. Go ahead.
The Geth are a human. The Hanar are... When the Krogan evolved in a hostile and vicious environment. Until the invention of gunpowder weapons, eaten by predators was still the #1 cause of Krogan fatalities. Afterwards, it was death by gunshot. When the Solarians discovered them, the Krogan were a brutal, primitive species, struggling to survive a self-inflicted nuclear winter. The Solarians culturally uplifted them, teaching them to use and build modern technology, so they could serve as soldiers in the Rachni War. Liberated from the harsh conditions of their homeworld, the quick-breeding Krogan experienced an unprecedented population explosion. They began to colonize nearby worlds. Even though these worlds were already inhabited, the Krogan rebellions lasted nearly a century, only ending when the Turians unleashed the Genophage, a Solarian-developed bioweapon that crushed all Krogan resistance. The Genophage makes only 1 in 1,000 pregnancies viable, and today, the Krogan are a slowly dying breed. Understandably, the Krogan harbor a grudge against all other species, especially the Turians.
Yeah. That's the thing, Afro, you know. Yeah, pretty much it seems like, Hippie. They want him to publish a book.
Driven from their home system by the Geth nearly 3 centuries ago, most Quarians now live aboard the Migrant Fleet, a flotilla of 50,000 vessels ranging in size from passenger shuttles to mobile space stations. Home to 17 million Quarians, the flotilla understandably has scarce resources. Because of this, each Quarian must go on a rite of passage known as the Pilgrimage when they come of age. They leave the fleet and only return once they have found something of value they can bring back to their people. Other species tend to look down on the Quarians for creating the Geth, and for the negative impact their fleet has when it enters a system. This has led to many myths and rumors about the Quarians, including the belief that underneath their clothes and breathing masks, they are actually cybernetic creatures, a combination of organic and synthetic parts. After the Geth, Pharos is a habitable. Noveria is a cool, rocky world with most of its hydrosphere locked up in massive glaciers. A privately chartered colony world, the planet is owned by the Noveria Development Corporation Holding Company. The NDC is funded by investment capital from 24 high-technology development firms and administrated by an executive board representing their interests. The investors built remote hot labs in isolated locations across Noveria's surface. These facilities are used for research too dangerous or controversial to be performed elsewhere, as Noveria is technically not part of Citadel space and therefore exempt from Council law. By special arrangement, Citadel's special tactics and reconnaissance agents have been granted extraterritorial privileges, but it remains to be seen how committed the Executive Board is to that principle. Given its unique situation, it is understandable that Noveria is often implicated in all manner of wild conspiracy theories. Biotics is the... An artificial intelligence is a... Biotics is the... An artificial intelligence is a self-aware computing system capable of learning and independent decision-making. Creation of a conscious AI requires adaptive code, a slow, expensive education, and a specialized quantum computer called a blue box. An AI cannot be transmitted across a communication channel or computer network. Without its blue box, an AI is no more than data files. Loading these files into a new blue box will create a new personality, as variations in the quantum hardware and runtime results create unpredictable variations. The Geth serve as a cautionary tale against the dangers of rogue AI, and in Citadel space, they are technically illegal. Advocacy groups argue, however, that an AI is a living, conscious entity, deserving the same rights as organics. They argue that continued use of the term artificial is institutionalized racism on the part of organic life. The term synthetic is considered the politically correct alternative.
Hey there, Fuller. Welcome to you. Code, that must be the origins of rocket launcher Geth gun in Deus Ex. It quite possibly could be, Code. You know, a secret connection between Mass Effect and Deus Ex.
A virtual intelligence is an advanced form of user interface software. VIs use a variety of methods to simulate natural conversation, including an audio interface and an avatar personality to interact with. Although a VI can provide a convincing emulation of sentience, they are not self-aware, nor can they learn or take independent action. VIs are used as operating systems on commercial and home computers. Minimal VI agents are also available. Agents are compact and specialized. Some serve as personal secretaries, filtering calls and scheduling meetings based on user-defined priorities. Others are advanced search engines, propagating themselves across the extranet to collate user-requested data. Commercial VIs in a variety of stock personalities are available at any software retailer. Boutique firms and hobbyists also build unique VIs to personal specification. Although software emulation of living personalities is illegal, reconstructions of famous historical figures are common. When subjected to an electrical current, the rare material dubbed Element Zero, or EZO, emits a dark energy field that raises or lowers the mass of all objects within it. This mass effect is used in countless ways, from generating artificial gravity to manufacturing high-strength construction materials. It is most prominently used to enable faster-than-light space travel. EZO is generated when solid matter, such as a planet, is affected by the energy of a star going supernova. The material is common in the asteroid debris that orbits neutron stars and pulsars. These are dangerous places to mine, requiring extensive use of robotics, telepresence, and shielding to survive the incredible radiation from the dead star. Only a few major corporations can afford the setup costs required to work these primary sources. Humanity discovered refined Element Zero at the Prothean Research Station on Mars, allowing them to create Mass Effect fields and develop FTL travel.
Faster than light. Fuller, so what build of Vanguard are you playing? Well, this is actually my first playthrough of any Mass Effect game ever, even not the original versions. I have actually watched these games being played from start to finish. My friend Saint Ravage, who also streams, he played through the games. But having said that, though, I wasn't remembering every single thing from them. So some of this will be new and others won't, but I settled upon playing a Renegade because when I started the playthrough I wasn't sure if I'd like the game. So if I didn't end up liking it, I was thinking that if I at least play it as a Renegade, then that will make things interesting for me to keep on going through the game until I finished if I didn't like it. But it wasn't long before I realized that I actually do like this game a lot. So based on that, I've decided that I'll still be playing as a Renegade for the whole playthrough. But I will be playing through Mass Effect 2 and 3. However, I won't be jumping straight into Mass Effect 2 though, because what I want to do is I want to make sure that I don't get burned out on the series at all, but at the very least not so early. So I'm going to actually play a different game or two between playthroughs of Mass Effect 1 and 2, and then that way that'll let the experience of Mass Effect 1 sort of like still be there, you know, and all that type of stuff. And then when I jump into Mass Effect 2, I'll be feeling fresh and just be able to, you know, not feel like I'm burnt out. So that's how I'm going to play it. But yeah, Renegade is being really fun, and in this stream I finally unlocked the ability to actually choose one of the options in red, and I've done that a couple of times now, and it is very, very satisfying. Like most recently I finished off the side quest where you have that journalist, and when the journalist actually gets the information that she wants, you can actually choose to get more money by choosing the red option of Renegade if you have enough Renegade points. So I chose that naturally, so we could get more money. Hibby, am I a tattoo guy? I'm not actually a tattoo guy, no. I don't even have one myself. I'm not against tattoos or people who actually have them, so the only reason I don't have a tattoo myself is because it's not really something that I've been like, you know what, I really need to get this done, kind of thing. If I were to get one though, most likely it would be the Assassin's logo from Assassin's Creed.
Element Zero can increase or decrease the mass of a volume of space-time when subjected to an electrical current. With a positive current, mass is increased. With a negative current, mass is decreased. The stronger the current, the greater the magnitude of the dark energy mass effect. In space, low-mass fields allow FTL travel and inexpensive surface-to-orbit transit. High-mass fields create artificial gravity and push space debris away from vessels. In manufacturing, low-mass fields permit the creation of evenly blended alloys, while high-mass compaction creates dense, sturdy construction materials. The military makes extensive use of mobility-enhancing technologies, with Mass Effect utilizing fighting vehicles standard frontline issue in most military forces. Mass Effect fields are also essential in the creation of kinetic barriers or shields to protect against enemy fire.
Yeah, Hippie. So if I were, that's probably what I would get. And in terms of size, I wouldn't get something that is, you know, really huge. Like I wouldn't get it on my back or anything. But if I were, probably on the same hand that the majority of assassins use their hidden blade with, which I think is the left, come to think of it. And then probably have it on the wrist, either under or over. Probably under, I'd say. Fully, your comment was an attempt at a joke that everyone picks the Vanguard class as its OP in the later games. Ah, I got you now, Fuller, yeah. Yeah, so there's Vanguard. So what is that actually, Fuller? Is that like something that when you're starting the game off, you choose that? Or is it something that is just a playstyle?
Mass relays are feats of Prothean engineering advanced far beyond the technology of any living species. They are enormous structures scattered throughout the stars, and can create corridors of virtually mass-free space, allowing instantaneous transit between locations separated by years or even centuries of travel using conventional FTL drives. Primary mass relays can propel ships thousands of light years, often from one spiral arm of the galaxy to another. However, they have fixed one-to-one connections. A primary relay connects to one other primary relay and nowhere else. Secondary relays can only propel ships across a few hundred light years. However, they are omnidirectional. A secondary relay can send a ship to any other relay within its limited range. There are many dormant primary relays whose corresponding twins have not yet been located. These are left inactive until their partner is charted, as established civilizations are unwilling to blindly open a passage that might connect them to a hostile species.
It's funny where it says there are many dormant primary relays whose corresponding twins have not yet been located. It made me think of this movie, and it has the actor Rutger Hauer in it. If anyone's played the game called Observer, he actually plays the main character in this, but he's much older by that point when he did that game. But he played the main character in Observer, I mean, not in this, as in Mass Effect, but he played the main character in Observer. And one of his movies that he did earlier was called Wedlock. And it was set in the future, and he was put on a prison, but each person had a special thing around their neck. And the thing was, each person was actually connected to another prisoner, but no one knew who their quote-unquote twin was. So the idea would be that if you tried to escape, not only will you be getting your head blown off, but you'll be blowing off the head of some other prisoner who you don't even know who it is, kind of thing. And that actually just made me think of that movie. Which also makes me think of the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, The Running Man, in which there are prisoners who have things around their necks, and if they go beyond a certain point, their head will blow off. Fuller class. There is a soldier, default, vanguard, adept, engineer, etc. They are different mixes of combat, biotic, and tech abilities. I got you now, Fuller. I got you. Yeah, so I went with soldier when it came to that decision. I also went with the backstory where Shepard's parents were killed, and that felt the better one for me in making her a renegade character, because even though she joins the military, I kind of thought of it like this, like playing a renegade Shepard, it would make sense to me that if her parents were killed like that she would be wanting revenge, and one of the ways that she could see as potentially getting revenge would be by joining the military. You know, that's what I kind of thought, you know, when I was choosing. But I chose that as Shepard's background out of the options that you have. Hippie, every time you look at millennial Australians, they look like if 2008 emo teenagers became adults but still stuck with that style. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, different generations with different fashion sense, but also different things. And then you see the incorporation of a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you see mixes and combinations. And that's why it always amuses me, this whole idea of having different, you know, names for different generations, because every single generation, no matter which generation it is, whether it's one before yours or after yours or even yours, there's always going to be a generation that comes through next that will either think the previous generation was dumb and not want to do anything that they did, or they'll think, oh, there's some stuff that they did that isn't that stupid, so let's actually do it ourselves. But then the next generation after that will be like, why the hell did they do that for? Both suck. You know, ours is better. It's always going to happen, you know. So it always makes me chuckle, well, not chuckle, but it always amuses me when people get so seriously gung-ho about, you know, fighting against other generations and stuff. It's like, it's pointless, because it's a never-ending cyclical thing that's always going to happen, you know. But it is funny, though, when you look at different generations and what sort of things they incorporate into things like, you know, what they're wearing and all that kind of stuff, you know. But yeah, I personally am one of those people where it's like, look, people can wear what they want, you know. Like, it's no skin off my nose. It's not like I have to face any, you know, consequences if there's any, you know, and if there is, well, you know, it's not my problem to worry about, like, but it's kind of like just letting people be. And even if there's something I don't agree with, like I might look at a fashion and go, ah, that looks a bit silly, but it's only because it's not for me, you know. But it's just like there's no point getting into those sorts of arguments, really, because it's just anything that gets said about your generation, that generation will also have stuff said about theirs that won't always be positive either, you know. But there's so many different ones now. I think there's sub generation. It's like, Jesus Christ, how many different names do you need? You know, like, here's this generation, but there's a subdivision of that generation, but yet there's another subdivision of that subdivision of this generation. It's just like, it's just ridiculous. And the thing is, who actually makes up these names and why do they actually stick is another thing. But I guess that's kind of like viral videos. You never really know if a video is going to go viral, but when it does, it's like, what makes the people love it? It's like, well, there must be something about it, otherwise it wouldn't have gone viral, you know. Yeah, Fuller, so carrying a lot of emotional damage. I thought that's probably the way to go in playing separate as a renegade. It made the most sense to me, you know, that that would happen. There was actually one where it said that Shepard grew up, you know, amongst crime and all that type of stuff, but she left that life, and I'm like, if I'm going to choose this, it doesn't make sense that a renegade character would be leaving that kind of life. You'd think that they'd be like, I can use the skills I have in that life to maybe, you know, do something else. But I just thought the revenge, like the parents being killed thing, was something that would fit better for a renegade Shepard as their background.
Omni-tools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing fabricator. Versatile and reliable, an Omni-tool can be used to analyze and adjust the functionality of most standard equipment, including weapons and armor, from a distance. The fabrication module can rapidly assemble small three-dimensional objects from common reusable industrial plastics, ceramics, and light alloys. This allows for field repairs and modifications to most standard items, as well as the reuse of salvaged equipment. Omni-tools are standard issue for soldiers and first-in colonists.
There we go. So that's covering all the different ones that I hadn't actually heard yet. I haven't been reading the ones that require actual reading and not an audio thing for it, so I'll leave that for another playthrough because that's not really my sole focus. I just wanted to listen to that stuff because, number one, it's interesting, but also it's voice acted, so I don't have to read it myself. And sometimes as a streamer, that's really, really good to have that as an option. That's what I was going to do. I was going to see what side quests I still have, which have the option to choose like the Renegade Red response, but at the time I didn't have it. There may still be some that don't have it, but I just want to have a look. Let's try this one. So, Presidium. Fully UV Renegade is still good, just to get out of my way and I'm in a hurry approach to saving the universe. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, get the fuck out of my face. I don't care about this. I just care that we can get it done. So the less talking you can do about what you want me to do, the better. Let's just get on with it, kind of thing. It's okay, you're an AC player. Reading a lot must be new to you. Oh yeah. It's funny because in Assassin's Creed 2, Sean will actually narrate the information about the targets you have to kill if you look into that. And then there's also when there's a letter that you get in the game, there's actually voice acting for it when you read it. But then after that, they just dropped the entire idea of doing that. I'm like, why'd you do that for? That would have been good to have the option. I've actually thought, no joke, of if I want to do a playthrough of the Assassin's Creed games and read the database stuff on stream, I thought I've sometimes been tempted to just record myself off stream reading these documents, and then when it comes to actually looking at the database, just basically playing the recording of me reading the stuff out. That way I don't have to actually read it again. Another game that has voice acting for journal entries you find is the Tomb Raider Reboot Trilogy. That's also good for that too. But it also helps add more immersion to what the character who wrote the journal is actually experiencing. In Tomb Raider 2013 and Rise, if you come across the journal entry of a World War II soldier, right? You'll actually get that soldier narrating what they wrote in the journal. Same with Rise of the Tomb Raider. Whatever the character was, or whoever it is, they are the ones speaking it. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, however, they actually changed it so that it's Lara reading everything, which isn't bad or anything, but it sort of like lacks that little bit of extra immersion factor that the other games had with having those characters read their diary entries. But it's not a big issue. It's still good to have a game in that trilogy where you can actually just listen to someone read instead of reading it yourself.
Has the CSEC officer been assuaged?
The CSEC officer is just doing his job. You're causing trouble.
This one is too humble to suggest that the CSEC officer is personally biased. This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to cause trouble.
Yes, I have enough to actually do this option finally. This red one. Code Walking Medusa, righty. Oh yeah. Actually, could you imagine that? Playing a game where there's like a Medusa that is just like walking around, but also has a clone and trying to avoid all of their gazes. That would have been very difficult.
I don't care about your intent. You're making all Hanar look like troublemaking zealots.
This one does not wish to prejudice the listeners against the Hanar.
You Hanar deserve what you get. You're either too snobbish or too stupid to follow simple rules.
This one will obey. It does not wish to prejudice other species against the Hanar. This one departs now, and will not intrude upon the Presidium again.
Personally, I kind of feel bad for that, but Renegade Shepard's like, fuck off. Piss off. Give me those 9 Renegade points already. There we go. We almost have that first Renegade meter filled. Or the first notch on it filled.
I see the Hanar is left. Thank you.
Somebody needed to set that thing straight, and it obviously wasn't going to be you.
You have already demonstrated your ability. I acknowledge it, and I will learn from your example. Here, for your assistance in this matter. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should report to my superiors.
Yeah, go do that now. Report to your superiors. Don't stand around talking to me anymore. Our conversation is done. Goodbye. For the damn dumb jellies. That could be the name of a jelly company. Damn dumb jellies. Code Renegade is the most friendly optional around. It really, well and truly is. You know, it's very easy for Renegade Shepard to make friends and able to set very clear boundaries. Helena Blake, I was actually talking, if you don't mind, please. Almost a fluffy personality. Almost, but not quite. Alright, let's see what this person wants now. Helena.
Spectre?
Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
I've got plenty to do already.
Of course you do. But this would be easy work for you, and I pay extremely well. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses. They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures. But their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship. Once they are dead, I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
Fuller, How to Win Friends and Influence Aliens by Commander Femshep. And then there's a special edition called How to Win Friends and Influence Aliens and Making Them All Cry by Commander Femshep. And that actually has even more than what the original version had. So you get to find out extra tactics. Code Fluffy Like a Hedgehog. That is true, Fluffy like a hedgehog. Because when you see a hedgehog, the first thing that is good to do is pet it. It's like when you see a nail on the ground. You know, if you just tread on it, it's a good way to become a renegade, and you'll just run off screaming and then be like, holy fucking shit, and then go to the hospital and then get it pulled out. I don't know where I was going with that, but in any case, I think everyone got the point by the end of that.
What crimes did these men commit?
They're red sand dealers who make victims of their customers. Those who can no longer pay are sold to Batarians as slaves. They're loathsome, hurting innocent people. They must be ended.
Red sand, hey? That reminds me of Control. There's actually the DLC, The Foundation, where you find this area and there's all this like red sand everywhere.
What kind of defenses would these two have?
I haven't the faintest idea, but they're certain to be armed. Their partnership's soured, and each believes that the other intends to kill him. They will be well prepared.
This is interesting.
I eliminate them and then you take over and try to eliminate me. How stupid do I look?
While I appreciate your estimation of my bravado, I have no intention of attempting to murder you. You are the first human Spectre, and you are doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand or slavery. Anyone who does deserves to die. Our needs are aligned.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the third set of coordinates. Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Maybe we can find a way to make money out of the two people that are wanting to kill each other. Maybe we can be like, hey, this woman named Helena Blake, she wants to kill you. But how about we all join forces? No, just kidding. That probably won't happen, but that's the Renegade way, or that would be. Okay, so that's another one that we've got. What do they called it? Hostile takeover. There we go. Alright, the Han system. Great reference there, Mass Effect. Or BioWare, I should say. The Han system. I like it. Well played. Well played. Which is so funny too, because in Star Wars you have the Lando system named after Lando Calrissian. So to actually make a reference to Han Solo from Star Wars and say that there's actually a Han system is kind of also like making a reference to the Lando system. Alright, what was another mission that we had where I wanted to speak to, where I wanted to use the red option in dialogue, but it wasn't there. Let's have a look. Actually, let's try this. This was one of the earliest side missions I got, so let's try this. Speak with General Septimius in the Cora's Den. I'll see if I have enough Renegade points to deal with that mission and choose the red option in dialogue. It's just so fun doing this. I mean, I could get an outcome with this character before, it's just that I wanted to take advantage of the Renegade red dialogue options in this playthrough. And because I didn't have enough Renegade points at the time, I couldn't actually use it. So I reloaded my save to before I actually completed the objective with him, just so I could actually do this eventually. And now here we are. However, maybe I don't have enough points to do this yet, but we'll see.
Commander! What do you want?
What's bothering you, General?
I've seen a lot of horrible things in my days, and there's only one woman in this damn galaxy that helps me forget it.
This is the Great Turian, General. How did your kind ever defeat us?
I may be drunk, Krogan, but you're ugly, and tomorrow I'll be sober. Now, unless you have a cure for this ache in my gut, go away.
This is so cool because when I actually interacted with this character before, I actually decided that I didn't want to do the quest until I had enough Renegade points for the red dialogue options. I actually had two other characters with me. I had Caden and Ashley with me at the time. So it's cool to get this different dialogue with Rex here. Yeah, that's true, Fuller. So I've met the consort in this game, but I haven't actually fulfilled this quest yet. And this is another thing too, like, this guy says that there's only one woman in the entire galaxy? Like, how many planets are in this galaxy? You know what I mean? I'd be saying the same thing too, no matter the gender that was mentioned, because it's like, either way, like, there's a whole galaxy, like, holy shit. It's not like it's just, you know, one city or something, you know what I mean? Like an entire galaxy of potential, you know, partners in the world, in the galaxy, and he's getting hung up over one person in the entire galaxy.
Some general. What kind of example are you to your troops?
The troops can kiss my leathery backside. All I wanted was to retire and be with her. Look, kid, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
Yes, I can choose the red dialogue option. I have enough Renegade points.
Never let the enemy see your weakness. You know that, General.
Enemies? The one place I always felt at peace was with her. But now, so you think it's that easy? Just straighten up and act like a general?
It's better than sitting on your ass all day.
Huh. Maybe you're right, Commander. Shaira's worth the effort, even if she won't have me back.
It's better than sitting on your ass all day. I really am liking Rex as a character, and that just makes me like him even more. So his response where he says, so that's all it takes, do you think? You know, just sit up and act like a general. He says that dialogue when I chose on the other attempt, but...
Now get up and get moving, General.
All right, I'll go to her. After I've had a cold shower or two. Say, you're a bright kid. Would you be interested in earning a few extra credits?
What do you want me to do?
There's an L-Corps diplomat out there who believes Shaira gave up his secrets.
Why would he think such a thing?
Because I told him. Look, I just need you to convince him of the truth.
Why can't you tell him yourself?
Well, the last time he saw me, I was disparaging his ancestors and shouting his secrets in public. Take this datapad. It shows where I got my info. It will exonerate Sha'ira and convince the Elcor.
Who am I taking it to, and where is he?
His name is Zaltan. He's an Elcor diplomat. He's over in the embassies complaining about Sha'ira. Well, here's to soldiers acting like soldiers. Thanks, Commander. You know, you might make a good general yourself one day.
See you later, Septimus Prime. Alrighty then, so we've spoken to that Elcor before, so I know who it is. Coda got septic. That's exactly what happened to him. That's his backstory. Oh, wrong place. Wrong place again. Okay, so it was back this way. Not here, but I mean back this way and then the other direction. Here he is.
Strange greeting, human. This is really not a good time.
I know who revealed your secret. It was a Turian named Septimus.
Unbelieving. I know this Septimus, and he could not learn my secrets. The only way he could learn them is from the Asari consort.
You are mistaken. See this here if you don't believe us.
Confused. This is difficult to fathom. If the Turian could learn this on his own, dismayed, anyone can discover my secret.
Just make sure you leave Sha'ira out of it from now on.
Agreed, most assuredly. It is clear that the consort was blameless. Startled realization. I must speak with the consort. She will be most displeased with my actions. Anxious request. Please, human, if you will excuse me, I must go now.
So long.
Farewell, human. Thankful. That was a great thing you did, Commander. Approving. You see, then, not all humans are as you say.
I'm sure the Earth Clan stands to profit from this in some way.
Apologetic. Do not listen to my Volus compatriot. It was a good thing you did, regardless of your intentions.
Sometimes I wish in games when you chose the dialogue option, it would sometimes just say what the option was when it came up on the screen, not something different. I know it still conveys the same thing, but it would have been so good if Commander Shepard actually said whatever, instead of that just being what the option is on screen for us as the player, and then the character just says, you know, something different.
The Earth Clan Spectre has returned to speak with me.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
day, sir. Alright, now we go to the consort. Hey there, Hitfigs. How's it going? I hope you had a great rest of your stream of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. What part did you get up to? And I hope you're having a good one. Good day, sir. I said good day, sir. Good day, sir. Day, sir. You stole fizzy lifting drinks, and now the ceiling has to be washed, so you get nothing. You're a cheat and a swindler. You're a cheat and a swindler. Full Mass Effect is notorious for dialogue options kinda coming out different than expected. Some people hate it, you just think it models human miscommunication. Yeah, that's definitely a way to look at it. That it could convey that kind of thing. I guess, like, in some instances I don't mind, because it's still saying the gist of, you know, what the option implies. But in that particular instance, I feel that because it was, you know, such a really short response that was given anyway, they could have easily just made it whatever, you know. But that's neither here nor there for me in terms of enjoying the game. But that's definitely something that other... holy shit, I can't believe I did that. Went all the way back this way. That a lot of these dialogue choice games do have. Even in, you know, a game like Deus Ex, which I really like. It's the same kind of thing. Ipigs, it was good. You did not make it that far on. You'll try again today to beat that guy with the 2 electronic rods. Oh yeah. Yeah, some of those enemies in that game can be very overwhelming. And I've only played the game once so far. I do want to play it again, but only on the normal difficulty. I don't know if in the next playthrough I will change the difficulty, but at the very least, I will be playing it again. I don't know when it will be though, because I want to try and time it so that I'm actually playing it, and then finishing it, and then being able to jump into the sequel. Alright, so March, so it's pretty early this year when it comes out, so I definitely won't be getting to it in March, because I want to actually play through Resident Evil 4 Remake. So what I'll be doing is I'll be buying that instead. There's just some games that I really am confident enough to pay the full price of without waiting for a sale to come on. I mean, Star Wars Jedi Survivor is the same thing, but budget-wise, I can't spend $100 Australian on 2 games in the same month.
Septimus has sent word. Apparently, he sought the consort's forgiveness. The consort is waiting to speak with you.
That's right. It was a long time ago, though. I barely remember it.
What drew you back to the Citadel and to the consort?
I don't know exactly. It may sound strange, but I simply felt called.
That's not strange. Many of us have felt the same calling, though you are the first of your kind to respond to it.
Really? I hadn't seen any other humans working here, but I didn't want to ask.
No doubt you are just the first of many to come. It's only a matter of time now that your species is spreading its wings.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
Full, I just want to mention that there's nothing in Mass Effect that is TOS. Some people, mostly Americans, get very twitchy at the hint of a nipple. Oh, I see, Fuller, yeah. Yeah, I have played games before, like Witcher 2, for example, that scene between Triss and Geralt. before you fight. Fuck me dead, Rod. Can't remember his fucking name. I hate this happening. Letho. That's his friggin' name. Letho. Team Vez. Yeah, it's funny, when I first played through Witcher 3, I wanted to trigger the funny quest where if you romance Triss and Yennefer and you make the right decisions, you unlock a secret quest where Geralt thinks that he's going to get lucky with both of them at the same time, and they tease him and they get him, you know, tied to the bed and all that type of stuff, and then they just leave him there. And I thought that was quite funny, so I wanted to get that in my first playthrough ever. But I know there's a lot of arguments to why Yennefer is more suitable for Geralt, but there's certain things that happen in that story where Yennefer shows herself to be a hypocrite, but also a bit of an asshole. And I think when I play Witcher 3 next, I'm going to go the Triss route and romance Triss solely. Harbinger, thank you so much for redeeming the scene reenactment as Schwarzenegger. Thank you very, very much. Okay, so I've got a scene from a movie. There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Luke, you do not yet realize your importance. You have only begun to discover your power. Join me, and I will complete your training. With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy. I'll never join you. If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. He told me you killed him. No, I am your father. No, no, that's not true. That's impossible. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. No, no. There we go. That's from Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. Follow Vez of the tight trousers. Lol, that's fun. It is a fun quest, yeah. Triss unfollowed. Oh no, Fuller. Yeah, I mean, Yennefer does have some good points, but overall, yep. Triss wins the day.
Commander, I recently received a lovely note from Septimus. Thank you for speaking with him. Even the Alcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign against me.
I can't spend gratitude.
I would not dream of letting you go without payment. I do not make a habit of incurring debts. These credits will cover your expenses. I also have one more thing to give you, if you are interested.
What are you offering me?
I offer a gift of words, an affirmation of who you are and who you will become. I see the sadness behind your eyes. It tells a story that makes me want to weep. Pain and loss, but it drives you, makes you strong. You never hide your strength either. It serves you well, terrifies your foes. Few will dare to stand against you. This may be who you are, but it is not who you will become. It only forms the basis for your future greatness. Remember these words when doubt descends, Commander.
Thanks, I guess.
Close your eyes and relax, Commander.
Hey, that has to be washed now.
Here, Commander. In light of your efforts with the Alcor Ambassador, I would like you to have this small trinket.
What is it?
A small mystery. I have never learned its use or purpose, but I sense it is time for me to pass it on. And now I must ask you to leave. I have done everything I can for you. Remember my words, Commander Shepard. They will give you strength.
Only gave Shepard 300 and something credits? Where's the Renegade option to ask for more than that? Should be 1,000 credits. Fuller, in the books, Triss is a minor character. Yen's friend who tries to seduce her friend's partner Geralt. When Geralt loses his memory, Triss jumps right in and lies to him. I've never actually read the books, so I wasn't actually sure about that. I didn't even know about that. I guess that is a bit of a dick move. Taking the wider view, however, we all make mistakes and we all do things that we regret, and a character like Triss in the games after that event probably doesn't do anything that I would consider to be worse than Yen does. For example, I can't remember that character's name, but he already got a bullshit hand dealt to him. He dies, and then Yennefer basically disturbs his rest and tortures him to get information out of him, and then ruins a garden, and it's just like, oh yeah, whatever, kind of thing. And that was one of the things that I was like, yeah. Hitpigs, you know, in the original script, to stop the spoilers for the actors, the line was Obi-Wan killed your father. That's true, Hitpigs, yeah. Yeah, it was actually really cool that they did that for him, and to make sure that the twist was fine. But then, of course, Homer Simpson had to ruin it for everyone by coming in right out of the theater and yelling or talking out loud and saying, I can't believe that Darth Vader is Luke's father. And that created an alternate path through history, and then here we are. Rosie, did it come with a receipt? Doesn't seem like it did, no. Fuller asked for the extras. The extras on top. Code, if Arnold would be in Star Wars, he would be using lightsaber that's a two-handed claymore size and use like one. Get to the shuttle. You would personally die laughing hysterically. Now that would be funny, actually, to do reenactments of that and actually have, you know, an animated sort of thing or whatnot. Rosie, that's not what words are. Apparently, her way of speaking is very different. Harbinger, you finished the last tomb too, 3 skill points away from unlocking the whole tree. Pardon me, sad. Oh, really? Just 3? Damn. Well, you got close though, Harbinger. Although the only thing I guess you could do now is grind to kill enemies who are still in the game world, because obviously, like in the previous 2 games, if you if you travel around the game world, even after you finish the story, you'll still find enemies that you can fight. So you might be able to get your XP for those skill points there. Follow, wow, has that been cut? Oh, so there's supposed to be more, was it? I didn't actually realize. Never having played the original before, I didn't realize. Hey, Raver Rusty, welcome to you. Hope it's going well. Rosie, the credits weren't for the mission. No, the credits weren't for the mission, but still, Renegade Shepherd should ask for more money. It's like, whatever quest it is, money should be the first thing that Renegade Shepherd asks about. Okay, so that's that done. Now, some other side quests that I didn't have the ability to choose the red Renegade option for. This one. This is at Flux. Oh no, we've got to speak to Chelik, or Chalk, as I like to call him, C-Sec Academy. Aha, this is where Garrus is. Alright, I want to talk to him. I know this is more towards the main story stuff, but while we're here, and he's here, I'll just talk to him so we can recruit him.
Congratulations, Shepard. Heard they made you a spec. I'm glad somebody got the Council to see Saren for what he really is.
Something I can help you with, Garrus?
I resigned from C-Sec after the Council ignored my investigation. I was sick of all the politics. You're the only one who seems to be doing anything about Saren. Let me come with you.
You're a Turian. Why do you want to bring him down?
I couldn't prove it in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren is a traitor to the Council and a disgrace to my people.
Welcome aboard, Garrus.
You won't regret this, Shepard.
Awesome. So I'll keep the squad that I currently have, but it's good to actually get him as an option. Because when I met Rex, I did his side of stuff, and then Garrus disappeared. But then after Shepard became a Spectre, he's now reappeared in the game. So I could actually get him as part of the team now. Alright, now Chalkface.
No offense, Commander, but what the hell were you thinking?
What's your tone, Chelik?
You could have blown Jenna's cover.
We were trying to help her.
I gathered that. It might seem cold letting her take all the risk, but we're keeping a close eye on her.
It's too dangerous. You need to find another way.
It's not that simple, Shepard. This job isn't easy and it's usually unpleasant. I'll take help anywhere I can find it. But since you're so concerned with her safety, maybe there's a way we can help each other.
Always thinking ahead, Detective?
As part of the job. Now are you gonna help me or not?
Now I can use the red option in dialogue. Nice. Fully, your class of soldier is purely combat, so good to have a biotic and tech with you for min-max, but any party can work. Yeah, I sort of thought that having all available squad options will be good for me, because as I'm going through the game and I start to get more used to each character and all that type of stuff, at least I'll then have them as options, instead of being like, instead of going through and not having every single character.
Come on, Chelik. Do you really need a little human girl to help you solve your case?
Okay, maybe you're right. She's not really cut out for this anyway. I'll cut her loose, even get her out of Kor's den, no strings attached. But that still leaves my case unsolved. I could still use your help.
I'll help you, but I need some details.
I'm trying to track down an illegal arms producer. I just need some of their product. Thanks to Jenna's intel, I've learned there's a seller here on the Citadel. Meet our man named Jax. Pick up the mods and bring them back here. That'll give me everything I need.
Jax. Gotcha!
Why are you so concerned about these mods?
We have access to some of the most sophisticated weaponry there is. It's what gives us our edge. What do you suppose happens when we lose that edge? These give criminals an advantage we can't afford to let them keep.
I'll persuade Jax to tell me where these mods are coming from.
No. You tip Jax off and all my leads will disappear faster than you can say bad bust.
Rosie, guy has a case of trailer voice. Yeah, I actually do believe that actor Alistair Duncan actually voices this character too. But I might be wrong though. I didn't realize there was actually someone else named Alistair Duncan as well. Usually with IMDb, if you put in who you're actually looking for, or if it's the name of a movie, and you type it in full and then you press enter, it'll bring it up automatically as the first thing. So Alistair Duncan came up as someone else, but I just out of habit pressed enter. Here we go. And since I'm speaking about him, I may as well put his IMDb in chat as well. But he's a really cool actor, and the first thing I saw him in was a movie called Split Second, about this giant creature that is taking people's hearts and eating it. Let's see. Most recently he played Mimir in God of War Ragnarok. Cool. Okay, so he's not this character. Oh well. But in Mass Effect he plays Nihilus, Turian Counselor, and ERCS Guard as well.
Where can I find this Jax?
Jax is down in the lower level of the markets. I'll send word through our channels that you're the buyer. Good luck, Commander. Commander, been to see Jax yet?
I'll get to it soon.
Good. Don't keep Jax waiting too long.
Code, faces scalped by dull head of the axe. Typo, carved. Oh, faces carved by dull head of the axe. Yeah. That's something that Jax might do to us. It'd be so funny if this Jax had metal arms. Fuller, you think there's so many variations of NPC interactions that you can't get them all in one playthrough? I imagine so, Fuller. I was actually thinking about future potential playthroughs I could do of this game, and something I've done for Deus Ex Human Revolution was actually trying different variations of dialogue choices, but also ones that take into consideration actions that you've done within missions, and tried to get all the different various combinations of not only dialogue during conversations where you're trying to get a character to do a certain outcome, but also getting the wrong outcome, but also sometimes even choosing the exact same options of what to say would actually give you a different result, and even sometimes have whole different dialogues that you didn't get when you actually chose all those same options before. So I did that to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary in 2021, and that was a really exhaustive playthrough, going through all that stuff, and I might do that kind of playthrough with this game in the future at some point. Ah, so it was a typo, yeah. Code, that's okay. That's okay, I definitely know what typos are like. What I hate is when you recognize a typo and then you try to fix it, but you do the same mistake again, and then you're like, oh shit.
Best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
Hold it. That's close enough, Army. You got my payment?
Do you have the mods?
Show her the goods.
That looks about right.
Damn straight it is. These mods are the best on the market. Now hand over my credits.
I'll just take the weapons.
The hell are you playing at?
Sorry, Jax. This is the end for you.
Stupid Army bitch. Kill her.
That is funny, Rosie, that was actually an option where you could just go, just kidding. Alright, we've done that. Now what? Alright, time to go back to Chalkface. Just kidding. Rosie said it when he was in his cell joking lol. Yeah. Would have been funny if you could do it like a thing where you choose that option and then the next bit happens and then you just like choose a different option and then he's like, really? It's like, no, just kidding again. Go back and forth like that.
What the hell happened down there, Commander?
Quit your whining. Here's your shipment.
You've put me in a bit of a bind here, Commander. See yourself out when you're ready.
Renegade doesn't care. Renegade Shepherd doesn't care that you're in a bind. Sort it out yourself. For any Farscape fans, Chiana now has an OnlyFans page. I don't really like the idea of promoting that kind of stuff here, Fuller, so I know that not every single person on OnlyFans sells adult content, but I don't think this is the place to be advertising or kind of like suggesting people go and check out someone's OnlyFans page or anything like that. Yeah, Fuller, that's okay. Just as a kind of like pointing it out kind of thing. Because next I'll have people saying, hey, go see this person, and then trying to post links in chat and all that type of stuff. So it's also just to curb other people from thinking it's a free-for-all. Conrad Werner. Haven't seen him again. Let's Google and see what happens. Where is he? We found in upper markets. Alright. Search for locations of him. Fan walkthrough. Alright, there are 3 different times you can speak to him in order to complete this assignment properly. However, if you blow him off during either of the latter 2 conversations, will end the assignment and Conrad will meet a miserable end. Oh, will he? Oh, that's good to know, because Renegade Shepherd wouldn't care if he met a miserable end. So that's what I'll choose. First meeting. Okay, so we've met him first. If you decline, the assignment will end and a bitter Conrad will walk away with a chip on his shoulder. The disgruntled Conrad will attempt to prove himself and you will hear on a news report in the elevator that he attacked some Turians and was killed as a result. Ah. Okay, so that's going to finish soon, but either way, it's the Renegade way to piss off someone like that and then find out that they died later as a result somehow. So that'll actually finish off whenever it says that news report. Okay, so this one is related to going to a different system. Let's go here. So we need to go to the Embassy Lounge. Alright, so that's where he is, but where's the person we have to speak to? Bosker. Here we go. Huh. Makes me think of the bounty hunter in the Star Wars universe called Bosk. I think that's what it is called.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
Goodbye.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
Thought there might be different dialogue now that we're Spectre.
My goodness, you're Commander Shepard. Your activities made for quite a briefing in the Diplomatic Corps. Is there something I can do to assist you?
You can cut the red tape for a grieving husband. I want you to release the body of Nerali Batya.
Commander, nothing would make me happier. I'm afraid, though, that it's not quite that simple. Serviceman Nerali Batya died on Eden Prime, as Mr. Batya no doubt told you. Her wounds are inconsistent with any type of weapon damage we've seen before. That is why her body is being held.
I don't care how badly the Geth mangled the body. It's the husband's right to claim her.
We are not holding Nerali Batya's body out of discretion. We are, frankly, holding the body for research. The tests we're conducting may lead to better defenses against Geth attacks. Respectfully, Serviceman Batya may save more lives in death than she did in life.
Because I want to choose all the red options in this game in dialogue, we're going for this.
You know who and what I am. If I want Nerali Batya, I can get her.
Commander, I don't think threats are necessary. Even if the body were here on the Citadel, would you really risk going in shooting to get it?
You said you'd been briefed on me. How far do you think I'm willing to go on this?
All right, Commander. You win. It was hard enough refusing Mr. Batya. I'm not going to risk an incident by refusing you. Tell Samesh that the body is being shipped back to Earth. I'll go now to see to it myself.
Very good. Now run along and do that. Alright, so we've got some more Renegade points. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, nice. So we got the first notch on the Renegade bar filled. I've got 12 skill points to use, which I'm not going to use yet. Now we go talk to Thingamajig. Where was he again? Oh yeah, near the embassies. Rosie, geez, Shep. Yeah, the animation for her basically slamming the person up against the wall and threatening them, plus a little bit of music that happens there is just so cool. Fuller, Renegade gets things done so much faster. It well and truly does, do. Like, holy shit. There was no time wasted there in getting that result.
So they finally did it. I knew one of your kind would make Spectre one day. I only hope you're better than the one they're sending you after.
I'll do whatever it takes to stop Saren.
That's what worries me. Was there something you wanted?
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
I also want to get dialogue from characters that we haven't spoken to since Shepard became a Spectre. Rosie, he should have called you on it. Yeah, I guess he should have, actually. But I don't know if a Renegade Shep wants to be angered more than a certain amount.
Hello again, Commander. Has there been any word?
Your wife is coming home, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you. I will return home and begin my preparations. It does not bring me happiness, but it may bring me peace. Goodbye, Commander.
Renegade Shep's like, yeah, just give me the XP. Thank you. Alright then, so I've investigated what's going to happen in the fan. Because I spoke to Conrad and then got the negative outcome, because I'm a renegade in this playthrough, it means that we'll hear a news report about his fate later, and then that'll complete that. Missing Marines, this is another one where you have to go to a different system. Same with this one. Same with this one. And same with this one as well. So I think that's all the side quests that I can do here at the Citadel at this point in the story done. So Erdox has joined the crew, Garrus and all that. Alright, so we need to speak to the ambassador. I just need to think, where else haven't I gone yet to talk to people after Shepard became a Spectre? Probably won't get all of them, but anyway. So, meet the ambassador. Hang on, no, there was, just need to have a look for a sec. There was a character that I just remembered. Rosie, first human Spectre massacres clinic on the Citadel. Yep, that's it. The Renegade Shepard Massacre. Goes on to become a well-known event. It's funny, in Red Dead Redemption 2 there's this area called Butcher Creek, and in many a playthrough I've caused a massacre there. Butcher's Creek. Cora's Den. I haven't gone in there, I think, to speak to characters now that Shepard's a Spectre.
Go away. Let me...
No, so there's no one here that has new dialogue since we've become a Spectre, so let's go back to the fast travel point and go to where I was actually going to go before I realized I hadn't double checked this area yet after Shepard's became a Spectre. Actually, what's through here? Oh yeah, the lower markets.
Yes, human. You need something, yes?
Goodbye.
Yes, all right then. Good tidings to you, human.
Good tidings. Is that expensive? Is that worth a lot of money?
Hello, Commander.
I think I'll be going.
Sure thing, Commander. You have a good day now.
Spectre training. Elite agents of the Council. Spectres have access to special training unavailable elsewhere in the galaxy. Increases health, accuracy, and effectiveness of all attacks and powers. Grants Unity ability. Increases the damage and duration of all your powers and attacks by 1. Increases health by 5%. Maximum accuracy by 2. Allows you to immediately restore your squad members to fighting state after they have been knocked out in combat. Alright, that's as far as I'll go in that branch for now. I don't want to put all my points into that. Oh, yep. I want to unlock sniper rifles. Boom. There we go. Assassination. Only available when using sniper rifles. Next shot will inflict damage equal to 200% of weapon DPS. Purges weapon heat on use. Awesome. So I'll leave one skill point in the bank, because I don't really like to see the number 0 next to skill points in games. That'll be good for now. And how much money does Shep have now? 6,108. That's cool.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you got.
Sounds good. System's telling me to offer you our select stock. Spectre? Well, I heard about that, but I didn't realize it was you.
I wasn't expecting new dialogue from him since we became a Spectre, and I want to actually hear it.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you got.
Sounds good. Just let me set you up. Well, this must be a mistake. System's telling me to offer you our select stock. Spectre? Well, I heard about that, but I didn't realize it was you. Sorry, Commander.
Just show me what you've got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
Welcome back, EarthClan. Will you be needing supplies for your return to the colonies?
Show me what you got.
Most excellent. I am sure you will find something pleasing. Welcome back, EarthClan.
Show me what you got.
Alright. I'm going to resave. I'm going to reload the save because I forgot that you actually have to make sure you have the heavy armor skill unlocked. Fuller, it's good to see you didn't fall into the white as a ghost trap. Characters look a lot paler in-game compared to the character creator, where you're going for a black character. Before I actually started playing this game, the only thing I knew ahead of time I wanted to do was to play as female shepherd. It wasn't until I actually got to creating the character that I was kind of like, I want to be able to, you know, really fulfill the options in you know, customization as well, and that wasn't even a consideration in terms of like the character model looking paler like in the game compared to the character creator as well. But yeah, I was just going through and customizing the character. I was like, you know what, this is what I'll go for. So here we are. This is my female shepherd for my first playthrough of Mass Effect 1. Chelik. Chelik's not too happy with Shepard. Like, Shepard, why you do this for? You put me in a real bind now. Please choose a destination. Let us go to... I'll just go here. I don't think it's specifically where I want to go, but I'll just go here anyway. Then take it from there. Alright, so it's not those characters. Alright. Expose Sarah and speak to the ambassador. Alright, I think it's about time to actually progress things in the story beyond the Citadel. We're having a baby. It's going to be a girl. My wife wants to name her Alexis. I want to name her a Subaru. Ironically, that child would grow up to become a race car driver.
Coming up in a report later today, Emily Wong investigates corruption on the Citadel and uncovers a full-blown crime syndicate.
There we go. That's the result of what our quest result was, I guess. One way to put it. Let's see if we can hear any more.
In breaking news, Chairman Burns of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies has been kidnapped by biotic extremists. The biotics commandeered a freighter and were last seen in the Hades Gamma Cluster. No demands have yet been made. In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented chef, Serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more profiles in courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance military on the extranet. Keyword, courage.
Yeah, Mr. Goathead's like, hey Alexa, park the Subaru.
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with Elcor cast members. The production will open dramatic theater to the Elcor with a Hamlet who uses Elcor body language and pheromones.
Already heard that dialogue before. I just wanted to hear about things that are a direct result of our outcomes for side missions.
Celebrations are being planned for the anniversary of the end of the Rachni Wars.
Already heard this one before.
Many council worlds,
Fuller, they sped up the lift. OG lift journeys took a lot longer to allow loading. Yeah, that's definitely one of the great things that I like when they do in remasters, especially if it's a game that had really slow load times.
In a further development in the Eden Prime investigation, the Council has reportedly revoked the Spectre status of one of its operatives. While the unnamed operative has not yet been apprehended, a Council spokesman confirmed that corrective actions had been taken. In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply. Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected. In other news, Exogeny Corp is still denying reports that one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why communication with the survey team was suddenly cut off last week, company officials refused to comment.
Harbinger, what is this? Give me back elevator music. Yeah. That's... Well, sometimes there is banter between your team in the lift, more so in later games. Some are really funny. That is good too, as well, and that would have helped things back on the original releases with the loading screen times.
Coming up in a report later today, Emily Wong
Alright, we've heard this one
investigates
now.
corruption on the Citadel.
Okay, it seems they're
and
just repeating
uncovers a
these
full-blown crime
outcomes for
syndicate.
side missions now. But I'll have to do another elevator ride, I think. Unless I've gone up. Yeah, I've gone up. Not to worry.
I've got big news for you, Shepard. Captain Anderson is stepping down as commanding officer of the Normandy. The ship is yours now.
She's quick and quiet, and you know the crew. Perfect ship for a Spectre. Treat her well, Commander.
This isn't right. The Normandy belongs to you.
You needed your own ship. A Spectre can't answer to anyone but the Council. And it's time for me to step down.
I feel like a Renegade Shepherd would be like, about damn time I have control of this ship.
Come clean with me, Captain. You owe me that much.
I was in your shoes 20 years ago, Shepard. They were considering me for the Spectres.
Why didn't you ever mention this?
What was I supposed to say? I could have been a Spectre, but I blew it? I failed, Commander. It's not something I'm proud of. Ask me later and I'll tell you the whole story. For now, all you need to know is, I was sent on a mission with Saren, and he made sure the Council rejected me. I had my shot. It came and went. Now you have a chance to make up for my mistakes.
For Daddy Anderson and Uncle Udina, there is a prequel book that covers all the Anderson-Saren history. That's cool that they did something like that, actually. And I wonder if they ever do a movie version of this game, I wonder if they'll do like a prologue that actually covers that as well, to set up the idea of Saren being a traitor. There's something I have to actually do before I choose that final response. Just stay out of my way, or you'll pay. Listen to what I say. Hey, why don't I just go eat some hay? Make things out of clay? Lay by the bay? I just may. What do you say?
Saren's not gonna get away this time.
Saren's gone. Don't even try to find him. But we know what he's after. The conduit. He's got his Geth scouring the Traverse looking for clues.
We had reports of Geth in the Pharos system shortly before our colony there dropped out of contact. And there have been sightings around Noveria.
Find out what Saren was after on Pharos and Noveria. Maybe you can figure out where the conduit is before he does.
I was kind of hoping to match the quote that I was doing from Happy Gilmore, that when the option chosen was Saren will pay, that would be what Shepard actually said. So it was like, that deflated things.
Anything else?
We have one more lead. Matriarch Benezia, the other voice in that recording. She has a daughter, a scientist who specializes in the Protheans. We don't know if she's involved, but it might be a good idea to try and find her. See what she knows. Her name's Liara, Dr. Liara Tassoni. We have reports she was exploring an archaeological dig on one of the uncharted worlds in the Artemis Tau cluster.
Liara Tassoni? I guess she's a fan of Sony, not Microsoft. Well, it's on YouTube as an audiobook called Revelations, you think? That's cool. Yeah, it's good that there's an audiobook version as well. I don't actually want to go to either of these planets. I want to actually suss out the systems that other side quests are currently on. But I'll just go for this.
Sounds like we should head for the Artemis Tau cluster.
It's your decision, Commander. You're a Spectre now. You don't answer to us.
But your actions still reflect on humanity as a whole. You make a mess and I get stuck cleaning it up.
I'll take care of Saren. You take care of the political fallout.
Not exactly the answer I was looking for, Shepard. Remember, you were a human long before you were a Spectre. I have a meeting to get to. Captain Anderson can answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Getting those Renegade points.
Every time I visit the Citadel, CSEC brings me here for a friendly chat.
When I first arrived on the Citadel, I spent nearly 3 hours being questioned by the officers here before they would let me enter the wards.
Yes, Commander?
What do you know about Armiston Baines?
Where did you hear that name? Never mind, I don't want to know. Baines is dead. Has been for quite some time.
So why are people talking like he's still alive?
It's not common knowledge. Military's keeping it under wraps. Baines was doing some high-level work for the Alliance. Stuff even I wasn't aware of. One day he turns up dead on a drifting scout ship. Everyone suspects it was foul play, but it was never officially investigated.
This is a cover-up if I ever heard one.
I don't know much about it. You should talk to Admiral Kahoku. One of his crews discovered Baines' body.
I spoke to Kahoku. He never brought it up.
You should mention Baines the next time you see him. See if he'll tell you anything. Is there anything else, Commander?
Any extra intel you can give me on our colony at Pharos?
The entire planet used to be one giant Prothean city. Mostly ruins now. But some of the infrastructure is still intact. The colony tried to build on what the Protheans left behind. We lost all contact with them when the Geth attacked.
What do you know about the Artemis Tau cluster?
Not much. I've never been there myself. A handful of systems with a few small, uncharted worlds, but no real colonies. Might not be easy finding Dr. Tassoni out there. My advice is to look for the world with the Prothean ruins.
What can you tell me about Novaria?
Novaria's trouble. Always has been. The whole planet's basically a center for corporations to conduct illegal research. Watch your back there, Shepard. Spectres are about the only form of Citadel authority Novaria respects. But they aren't popular.
Where can I find Admiral Kahoku?
Last I heard, he was up in the tower trying to get the Council to investigate Baines' death. Is there anything else, Commander?
How are you holding up?
Honestly, this isn't how I pictured my career coming to an end. Pushing papers really isn't my thing, but you're the one who can stop Saren. I believe in you, Shepard. If that means I have to step aside, so be it.
Tell me what happened with you and Saren 20 years ago.
It's close to 20 years ago now. Ambassador Goyle was our representative here on the Citadel. Like Udina, she wanted to get a human into the Spectres. She chose me. The Council sent Saren to keep an eye on me and evaluate my performance, just like they sent Nihilus to keep tabs on you.
I think I deserve the whole story.
We had intel on a rogue scientist being funded by Batarian interests. He was trying to set up a facility to develop illegal AI technology out in the Verge. Alliance intel had done all the work, but the Council wanted a Spectre involved. We compromised. I was assigned to help Saren in his investigation. We tracked the scientist to a refining facility on Kamala. He was hidden away somewhere inside, protected by an army of Batarian mercenaries. The plan was simple. Sneak into the plant, capture the scientist, sneak back out. Quick, quiet, and a minimum of bloodshed.
I'm guessing things didn't go as planned?
Saren and I split up to cover more ground. Then about halfway through the mission, there was a massive explosion in the refinery core. Officially, it was ruled an accident, but I think Saren detonated it on purpose to draw off the enemy guards.
He was smart. You needed a diversion.
This went way beyond a simple diversion, Commander. The explosion tore the refinery to shreds. The whole place was on fire. Black chemical clouds poured out into the atmosphere. Nobody inside survived. There was a camp for the workers and their families nearby. Between the fires and the toxic fumes, the final death count was over 500. Mostly civilians. Saren didn't care. The target was eliminated. Mission accomplished. And I ended up taking the blame. That ended all talk of me joining the Spectres.
Saren caused the explosion. How'd he pin it on you?
In his report, Saren accused me of blowing his cover. He said it was my fault the guards were ready for us. He claimed that's why it turned into a massacre. Saren's report was all the proof the Council needed to kill my chances of becoming a Spectre.
The only thing I care about is stopping Saren.
You're right, Commander. It's no good living in the past.
I want to know the truth about you and Saren. I want to
We
know
had
about...
intel on a rogue scientist being funded by Batarian interests. He was trying to set up a facility to develop illegal... Alliance intel had done all the work. We tracked the scientist to... The plan was simple. Sneak into the plant, capture the scientist, sneak back out. Quick, quiet, and a minimum of bloodshed.
I'm guessing things didn't go as...
Saren and I... Officially, it was ruled an accident, but I think Saren detonated it on...
Sounds like over...
You're right, Commander. It's no good living in the past.
I should go.
I'll be here if you need anything.
Cool. That was cool to actually get that, and I also got an achievement for getting all of the alien races and also all that. I can't remember because it flashed by so quick.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed.
Alright, I want to backtrack before I continue on and go to the Citadel Tower and speak to that character that gave us a quest. Kahoku, whatever his name is.
No, I'm waiting to... Commander, any luck finding my recon group?
Captain Anderson said you had information on Baines.
Not as much as I'd like to. One of my crews found him, frozen stiff on board a derelict vessel. The missing recon group? The one I sent you to find? They were scouting the system we found Baines' ship in.
You should have mentioned this earlier, Admiral.
Baines is already dead. It's too late for him. I'm only concerned about my team. Someone has to find them. Please, Shepard, I'm counting on you.
Did you actually give... Did Shepard give permission for you to count on her? Maybe Shepard is one of those people that doesn't like having people count on them. You know, if you want to actually count, use your own fingers.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Alright, so the Normandy is all in check. To prevent an extra backlog of information, and I'm only playing the audio, sorry, I'm only looking at the entries that actually have voice acting for them. I'm not actually reading out all the stuff myself. Fuller, on N7 Day, November 7, each year some of the voice actors and writers do a live stream answering questions from fans voicing fanfiction. Great fun for Mass Effect nerds. That is so cool that they do. That's actually quite unique as well, to actually have an event every year where that happens. That's great.
In the early 20s, the Elcor, driven from... In the early 2160s, the Alliance began aggressive colonization of worlds in the Skyllian Verge. much to the dismay of the Batarians, who had been developing the region for several decades. In 2171, the Batarians petitioned the Council to declare the Verge a zone of Batarian interest. The Council refused, however, declaring unsettled worlds in the region open to human colonization. In protest, the Batarians closed their Citadel embassy and severed official diplomatic relations with the Council, effectively becoming a rogue state. They instigated a proxy war in the Verge by funneling money and weapons to criminal organizations, urging them to strike at human colonies. Hostilities peaked with the Skillian Blitz of 2176, an attack on the human capital of Elysium by Batarian-funded pirates and slavers. In 2178, the Alliance retaliated with a crushing assault on the moon of Torfin, long used as a staging base by Batarian-backed criminals. In the aftermath, the Batarians retreated into their own systems and are now rarely seen in Citadel space. The Elcor are a Citadel. The Geth are a humanoid race of networked AIs. The Hanar are the Krogan, driven from their homes. The Volus are... The Krogan evolved in a hostile and vicious environment. Until the invention of gunpowder...
Hey, Atypical. How's it going? Thank you so much for the 15 months in a row. Thank you. That is so awesome, Atypical. And I don't know if I've seen you in chat since I changed the channel name, but welcome to the name of the new name of the channel. Thank you so much. Super Lurker here. Keep up the fun streams. Thank you so much for all the lurking that you leave, Atypical. That's also appreciated as well. Thank you so much. And I definitely will, for sure. Excellent, Atypical. Yeah, that's just awesome. And that's amazing how much time flies. But thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I hope that your new year has been going well. Awesome, thank you. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's good to hear as well. Yeah, I decided that I wanted to make the name shorter. I wanted to change the name to something that wasn't horror themed, because I wanted to make sure that the name of the channel didn't give some the wrong impression that I might only be a horror game streamer and then they come in and find out that I'm not and then leave. I'd rather people know straight up, you know, what is what. So I changed it for that reason, but also I wanted to keep Rod in the title as well, so I could keep that. And it doesn't mean I'm not going to play horror games anymore on the channel, or that I won't do my October streams for horror. It just means that I wanted to take the horror theme off the channel, and also the horror theme out of the name. And here we are with Legion to replace Zombie Gamer. Thanks, Atypical. Yeah, you know, because I mean, I know what it's like when people want to specifically find a certain kind of content, and it's understandable that if you see a streamer with a name like Rod Zombie, you might think, oh cool, I've been looking for a streamer that only streams horror games. And then you go to my channel and then, whoop, I'm not streaming a horror game. And it's like, oh, I'm not actually looking for that, and then leave, you know, and search for something else. So that's another reason why I changed it too, just to sort of like save that from happening, because I'd rather people know by looking at the name. I mean, obviously Legion doesn't give you an idea necessarily of what I play, but I mean, I do play so many different games that aren't horror that it made sense to choose a name that wasn't really horror. Even though there's definitely things in horror that use the term Legion, you know what I mean, but still.
Pharos is a habit. The Terminus systems are There are between 200 and 400 billion stars in the galaxy, and less than 1% of them have ever been visited or had their systems properly surveyed. Humanity's early expansion into the Attican Traverse was haphazard, a desperate race to claim habitable planets where populations can be economically settled. Ignored in the wake of this land grab were thousands of less hospitable worlds, each potentially rich with industrial resources. The wealth of entire solar systems lies untapped, waiting for corporate survey teams or independent pioneers to discover and exploit them. However, this is not an easy task. In addition to the environmental hazards, the fact that uncharted worlds are largely ignored makes them popular bases for criminals, revolutionaries, cults, and others who wish to remain unnoticed by galactic society. The combat hard kinetic barriers. A mass accelerator propels a solid metal slug using precisely controlled electromagnetic attraction and repulsion. The slug is designed to squash or shatter on impact, increasing the energy it transfers to the target. If this were not the case, it would simply punch a hole right through, doing minimal damage. Accelerator design was revolutionized by Element Zero. A slug lightened by a mass effect field can be accelerated to greater speeds, permitting projectile velocities that were previously unattainable. If accelerated to a high enough velocity, a simple paint chip can impact with the same destructive force as a nuclear weapon. However, mass accelerators produce recoil equal to their impact energy. This is mitigated somewhat by the mass effect fields that rounds are suspended within. But weapon recoil is still the prime limiting factor on slug velocity.
I remember Shin telling me about the simple paint chip can impact with the same destructive force as a nuclear weapon. That's just insane. Like, imagine that. Also, since I haven't played the original version of this, was this voice acting for these entries actually in the original version, or is this something that they've done for the remaster?
All modern infantry weapons, from pistols to assault rifles, use micro-scaled mass accelerator technology. Projectiles consist of tiny metal slugs suspended within a mass-reducing field, accelerated by magnetic force to speeds that inflict kinetic damage. The ammo magazine is a simple block of metal. The gun's internal computer calculates the mass needed to reach the target based on distance, gravity, and atmospheric pressure, then shears off an appropriate-sized slug from the block. A single block can supply thousands of rounds, making ammo a non-issue during any engagement. Top-line weapons also feature smart targeting that allows them to correct for weather and environment. Firing on a target in a howling gale feels the same as it does on a calm day at the practice range. Smart targeting does not mean a bullet will automatically find the mark every time the trigger is pulled. It only makes it easier for the marksman to aim.
It was Fuller? That's excellent. That's awesome that it was. It definitely is one of those things that if you're not in the mood to read, it's much better to just have it being said out loud. Okay, so that covers that. There's a lot of reading in here, and not that I'm not interested in actually finding out what it says, but for this playthrough I'm not really wanting to read all this stuff. Maybe in a future one I will, but not in this one. Alright, so that's all sorted, and I haven't really looked much at the other squad though. We've got Rex, and at this point I'm feeling like I want to have him as part of the team, but then that might change as I go through the game, so who knows. That's why I'm a bit sort of like, I could put points into this character, and it seems that every character has their own set of points, so it wouldn't necessarily matter if I put all these points of Rex into his stats, but then don't end up using him, because it's only him that these points are being used for. It's not like every time I use a point for him, a point for another character gets used or taken off them. Fuller, you've seen playthroughs where people don't even open the codex. Ah, really, Fuller? Yeah, when there's a game that I really get interested in, you'll actually see me go into the codex or database, whatever it's called in whatever game that has it, and I'll want to actually find out the information, and that's how you know that I actually am enjoying the game too, as well. Rex is built just like Arnie. Good choice, Rod. Thanks for redeeming that, hippie. Yeah, that's actually a good point. And I like his character, actually, and his, when we were dealing with General Septimus, and there was a comment he made where it's like, you know, better than sitting on your ass all day, and I really love that. Warp. Cool. Krogan Battlemaster. Rex is one of the last true Krogan Battlemasters, as they are a dying breed for which the rest of the galaxy is grateful. Improves health regeneration, physics resistance, and melee damage. Well, I definitely want to be improving that for him. Stasis. Makes the target unable to move or attack, but also immune to damage. Squad members will not use stasis unless it's selected from the power wheel. Okay. Barrier. Bolsters your shields with a biotic barrier that will absorb up to 400 points of damage. Will not block attacks that bypass shields. Be good to get that for him. Warp. Inflicts 6 damage to the target every second and lowers the target's damage protection by 50%. That sounds good. Combat armor. Increased damage reduction. Definitely want that for him. Shield boost. Restores 30% of your shield per second. Nice. Even when you're under fire. Unlock fitness. Let's see. Increase his health. And give him that for assault rifles. Immunity. Briefly but greatly increases your armor's protection, significantly reducing health damage in emergencies. Nice. For lower, Mass Effect 1, whilst a good game, is arguably the low point of the trilogy. It sets the scene. 2 is generally considered the best, where you really get hooked. Rex with good armor and a shotgun is a monster. Cool. Yeah, I really like his character so far. But yeah, that's fair enough too, as well. Some first games in the trilogy, as good as they are, sometimes get really improved by so much with the sequel that the sequel then, you know, can overshadow it a lot. It's like, you know, with many franchises, Silent Hill 2 can often overshadow Silent Hill 1, even though Silent Hill 1 is still a really great game in that series, for example. Mortal Kombat 1 is still pretty good, but Mortal Kombat 2 is definitely the better out of those first two. And there's so many examples as well. Street Fighter 2 is better than Street Fighter 1. Resident Evil 2 for some people might be better than Resident Evil 1, for example. And then you got, you know, Assassin's Creed 2, which is better than 1 for some people as well. So yeah. Sometimes the second entry in a series is often considered the best. Okay, decryption. That would be good. Hacking. What do I need for that? Decryption, 7 points. Oh yeah. Grab that. Basic armor. That'd be good to give her. Shield boost. Restores a portion of your shields even while you're under fire. Damping. What's this? Does 50% damage in a 6 radius. Lead electronics up to 4 points for that. Unlock damping. That needs to be level 7 for decryption. Oh, hang on, what's this? Tech resistance. AI hacking. I like the idea of hacking AI to make them go berserk and destroy each other. We'll get that. Alright, that's them sorted for that stuff. And journal. So there are main things, but I'll wait to decide what I want to do with those. Alright, so here we go. We are finally, in my first ever playthrough of Mass Effect, actually going beyond the Citadel. I've spent a lot of last stream and the entirety up until this point of this stream in this area doing stuff, so it's time to move forward.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
I heard what happened to Captain Anderson. Survives 100 battles and then gets taken down by backroom politics. Just watch your back, Commander. Things go bad on this mission, you're next on their chopping block.
Hey, hey, hey. Son of Dr. Evil. Stop going on about this bullshit. Alright, Seth Green? Hit pigs above and beyond. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I did all the side quests that I could. When I got to a point where I didn't have the red Renegade dialogue options, I decided to, wait to do those until I had the option to. And I eventually got to be able to do that, and so I decided to do those side quests while I was there, and then do all these sorts of other things as well, and now here we are. I haven't actually played Heavy Rain Hippie T, but I have actually seen it being played, and I think I'm spoiled by Detroit Become Human, made by the same people, Quantic Dream, that I don't know if I really want to play Heavy Rain now, because there were certain things in it that looked a bit meh, and a bit kind of like, I don't know. However, you never ever know. I might actually decide to play it, and then Beyond Two Souls, I actually like that game from the look of it, but I haven't played that one yet. But I really did like Detroit Become Human, so maybe there might be something about their earlier games that hooks me, that might make it good to actually play. You feel like I'd really enjoy that? Yeah, I mean, I may, if I actually play it myself, but some of what I saw was just not that appealing, but you never know.
Saren's out there somewhere, and we're gonna find him.
Everyone on this ship's behind you, Commander, 100%. Intercom's open. If you got anything you want to say to the crew, now's the time.
100%? That's not good enough, Joker. You need to be giving 1,000%. Even more. I need to be honest with them. No.
Listen up, Normandy. This is your commander speaking. We have our orders. Find Saren before he finds the conduit, and I refuse to let anything get in the way of that mission. Wherever Saren goes, we'll follow. Wherever he searches for the conduit, we'll be there. We will hunt him to the very ends of the galaxy and bring him down. None of the other species has the guts, grit, or balls to deal with this. So it's up to us. We're the only ones who can stop Saren. I swear to you all, we will stop him.
Well said, Commander. Captain will be proud.
The captain's not here. I'm in charge now, Joker, and time's wasting. Get this bird in the air.
Yes, ma'am.
I fucking love it. Playing the Renegade. I definitely am glad that I'm playing it as a Renegade for my first playthrough. And since I know that I like the game as well, it means that I will play the game again in the future, but I won't do Renegade in the next playthrough, of course. Hippie, you think Heavy Rain is just so ridiculous, it's a funny game to you. Yeah, I think some of the things that I could sort of see was one of the characters who uses some kind of virtual AI thing, like Iron Man uses to actually, you know, search for stuff and all that kind of thing. This guy's name is Joker. It is Hippie, yeah. Yeah, the actor who plays him is Seth Green as well. I like that. That's just so funny, the way that I chose those options, and that's what Shepard said. Alright, now we're back on the Normandy. But let's leave and go back to the Citadel. No, just kidding. I'm not going to do that. Already spent enough time at the Citadel for now. It's like, you, stand up straight. I mean, sit up straight. You, make sure you don't do what you did last time. You almost killed us all. Okay, got it. Why is this person not at their post? Where the fuck are they? Oi, who is supposed to be sitting right here now? Huh? Renegade Shepherd doesn't like it when people are supposed to be here but they're not. And you. I said, hey you. Okay, I'll stop being silly now. For now, that is. What are you looking at? It's like, Shepard's gone insane. Being a Spectre has gone to their head. Maybe the detective guy. Yeah, him. Yeah. Shepard walking animation is more like she's jogging in a park. That's true. A good old jog. Or maybe you don't remember how women walk. You haven't been in the dating scene in a bit. Well, I mean, that's the thing too, actually, I come to think of it. When they did the motion capture, I wonder if they did both. A sleeper pod?
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I don't see how we could have done things any better. At least not without getting to Eden Prime sooner. And we were on the scene faster than any other Alliance ship could have been.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Fuller motion capture, more freehand, you think? Yeah. Yeah, the original being 2007, not all games had yet moved to that, where you have the performers not just doing the voice, but also actually performing as the character in the volume. Fuller big buffer there, only for you. I'm not sure, maybe. I'm playing this with my stream at 720p. I would actually have it set to 1080p, but when I do, my internet slows down. And in the past, I've had some people leave the stream because it was buffering. So I just wanted to try and pick a thing that was, I guess, a middle route. But ironically, of course, obviously, buffering can still happen on 720p. In 2007, the holy year, first Mass Effect, Assassin's Creed, Witcher, Bioshock. That's true, exactly, yeah. And then you got Uncharted, which was another big start to a long-running franchise as well. Atypical looks fine here, Rod. Oh, that's good, Atypical. Yeah, because you never know sometimes, because it might be my end or someone else's end, or there might be internet issues or whatnot. Hitpigs, you know the pain. Australian internet can be really annoying. Well and truly, Hitpigs, for sure. And I've had things in the past where you try to watch a YouTube video that's only 2 minutes, and it buffers like you're trying to watch a 10-hour video. And I've even got the second... I don't know how many tiers of plans there are with my provider, but I'm actually the I actually have the one down from the top that you can get as well, and still get issues.
If anyone has to take over for Captain Anderson, I'm glad it's you. I'm not sure about having non-humans on our ship, though.
Speak freely, Presley. I want to know if you have a problem with non-humans.
It's not that, Commander. Humanity has always handled its own problems. Saren attacked one of our colonies. We should be the ones to stop him. We don't need their help.
I still think this dude reminds me of actors Clint Howard and Robert Picardo actually melded into one. Like, someone took two images of each actor and then used AI technology to morph the two in together and then come out with the result.
How did you end up assigned to the Normandy?
I signed up with the Alliance as a navigator right out of school, following in my grandfather's footsteps, I guess. My first posting was on the Agincourt. We were at Elysium during the Skillian Blitz. A massive fleet of alien raiders hit the colony, trying to wipe it out. They had the numbers, but their ships were no match for an Alliance frigate. It was a slaughter. We couldn't even keep track of how many ships they lost.
How'd you end up on the Normandy?
I got my officer's commission after Elysium. Must have made an impression on the right people. Captain asked for me when he was picking his crew.
Bully for you, Navigator Presley.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commander?
Damn it. I couldn't choose the other dialogue options because I went with the other one.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
He's a speciesist. That's true. He definitely is. And Renegade Shepherd is as well, to be honest. If I was gonna play, if I was gonna do a playthrough of this game where it was how I personally would actually choose things, I tend to either go middle ground or, you know, kind of like more positive than I do negative. But for this playthrough, I wanted to do something that I don't normally do with these kinds of games, especially on a first playthrough. Normally I do a first playthrough where I try to be, as I say, like either in the middle or have the character be more, you know, like positive, like wanting to help people and all that type of stuff. But it's good to do a bit of a change up and actually approach a game in this way, and I'm definitely enjoying playing in this style. But my next playthrough of this in the future at some point won't be a Renegade playthrough. And I'm going to play as male Shepherd in that one. Well, you always find this interesting. The story explains that humans have only known of other races for 30 years, and it started with a war, but when characters show suspicion of aliens, so many players knee-jerk racism. Well, I guess the thing about it is that no matter how long it's been since humans have known about aliens, I think it says something about us as a species, especially in a game set even like so far into the future from where we currently are, that there's still humans who actually think about that kind of thing and actually focus on that, as in they look at someone from another species and instantly look down on them and want to treat them as inferior kind of thing. So I can understand where you're coming from, Fuller, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's just a reflection of this idea that humans, no matter what era we're talking about, there'll still be shitty humans, you know, and it's unfortunate, but it's something like that. So yeah, I think that's probably one way to look at it as well. Hitpigs, when you play choose your own adventure games, your first playthrough you choose the kind options, do you, Hitpigs? Yeah, like when I was playing Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 for the first time, I mean, I did do dishonorable things in the game because it was new to me at the time and I was just curious about, you know, certain things and outcomes in it, but generally speaking, though, I made sure that John Marston's honor in Red Dead 1 and Arthur's in 2 was actually high honor, you know, and that's usually how I play it. Which is another good reason why in my Red Dead 2 playthrough I'm doing this year, I'm actually changing things up and doing all the antagonizing stuff and doing low honor at the same time as well.
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get my duty squared away. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Kinda wish you'd got there sooner, Commander. No offense, I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
They died, you lived. That happens in this job.
Yes, Commander. Believe me, I understand that. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
The answer seems plain enough to me. Be more alert.
Aye, aye, Commander. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
It's like, you should have got there sooner. Well, deal with it. We got there when we did.
Nice ship you've got, Shepard. What can I do for you?
What's your story, Rex?
There's no story. Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
You Krogans live for centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire race. That was fun.
Shepard's renegade response, big deal. Fuller, if advanced aliens turn up tomorrow, how, can you imagine how humans would react? If there was a Twitter poll on if we trusted them, you suspect it would be a strong no. Yeah, well that's it, you know, and it ties into the fear of the unknown, and also this idea of not knowing what to expect as well, and what their intentions would be. There'd also be people that were instantly thinking that they were here to invade, but then you'd have some people that were thinking that they were here for peace, and you don't know whether the aliens are pretending to be here for peace or if they'd be here for something else, you know what I mean? So but yeah, if something like that happened in real life, there probably would be a strong negative reaction to that.
Yeah, they tried the same with us, but we fought them off.
It's not the same.
Seems similar enough to me.
So your people were infected with a genetic mutation? An infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children survive birth? And I suppose it's destroying your entire species?
Oh my god. Oh, in reaction to what he said, I personally wouldn't say this, but I'm doing the Renegade playthrough and we have to say this as part of that playthrough.
You're still here. Can't be all that bad.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
I was just making conversation. I wasn't trying to upset you.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
Fuller, and from the other perspective, your grandfather fought in World War II and hated Germans and Japanese until the end of his days. Hitpig saying your grandfather could never trust anything made by the Japanese. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, and it's a very touchy kind of thing, and there's multiple places around the world that also have that, you know, when you look at past conflicts, centuries ago even. I'm sure there's people that centuries ago, when something happened to their country and their history, that they hated the other side, and still do to this day, you know, even though the majority might have made peace with each other, you know, in the centuries afterwards. But yeah, it's one of those things too where when things are happening in the moment, it can't be helped what people decide to do when it comes to who they side with and all that type of stuff. And when someone experiences something like that, it's understandable, even if it's not something that you agree with or that you think is good. There still is some kind of understandable aspect about people feeling that way after going through that. But yeah, it's sort of like a tricky thing, and the way I look at it is, you know, humans overall, we can be pretty shitty to each other, you know, and it's really sad when you look back through history and you look at all the bullshit that we've done to each other, and that still actually happens. And I just take the view of it as like, it's just, you know, it's one of those unfortunate things. It'd be great if it wasn't the case, if everything that happened in the past didn't actually happen, and that nothing like that will ever happen again. But where, you know, humanity is a species that things happen in cycles. There's just, you know, a cycle where something that did happen before may actually happen again, and sometimes, you know, something that was positive, you know, might not happen. So there's just so many different things, different variables. Raver Rusty, thank you so much for dropping the follow. Thank you for that.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure not getting any stronger. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
Lots of species have left their homes and prospered.
But they go to colonize new worlds. We're not settlers. We're warriors. We want to fight. So we leave. Hire ourselves out. And most of us never go back.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in
What can you tell me about the genophage?
Ask the Solarians if you want details. They made it. All I know, it makes breeding nearly impossible. Thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected. Every one. And no one's rushing to find a cure.
Raver Rusty been lurking a bit. Gotta love ME. Mass Effect, that is. I like that. Thank you so much for being lurking, Rusty. I do appreciate that as well too. That's awesome. And I'm really liking this game. Yeah, it's one of those things where I knew it existed for a while, and had heard so much stuff about it over the years that I never actually played it before now, but I decided this year that I wanted to finally get to it, so here we are. Fuller, ethically, the Krogan story is really interesting, but a bit soon for discussion. That's fair enough, Fuller. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, this game has a lot of deep writing in it, and a lot of stuff as well, which is cool. If you're really enjoying a game like this, and you get that interest, you want to actually know more as well.
Why don't the Krogan try to find a cure?
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist? You ask a Krogan, would he rather find a cure for the genophage or fight for credits? He'll choose fighting every time. It's just who we are, Shepard. I can't change that. Nobody can.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Thanks for bringing me on board. I knew working with the Spectre would be better than life at CSEC.
Have you worked with the Spectre before?
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
Raver, and the pacing is solid. Andromeda messed that up. You'd get interested in a storyline or a character and then they'd ignore them forever. That is really unfortunate. It's like, what? You may as well not have even written that character to be in the story at all, if they're just going to be ignored later. You know, that's just ridiculous.
For the most part, the rules are there for a reason.
Maybe. But sometimes it feels like the rules are only there to stop me from doing my work. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it.
But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
The reason I chose that option is because it's kind of like, you know, to me a renegade character would be kind of like hypocritical as well, you know what I mean? So for example, playing Shepard as a renegade, Shepard doesn't give a shit about rules, right? But a renegade like Shepard, if you're playing Shepard as a renegade, would be hypocritical, and if someone else said that or complained about the fact that there were rules, they'd be like, well, you gotta suck it up then, kind of thing. That's what I was hoping to go for with that response.
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that. It didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. CSEC's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
It's not the end of the world. You'll have tougher decisions soon enough.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Either way, I plan to make the most of this.
And without CSEC headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
As long as you do your job well, you're free to go about your business as you see fit.
Thank you, Commander.
Rusty, they came back to it, but by that time you've forgotten or lost care for it. This one just nailed it. Yeah, you know, you get to that point where you've probably been interested in other aspects of the game as you've gone through, and then by the time that character pops up again, you're just like, oh, that's right, that was a character that at the start they wanted us to really care about, but they didn't turn up again until now. You're thinking of playing it through on Insanity level soon, maybe your first stream. Well, that would be a good idea, actually, to play it on the highest difficulty. I'm assuming that's the most difficult difficulty that you can do.
Commander, good to see you.
It's interesting, actually, come to think of it, the names that they come up with for the highest difficulty in games. Like in Evil Within 1, it's called Akumu, which is ironic because apparently in Japanese Akumu means nightmare, yet the difficulty called Nightmare is actually one below Akumu. Not tough as a biotic, a soldier and tech is rough, is it? I see. Nice, hadn't heard that one. Yeah, Rusty, and the difficulty is anything can kill you in one hit. There's even enemies that are really small, like the size of a rat, and if you get hit by them, you're dead.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
This reminds me, it doesn't look like it, but it reminds me of the movie Event Horizon. And in that movie, which is a sci-fi horror, you have this ship being created called the Event Horizon. Eventually it goes missing in space for a long time, and no one knows what actually happened to it. But then, all of a sudden, it reappears, and they actually send a team of people to investigate. One of them is actually the guy who designed the Event Horizon. And, spoiler alert for a movie from 1997, but it turns out that the planet, which can actually use black holes to travel around the universe, actually found a portal that leads to hell itself. And when the crew arrived in that location, they basically eviscerated each other, among other things, and killed one another and, you know, gouged eyes out and all this other stuff that we don't see in full in the movie. There was supposed to be a version of the movie that has all that put back in, but they never were able to release it. But in any case, the ship comes back and it's actually been possessed by whatever entity was in hell. And basically what it can do, and this isn't something that's only unique to the story of Event Horizon, but any fear that you have, the ship can read your mind, and it doesn't just read your mind, it also recreates your fear for you. And if you fear being trapped in a room on your own and can't get out, for example, then the ship will do whatever it can to bring that fear to life for you. There's actually a movie even before that came out where the fears of the crew were, you know, created for them to experience, so it's not like it's the first time. But it's a really cool sci-fi horror movie. It's got Sam Neill in it, it's got Lawrence Fishburne in it as well, and it's got Sean Pertwee as well. If anyone's seen the show Gotham, he played Alfred on that show. If you've seen Dog Soldiers, he's in that too. But it's a really good sci-fi horror movie from the late 90s. Fuller, like Witcher 3 on Death March is fairly challenging, but turn on enemy upscaling and rats can easily kill you. Really, Fuller? Yeah, that's something that I haven't even done in the Assassin's Creed games that have the enemy scaling. I haven't even used that kind of aspect to the difficulty before. And when I played Witcher 3 for my first time last year, I just played it on the normal. Yeah, but that actually sounds like a really good story. It really is hippie. Yeah, the director of it did Mortal Kombat, the original movie, 2 years before it came out. And they offered him to do the sequel, but he turned it down and did Event Horizon instead, which was a good move because the second Mortal Kombat movie is atrocious and really, really sucks. However, he would go on to do a lot of movies that a lot of people consider to be massive flops and things. He went on to do movies like the first Resident Evil movie, and he directed a few of the sequels as well, and Alien vs Predator 1, he directed that too. But I think, and also he did a movie called Soldier in 1998 with Kurt Russell, which I saw. I didn't think it was that great, but it's okay. But I definitely think Mortal Kombat and Event Horizon are his best two movies even today. It really is, Rusty. It really is a good one as well. And it's a shame that the full uncut version hasn't actually been able to be released, but I can't remember what actually happened there, but they're not releasing it ever, so... There was another one that came out at the same time that was similar. Yeah, wasn't it? I think from memory, I want to say it had. Damn, what's their name? I forgot. Of course, Rod. I can't believe I forgot her name. Angela Bassett. I think there was a movie that came out around the same time as Event Horizon that Angela Bassett was actually in as well. So I've got her IMDb open, so if I have a look at around 1997... let's see... Supernova. Is that the one that you're thinking of? All hell is about to break loose. Supernova. Ah, it's got James Spader in it too. Didn't realise. And Robin Tunney is in it as well. Cool. Oh, Sphere. Yeah, the one with Samuel L. Jackson and Sharon Stone in it. Yeah. Sphere was 98 and it's the one you were thinking? Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I saw that one as well. The sphere gives them the power to make dreams reality, but their worst fears end up killing their teammates. They were close together. Yeah, very close actually. It's funny how that happens too. And then you get two movies that are the same that get released in the same year, like Volcano and Dante's Peak, which are essentially about the same kind of thing happening. Then you had Armageddon and Deep Impact coming out in the same year as well, and they're about similar things too.
I don't like the idea of aliens studying the architecture of Alliance ships.
We're on the same side here. My people have more reason to hate the Geth than anyone, remember? But you can't blame me for being a little excited. I never dreamed I'd get a chance to travel on a ship as advanced as the Normandy.
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
I can't believe your fleet's still using ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work. Mostly. We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla, grow our own food, mine and process our own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
want to know more about the pilgrimage.
When my people reach maturity, we leave our birth ships and seek acceptance with a new crew. It's necessary to maintain genetic diversity among the fleet. But no ship wants to accept someone who will be a burden on them. So, to prove our worth, we embark on a pilgrimage. We set out alone, leaving the flotilla and our families behind us. We only return once we have found something of value we can bring back to the fleet. This is presented as a gift to the captain of the respective ship we wish to join. If the gift is accepted, we are welcomed into the crew.
I can't believe they just send you off alone.
It's not like they just cast us out. Before we leave, we are given lessons in how to survive outside the flotilla, and given gifts to help us on our journey. We also receive implants to fight off sickness and disease. Generations of living in an isolated and highly controlled environment have left our immune systems weaker than most. By the time we leave the fleet, we are well equipped for the pilgrimage. This is a rite of passage for all Quarians. If it were dangerous, our numbers would suffer. Virtually every pilgrimage ends with a triumphant return and the ritual presentation of the gift to one of the fleet's captains.
Rusty, so much with Toons, Ants and Bugs Life. Oh, so they came out the same year, did they? I didn't even realize. Madagascar and that other one that flopped. Open Range, was it, or something? That name just came to me. I don't know if it's actually even similar or not. That's the first thing I thought of.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often. Most captains are eager to increase the size of their crew. It increases their own standing in our society. Even when a gift is not particularly valuable, the captain usually accepts it out of a sense of tradition. However, there is a stigma to presenting a substandard gift. It's not the best way to make a good impression on a new community. Most pilgrims don't return until they find something worthwhile.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce, and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the freedoms and civil liberties other species take for granted.
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population grows too much, it would strain our resources to their breaking point. Of course, we also can't allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed. In extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births, though the Conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century.
When Tali mentioned the idea of how they're not allowed to have more than one child, it reminds me of a movie from the 90s called Fortress. And in that movie, it's set in a future time where you can only have one child per couple. And even if that child unfortunately dies, that couple can never ever have another child. Once you actually have a child, that's it. No matter what, you can't have another one. But anyone who does have more than one child, they actually do get sent to prison for that. And the main character and his wife are trying to cross a border. I can't remember from where to where, but she's actually pregnant again. But unfortunately, they lost their other child before. But they try to hide it, but they're discovered, and it's discovered that she's pregnant. So she gets sent to an all-women's prison, and he gets sent to an all-male prison. And in that prison system, people have what is called an intestinator put into their body. Essentially, a little explosive device gets put down your throat and goes into your intestine. And if you try to escape, or if you try to go past a certain point, it'll actually start to activate, and it will actually blow up and kill you if you don't comply. And exactly Fuller, Christopher Lambert is in that movie. And if anyone's a fan of that 70s show, the actor who plays the father, isn't it Red or something like that? He's also in the movie as well. He plays the villain in Fortress, and they actually did a sequel to it, which I saw, but it was, you know, really ridiculous as well. And Kurtwood Smith is the name of the actor who plays the villain in that as well. He was also in RoboCop as well, the original one. Oh, is there Fuller a big buffer? I see. Yeah, there's not much I can really do about it, to be honest. If I put it to 1080p, the stream's going to suffer anyway. So I just need to leave it on 720p. Good old Australian internet. Can't handle hours worth of 1080p streaming on the upload.
That's your government.
The Conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship can elect a representative to serve on the Conclave and make decisions that affect the fleet as a whole. On matters that affect an individual ship, however, the captain has the final say. It's a tradition that dates back to the early days, when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart enough to have an elected council from their crew to give them advice and guidance.
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials?
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives. But in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The 5 top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the Conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once. After that, the entire board must resign their posts. It's a safeguard that served us well. In nearly 3 centuries, the Admiralty Board has only overruled the Conclave 4 times.
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins, what they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
How come the Council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. A million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
So the Geth share brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are.
So there's some sort of group consciousness?
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
What made them rebel?
As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people.
I don't see what's so bad about those questions.
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor. That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long. The Geth were showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves. It was inevitable the newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently.
You didn't really think they'd just let you destroy them without a fight, did you?
The hope was that most of the Geth would still be little more than machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the Veil. Now we drift through space, exile, searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
You got what you deserved.
We made a mistake when we created the Geth in the first place, but we did not make a mistake when we went to war against them. If we had not acted, they would have wiped us out. They're a synthetic life form. They have no use for organics. None. Why do you think they cut themselves off from the rest of the galaxy? Why do you think they've killed every organic being who's ever tried to contact them?
You didn't give them a real good first impression.
You really think things would be any different if we waited for them to act first? The Geth are not innocent victims in all this. They're the enemy. They want to destroy us. Not just the Quarians. All organic life. That's why they've joined up with Saren. And that's why we have to stop him.
I should go.
See you later.
Fully your team, Tali, but Quarian ethics, yeah, it's kind of like, And Renegade Shepherd's just like, it's your fault, you guys suck, deal with it. Of course that would happen. Why'd you think anything different? Code, you just put a home delivery order for your refills to test that possibility. About 90% of the things you get usually but boosted. About 32 to 34 kilograms worth. Oh, you did? Oh, that's good that you got it. And that it actually came to you safely and nothing was missing and, you know, anything like that. But that's cool. I was actually looking through this Mass Effect morality guide and I feel like I might have missed some Renegade points in the prologue. Because the way it's ordered, I was expecting certain characters that are mentioned in the prologue to actually happen, but I don't remember a character named Manuel and Dr. Warren. I don't remember a character named Cole and the smuggler. Caden, back on the SSV Normandy if Shepard is female, to Renegade for saying the mission failed. I don't remember getting that option. Oh, that was in the prologue. Yeah, I did say that to him. Actually, back on the Normandy. Yeah, actually, I do think I covered that. Maybe what I did was I got into the habit of selecting the bottom option anyway and didn't really pay attention much to who the character was or whether or not it was actually in the list that I was actually following. Then we got ones in the Citadel exposed Saren. Still got these. Code, well, it's not here now, but in 2 days. Oh, so in 2 days' time. Well, hopefully it does get to you in pristine condition and that everything you've ordered is actually there as well, Code.
Hey, Commander, you know that Quarian, Tali? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engine.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
The Renegade response will be...
Ambassador Udina made me take her along.
Normally I don't have anything nice to say about politicians, but he made a good call on this. However, I'm guessing that's not why you came down here.
Where else have you served, Adams?
If you name a class of Alliance ship, I've probably served on it. Everything from dreadnoughts and carriers right down to frigates like the Normandy. My last assignment was on the Tokyo, only a cruiser, but she was a good ship. Couldn't hold a candle to the Normandy, though.
Fill me in on the IES stealth system. How does it work exactly?
You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation. Too easy for sensors to pick them up, unless you find a way to capture those emissions. So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself. No emissions to give away our location. Eventually the sinks have to be vented. More than a few hours silent running and they overheat. Cook us inside our own hull.
There's no way for anyone to detect us?
A visual scan can still pick us up. Anyone looking out a window can see us plain as day. But you have to be pretty close to get an actual visual out in space. Most vessels rely on scanners. As long as the stealth systems are engaged, they can't see us. Not unless we accelerate to FTL speeds.
Why doesn't it work with faster-than-light travel?
Cranking up to FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we've got the only one.
I want to know more about the Normandy.
She's the best ship I've ever served on, probably the fastest vessel ever designed, and she's the only one using the new Tantalus drive core.
What's so special about the Tantalus drive core?
Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, but we can run at FTL speeds longer before we have to discharge the core.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Looking for supplies?
Not right now, thanks.
No problem. Keep checking back. Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
I enlisted but humanity
I should
needs.
go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Sorry, I've already actually spoken to her and got that same dialogue, so there's nothing new for her to say.
Anything you need,
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Alright, he's got nothing new. Nothing new here. We've spoken to Presley. Nothing here. Alright. Time to go speak to Joker. Joker, son of an evil doctor. And I've gone the wrong way. Hang on. Go to that, go to Nevaria, go to Feros. Alright. Let's see if anything new, if Joker has anything new to say. Oh shit, I forgot about this part here. Oh, that's just to exit, okay.
Commander, something you need?
How's the Normandy performing? Is she everything they said she'd be?
She's the best ship in the fleet, if you've got a pilot who knows how to handle her. Balance isn't what you'd expect. Takes a while to get used to that oversized drive core we got stuffed in the back, and her power can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
I feel like a Renegade Shepherd would have something to actually say to sort of like make Joker feel lesser than he is in her eyes. Hey Demise, welcome dude, and welcome to my first ever playthrough of not only the first Mass Effect game, but any Mass Effect game ever, not even the original versions. Welcome, I hope things are going well.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm not even great. I am the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet. Top of my class in flight school, I earned that. All those commendations in my file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
I can't have you on this ship if you're going to infect my crew.
Infect the crew? Oh man, you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Okay, I've got Vrolik syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly. They're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter. Even with crutches and my leg braces, it's hard to get around. One wrong step and crack! It's very dramatic, but I've learned to manage my condition, Commander. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance unless, you know, you like the sound of snapping shin bone.
Demise, and you're doing a Renegade Run. This'll be fun. Yeah, I thought for my first playthrough, do a Renegade Run, and my thinking was also, if I ended up not liking it, then at least there would be something for me to chew on for the rest of the playthrough, you know. But I'm loving the game, so I'll still stick to doing the Renegade Run, of course, but I definitely will be doing replays of this in the future, and I do want to do Mass Effect 2 as well, but to make sure I don't get burned out on the series, I want to actually take a break between Mass Effect 1 and 2 and play some other games and then come back to it. Are you good? You're chilling? Excellent. That's great, Demise. I'm glad to hear that, dude. That's awesome. And I'm doing great. I had a good weekend, and my Monday's been going well, and in 2 hours' time, it'll be Tuesday. But yeah, it's going great.
I need to know more about this Vrolik syndrome if I'm putting my ship in your hands.
Yeah, of course you do. It's an extremely rare condition. Nobody knows exactly what causes it. Genetic, maybe. It's treatable, but there's no cure. I classify my case as moderate to severe. I was born with over a dozen fractures, hip, thighs, ankles. My bones were already breaking in the womb. 100 years ago, I wouldn't have survived past my first year. Lucky for me, modern medical science has turned me into a productive member of society.
You're not gonna break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you?
I don't fly with my feet, Commander, so I'm fine as long as I'm in this chair. I gotta be real careful when I get up to take a piss, though. I can do my job as well as anyone on the ship. Better, actually. So don't worry about it.
I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. Let's talk about something else.
Whatever you want, Commander.
Why does everyone call you Joker?
It's a lot shorter than saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant Jeff Moreau. Plus, I love to make little children laugh.
I was just thinking how much you remind me of Santa Claus.
Look, I didn't pick the name. One of the instructors in flight school used to bug me about never smiling. She started calling me Joker, and it stuck.
Well, I don't know, Joker, if your instructor in flight school was like Joker's instructor in the movie Full Metal Jacket, but, yeah. Demise, yeah, I gotcha. You took a break between ME1 and 2. You tried to go Paragon in these games so far. That's cool, Demise. And, how does it feel doing a playthrough on Paragon? Because, I'm looking at some of the options, and I think when I replay this game in the future, I'll probably do a Paragon playthrough instead to get the very opposite kind of experience. However, when I get to Mass Effect 2, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know if I want to stick with Renegade for the trilogy, or if I want to mix and match certain things, and maybe have Shepard do a complete difference, and maybe Mass Effect 2's playthrough will be a Paragon playthrough. And it's like, why are you being so nice to everyone all of a sudden? And then in Mass Effect 3, I can turn Shepard back into a Renegade and be like, aha, it was all part of my plan. Make you think that I was actually a Paragon, but I'm not. But we'll see how it goes.
Why didn't you ever smile?
Hey, I worked my ass off in flight school, Commander. The world's not gonna hand you anything if you go around grinning like an idiot. By the end of the year, I was the best pilot in the academy, even better than the instructors, and everybody knew it. They'd all got their asses kicked by the sickly kid with the creaky little legs. One guess who was smiling at graduation?
How'd you end up joining the Alliance?
Look, if you're looking for an inspirational tale of the crippled kid overcoming impossible odds, you're gonna be disappointed. My mother was a civilian contractor working for the Alliance. I basically grew up on the Arcturus station back when they were building up the fleets. Spend all that time around Alliance ships, there's a good chance you'll end up going to the Academy.
Hey there, Hornpub. I'm not sure if you go for full Renegade you even have to talk with your crew, because talking is like socializing and getting friendly. You're just thinking. Yeah, there's actual options in dialogue that are that, but you're right, like you don't have to actually speak to all the crew and stuff. Because I'm really enjoying this game, I'm like, I want to actually talk to as many characters as possible, and within that, choosing the Renegade option, or sometimes I've chosen like a middle option, because the middle option actually sounds more like a Renegade response than the bottom does, which is actually supposed to be a Renegade response as well. But I've had a couple of really cool moments in this game where I have the red dialogue available on the left hand side when dealing with certain characters in quests, and I've been able to utilize that, and it's just so satisfying. Demise, it's nice. You love all the dialogue options. Yeah, you think you'll definitely do Renegade for a next run if you do one. Yeah, it's really cool to have that, and it helps create a difference in your playthrough each time. Choose different combinations, and even, go from, you might have a conversation where you can choose Renegade, and then you can backpedal and be Paragon, and then go in the middle as well. Hornpub, the game and conversations, this came in mind. That's fair enough, Hornpub, yeah. Yeah, I like a game if I'm wanting to talk to all the characters in it.
How'd you end up joining the Alliance?
Look, if you're looking for an inspirational tale of the crippled kid overcoming impossible odds, you're gonna be disappointed. My mother was a civilian contractor working for the Alliance. I basically grew up on the Arcturus station back when they were building up the fleets. Spend all that time around Alliance ships, there's a good chance you'll end up going to the Academy.
I have to go.
Alright, see ya.
Alright, so that's Joker spoken to. Now, let's go to the galaxy map. And see what's unlocked in the codex. So I'm not actually reading out the secondary codex entries, but I will be playing the primary ones because they have audio narration.
The Citadel. Citadel space is an unofficial term referring to any region of space controlled by a species that acknowledges the authority of the Citadel Council. At first glance, it appears this territory encompasses most of the galaxy. In reality, however, less than 1% of the stars have been explored. Even Mass Effect FTL drive is slow relative to the volume of the galaxy. Empty space and systems without suitable drive discharge sites are barriers to exploration. Only the mass relays allow ships to jump hundreds of light years in an instant, the key to expanding across an otherwise impassable galaxy. Whenever a new relay is activated, the destination system is rapidly developed. From that hub, FTL drive is used to expand to nearby star clusters. The result is a number of densely developed clusters, thinly spread across the vast expanse of space, connected by the mass relay network. Faster-than-light drives use element zero cores to reduce the mass of the ship, allowing higher rates of acceleration. This effectively raises the speed of light within the Mass Effect field, allowing high-speed travel with negligible relativistic time dilation effects. Starships still require conventional thrusters, chemical rockets, commercial fusion torch, economy ion engine, or military anti-proton drive, in addition to the FTL drive core. With only a core, a ship has no motive power. The amount of EZO and power required for a drive increases exponentially to the mass being moved and the degree it is being lightened. Very massive ships or very high speeds are prohibitively expensive. If the field collapses while the ship is moving at faster than light speed, the effects are catastrophic. The ship is snapped back to sublight velocity, the enormous excess energy shed in the form of lethal Cherenkov radiation.
Hornpub, you're also curious about the personal missions for getting crew's loyalty. What if you don't do them, and what if you do them and kind of fuck them up? That's actually a good point as well, because sometimes when you have a game with dialogue choices, what seems to be a good answer to give a character may on the surface seem like you're doing the right thing, but then they might respond with something that lets you know, oh shit, I've put my character in a corner now and I have to deal with what the situation is. And then you get occasions in games where at the time you choose that option, and then later in the story you find out what the consequence is of that choice that you made earlier in that mission, and then you find out that what you thought was a good response that would ensure that nothing else bad happened with the people involved. You get to that point in the story where it gets revealed that, oh shit, that person that I gave permission to do something in that earlier side mission has turned out to be an enemy agent that was pretending to be on our side, you know. You love this game, so much variety of scenarios. That's really cool too. Helps with replay value and helps keep playthroughs fresh as well. That's something I like to make sure. Whenever I'm playing a game that I really like and I play it multiple times, I always like to try and find a different way, even if it's a slight difference. For example, with Assassin's Creed games, sometimes I just do a playthrough where I don't worry about optional objectives, and then the next time I play the same game, I'll do the optional objectives. And then it might be massive differences, like I might do just a vanilla playthrough of a game, and then the next time I play it, I do a really in-depth 100% run. But then after I do that kind of playthrough with that game, or if I do that playthrough first, then I make sure that the next one, you know, isn't the same. So it's not another 100% playthrough, you know, and that helps keep the games fresh. And I think the other thing too is, being a streamer, when you play the same games in a series over and over again, the people who really like those games that are watching is also fresh for them, because they get to see the game being done in a way that maybe they don't do themselves, or that is different from the last time they watched me play it, so they get a different experience. You always do Paragon replays and never get bored. Maybe sometimes you slap some journalists. That's actually one of the quests that I did, because I made sure that I did all the Citadel quests that I could do before I got enough Paragon points to actually have those red dialogue choices. There were some that I was putting off until later in the game, but I eventually got some Paragon points, and then that allowed me to actually choose those options and get those missions done as well. Hornpub, have fun. Have to walk the dog, but we'll leave stream open. That's no worries, Hornpub. I definitely will have fun. I hope that you and the doggo enjoy the walk, and thank you for leaving the stream on lurk as well. I really do appreciate it.
Larger warships are generally classified in one of 4 weights. Frigates are small, fast ships used for scouting and screening of larger vessels. Frigates often operate in wolf pack flotillas. Cruisers are middleweight combatants, faster than dreadnoughts and more heavily armed than frigates. Cruisers are the standard patrol unit and often lead frigate flotillas. Dreadnoughts are kilometer-long capital ships mounting heavy, long-range firepower. They are only deployed for the most vital missions. Carriers are dreadnought-sized vessels that also carry large numbers of fighters. Smaller vessels are almost exclusively used in a support role to the warships during combat. Fighters are one-man craft used to perform close-range attacks on enemy ships. Interceptors are one-man craft optimized for destroying opposing fighters. The Normandy is a prototype starship developed by the Human Systems Alliance with the assistance of the Citadel Council. It is optimized for scouting and reconnaissance missions in unstable regions using state-of-the-art stealth technology. For most ships, the heat generated through standard operations is easily detectable against the absolute zero background of space. The Normandy, however, is able to temporarily sink this heat within the hull. Combined with refrigeration of the exterior hull, the ship can travel undetected for hours or drift passively for days of covert observation. This is not without risk. The stored heat must eventually be radiated, or it will build to levels capable of cooking the crew alive. Another component of the stealth system is the Normandy's revolutionary Tantalus drive, a mass effect core twice the standard size. The Tantalus drive generates mass concentrations that the Normandy falls into, allowing it to move without the use of heat-emitting thrusters. The Mako infantry fighting vehicle was designed for the System Alliance's frigates. Though the interior is cramped, an M35 is small enough to be carried in the cargo bay and easily deployed on virtually any world. With its turreted 155mm mass accelerator and coaxially mounted machine gun, the Mako can provide a fire team with weapon support as well as mobility. Since Alliance Marines may be required to fight on any world, the Mako is environmentally sealed and equipped with microthrusters for use on low-gravity planetoids. The Mako is powered by a sealed hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell and includes a small Element Zero core. While not large enough to nullify the vehicle's mass, the core can reduce it enough to be safely airdropped. When used in conjunction with thrusters, it also allows the Mako to extricate itself from difficult terrain.
That reminds me of the actor named Mako. He was really, really cool. And I think one of the earliest movies I saw him in was actually the original Conan the Barbarian. And in that movie, and in the sequel, called Conan the Destroyer, he played this sorcerer. And there's a link to his IMDb. He's long since passed away, unfortunately. He actually lived from 1933 to 2006. He was an actor, a production designer, and he also did some things for soundtracks, it seems. But he was a really cool actor, and the sorcerer he plays in Conan the Barbarian, the wizard, the scene where Conan actually meets him for the first time, Conan is like Can you summon demons, wizard? And it always made me laugh because I just love Arnold's line delivery there. But the thing about Mako as an actor was that when you saw him on screen, he had this really great presence, you know, and he was great as that wizard. But I had seen him in other things as well and enjoyed his work. So yeah, that's what reading this actually reminded me of. He was Fuller. He was really cool in Conan. And the funny thing is about the sequel, I actually have a bit of a soft spot for it. I do feel, of course, that it's inferior to Conan the Barbarian, but Conan the Destroyer was actually the first one I saw, probably because it's a bit less risque compared to Conan the Barbarian, given what age I was, when I actually watched Conan the Destroyer. Because there's no way that 10-year-old me would have been able to watch Conan the Barbarian, that's for sure. But I remember watching Conan the Destroyer at a friend's place when I was around that age. And when I finally saw Conan the Barbarian, though, I was like, this is very different to Conan the Destroyer. But yeah, the first one's superior. But Conan the Destroyer I actually don't mind. It's got a bit of a soft spot for it. And I was glad that he reprised the role in that movie as well.
Combat Heart. Medigel is a common medicinal salve used by paramedics, EMTs, and military personnel. It combines several useful applications: a local anesthetic, disinfectant, and clotting agent all in one. Once applied, the gel is designed to grip tight to flesh until subjected to a frequency of ultrasound. It is sealable against liquids, most notably blood, as well as contaminants and gases. The gel is a genetically engineered bioplasm created by the CERTA Foundation, a medical technology megacorp based on Earth. Technically, Medigel violates Council laws against genetic engineering, but to date, it has proved far too useful to ban.
In Mass Effect, it's an interesting concept of having this idea that obviously there was a time, like us currently in real life, where the humans in this fictional series didn't know about, all these alien races that existed. And all these other alien races that exist had formed a council. And then when humans and these other alien species actually interacted with each other for the first time, and all the stuff that happened, you then get to a point in this present time where you have humans are seen as kind of like this little tiny annoying mosquito that keeps bugging the other alien races. That seems like to be very inferior to them in comparison. And then you have this idea that the council, in order to get onto it, there's certain requirements, and that for all this time no human had actually been on there. And of course we have Shepard, who isn't actually on the council, but she was considered to be good enough to be a Spectre as well. Alright, so let's save and look at the journal for a moment. So we have these assignments. We've got the Hades Gamma Cluster. We've got the Han and Dis systems. We've got the Hades Gamma Cluster as well, so that's 2 missions related to that cluster. We got the Strenus system, the Sparta system, I love the name of that system, and the Han system as well. Great way to reference Han Solo, but also the fact that in Empire Strikes Back, when they're looking for a suitable planet to go to, Han and Leia are actually looking at the different planets that are available and systems, and there's a system called the Lando system that pops up. And Han's like, Lando's a system. Lando's a man, not a system, which is true. Okay, there seems to be 2 things that are in the Hades Gamma Cluster. So let's suss that out. I may not end up continuing with that, just in case. Maybe it's one of those things where I won't be ready in the game yet for it, but let's try it out anyway. No, Fuller, this is the Xbox version. I think there was something that was in the DIS part of Hades Gamma. Let's have a look. That music's really cool too. Oh no, that was a different mission. That was the DIS. That was with the Hostile Takeover one. Not that Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order is a bad game by any means or anything, but I hope that the sequel to that game does, in terms of like what planets you can go to, something more like Mass Effect has done here, with there being multiple planets but also different systems with other multiple planets in it. Because in the first Star Wars Jedi game, sorry, I may as well say, because Fallen Order is basically the subtitle for it. In the first Star Wars Jedi game, you have a few planets you can go to, but it's not like there's 10 planets that you can go to in the game story. So I'm hoping in the sequel to that, Survivor, they actually add a lot more planets. Ontario is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design, configured for mixed freight and passenger hauling. It is making a hard burn for the cover of an asteroid cluster. Registry private owner Citadel Station. Alright, people who've played this game before obviously have their favourite kind of squad to do. I'm not to that point yet where I even know myself personally which ones I want to actually choose, so I'm just going to stick with Rex. And I'm going to stick with Tali as well. The reason I've got the other characters still, like the reason I got Garrus, for example, is because I want the option to be able to choose him. If I get through halfway through the game, I might be like, you know what, I want to actually play with Garrus instead. So I'm just doing this because I'm yet to sort of like figure out which character combination I want to have.
Huddle up!
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
Motherfuckers. That's it. They're all dead now.
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
Damn, let's move.
See how it is? You write letters and everyone ignores you. Force is the only thing people appreciate. So how about if I kill Chairman Burns and finish this charade?
Please, I was trying to help you people.
I think I'll just kill you instead. Get me next time.
Alright, clearly these enemies are probably the equivalent of 5 levels above me, but we're going to keep on doing it till I finish this.
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
Damn,
See how it is? So how about if I kill...
Please!
Let's not do anything we're all gonna regret.
Why not? What have we got to lose?
Jesus Christ.
Since the chairman here decided that we didn't get reparations, we've got nothing left to live for.
But I've changed my mind. Seeing you all, it's clear that you all deserve...
You had your chance. Some L2s are nearly crippled from side effects of the implants, but you voted against reparations.
I forget that in this game, pressing the X button skips dialogue, but it also selects dialogue choices as well, which is why that option was chosen instead of the one that I wanted to choose. But since we're here and we have this red option, we'll choose this.
If you die fighting, you'll get a lot of biotics killed as well.
What do you mean?
You've just made all L2 biotics look like terrorists. Think of what will happen to them.
But people need to hear about what the government has done and what it has failed to do.
People have already heard. You don't have to kill me to make your point.
You're right. I don't want to die. Maybe something will happen this time. We surrender.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me. I'll see to it that the reparations discussion is reopened. I didn't know they were so desperate.
Then you weren't doing your job. A 5th Fleet cruiser will pick you and the prisoners up.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me.
Improved sighting, huh? Oh, okay, it's not for that. Hang on. Who was the quest giver on that one? Ah, don't know who gave it to me. Oh well. Alright, so the next one I want to do is Missing Survey Team. In the Hades Gamma Cluster, recently dropped out of contact. Go to the Hades Gamma Cluster and find out what happened to them. Survey Team.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Thank you for dealing with the hostage situation, Commander. Chairman Burns was quite impressed by the way you resolved the situation peacefully. Your assistance above and beyond the formal duties has been noted, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
Lance Henriksen, was that you? Pretty sure it was. Yep, Admiral Stephen Hackett. I recognize that voice anywhere. People who have seen a lot of movies before might remember him as Bishop in Aliens, and he's also been in heaps of movies. There was a show called Millennium, which was a spin-off of The X-Files, and he was in that too. Video game-wise, if you've played Detroit Become Human, he actually plays the character that has the android Marcus in that. He's the old painter. If you've played The Quarry, the horror game The Quarry, he actually plays one of the characters in that. He's actually the father of the family in that game as well. And he's also in this that I just found out. Hey Easy and Dandon, good morning to both of you. Welcome on in. I'm doing great today, Easy. I'm having a really, really good one. It's an hour away from midnight here now, so almost Tuesday. Everything's going well for a Monday. Excellent, that's great, especially on a Monday. You never know how they're going to go sometimes, so it's good to have a good Monday. We just finished off doing a side quest that we were given earlier, which was set in a whole different galaxy, so we went there and sorted that. that was good to get that done. This music's really cool. It's one of those bits of music that I could see myself listening to on loop while doing other stuff. Alright, there we go. So that's the Antaeus system in the Hades Gamma cluster. That's where we need to go. Ah, that's where we actually are. But the question is, though, I wonder which planet it's actually on. Or did it say and I just didn't read it fully? Because I saw the keywords I was after and then didn't read the rest. Ah yeah, travel to the Antaeus system in the Hades Gamma cluster to look for the missing survey team, with no extra information about which planet it's on. Oh well, only one way to find out. Go to each planet in the Antaeus system and suss it out. Start from this one. Virmire is an enormous terrestrial world of mixed rock and ice with an atmosphere of methane and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of calcium with deposits of iron. Because of noxious surface gases, explorers are warned to use extreme caution. Rare elements surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a large deposit of uranium. Okay. Oops. I exited all the way out of it. I didn't want to exit all the way out of it. During the initial survey of the Antaeus system, only a single flyby probe was spared for the small, scorched world of Ageko. It revealed a planet unusually rich in heavier elements given its size. Ageko is a standard terrestrial with a thin atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Haha! Nice to put a Superman reference in. Its crust is mainly composed of magnesium with deposits of cobalt and other heavy metals. Due to extremely rough, cratered terrain, starships are discouraged from landing. Harbinger, have fun exploring that many planets. ME2 is much better on this subject, won't spoil any further. That's fair enough, Harbinger. I have seen all these games played all the way through, but I didn't remember every event that's happened, so there will be some stuff that when I get to it I'll be like, hang on, this is very familiar. But we'll get there in due time. Plobar. Matriarch's writings recovered. You recovered a strange object orbiting Plobar. Chief Engineer Adams and Tali tried unsuccessfully to determine its origin. They did find one of Matriarch Dilanaga's writings stored within. Plobar is the second, and by far the larger, of Antaeus' 2 gas giants. Active scans by survey ships have returned tantalizing indications of massive solid structures deep within the atmosphere, too regular in pattern to be anything natural. Some believe Plobar is a Jupiter brain, a planet-sized supercomputer. Adherents of this theory have fruitlessly beamed signals toward the sunken megastructures, hoping to get the machine's attention. Others believe that an ancient spacefaring race disposed of their weapons of war by dumping them into the planet. The last attempt to reach and salvage Plobar's deep anomalies went tragically wrong, and ended with a crew of 12 being trapped and crushed in the gas giant's lower atmosphere. Edmos Kenweos is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of methane in its atmosphere. If Trebon's terraforming is successful, it is expected that a helium-3 fuel refining facility for the system will be set up here. Gas deposit surveyed. While scanning the planet Edmos, you discovered a large concentration of hydrogen. Unidor is a moderately sized ice world with an extremely thin atmosphere composed of krypton and xenon. Its frozen surface is unusually smooth, suggesting widespread repaving by cryovolcanic processes, though no such activity is currently evident. Lieutenant Trenk Trebon is a modest terrestrial world with an atmosphere composed of nitrogen and argon. Its surface is mainly composed of nickel, back with deposits of silver. Chair. Trebon's environment is relatively mild, but the scarcity of water or similar enabling substances has prevented the development of any biosphere. ExoGeni Corp recently performed a test impact of a single water ice comet into the surface, the first step of a long-term plan to thicken the atmosphere and introduce water to the environment. A survey team is on the surface, monitoring the geological and meteorological effects of the test impact. Most of the water released is still in the form of atmospheric vapor, but thick cloud banks have formed. There is every indication that this arid world will soon see its first rain. The survey team's progress has been hampered by frequent mechanical or computer failures in their GPS satellites. I just thought of Star Fox 64 and the missions where you go in the tank.
Moving out. You lead, I'll follow.
Easy. Dan is looking so forward to the new Harry Potter game. Do you have any interest in playing this game? I don't mind Harry Potter stuff. I'm not a massive fan of it. I haven't even played any of the video games, to be honest, except for a little bit of Lego Harry Potter, actually, now that I think about it. But I'll never say never. I do know, though, that it's going to be a big, massive open-world game, so it might be one of those games that will take me a long time to play when I do get around to it, but hopefully for all the Harry Potter fans who've been waiting for a long time for it, I hope it actually is a great game.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
It's really cool, Harbinger. This is so fun. It's cool that it's in the first game, because when I was watching my friend Saint Ravage play through the games, and now it's been a while since he played them, I was sort of forgetting whether or not this was actually something that the first game had in it. But it is really cool to be able to jump into a vehicle on the planet and all that type of stuff. I really love the idea of this. And I know people are like, it's nothing new, but I mean, it's not new, but even still, I do like this kind of thing. This kind of concept in a game where you have, you know, these systems, and within that you have planets, and you also have the ability to go on the planet, and you can go in a vehicle on the planet, or you can, you know, go on foot out of the vehicle and all that type of stuff. I remember there was a Sega Genesis game, but I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, and it was a game where you had a ship and you were up in outer space, but you could also go to planets and you'd land on the planet and explore and all that type of stuff. And I remember enjoying that one a lot. It was actually one of those games that was a bit unique because at the time I didn't know anything that would compare, but maybe there was something, I just didn't know about it. Okay, I see now. Rare elements surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a small deposit of plutonium. Cool. I have a lot of fun memories of playing Microsoft, the Motocross Madness game. Let's Skyrim up this mountain. What are we dealing with here? Fuck. Dealing with an enemy that takes off half your health rod. That's what we're dealing with here. motherfucker. Ah, skill too low. Okay. This might be a silly question to ask this late into the first part of the game, but you can't switch to your squad mates, can you? Can you actually switch to them and control them? Easy, you play the Lego version together. It's a fun game for a couple with teamwork. Dandon is so much better than you, so she ends up carrying you through the game. Oh, nice. As long as you're both enjoying the experience, you know, and having a lot of fun with it. Hornpub, you can in the ship, you think. Ah, okay, so not when you're out on a planet and stuff. That's a shame. Another silly question. Can you actually make one of the other characters who actually is good at electronics go and use it? Or is it more something that they do if, like, there's, well, I don't know what I'm actually trying to ask. But there probably is a way, maybe. I just haven't either paid attention or I read. Unfortunately, no. Only can get whatever it is. Oh, I see, Hornpub, yeah. Full, I can only switch teammates in the airlock if you recall correctly. Ah, okay. That's a shame you can't just do it, you know, like right here and switch whichever character you want. So that just tells them where to go.
Form up.
It's a shame you can't do that. BT7. Oh, I mean, only you can get it. Ah, okay, I see now, yeah. That's a shame, though. Ah, okay, so this has become an assignment. Asari writings, yep, so we found one. Dilanaga. Valuable minerals. To maintain its fleets and continue to expand, the Alliance must find new resources wherever it can. You've recently surveyed an important deposit and claimed it for the Alliance. How easy was it? There must be more like them in the Traverse. Ahem. Hornpub, you had this problem in the first few replays that you tried other characters and can't get many of those lootings because of not enough skills, but you can't have all skills. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing too, to try and make it so you can't just make one character OP. Harbinger, what you meant is that the controls and physics of the vehicle are terrible and it can get destroyed or stuck easily. Mass Effect Andromeda has a vehicle too, but you can pretend that game never existed. Yeah. Pub, you pay for it. You can't do that. It's like, damn it. Spent the money already on it. So I've got a question. I don't mind spoilers being told to me when I ask directly to chat. So my question is, this side mission that I'm working on, or that I would like to do, and I'll just bring it back on screen. This missing survey team, is this something that I can't do because I'm too early in the game? Because if so, I'll just leave it till later. Because I've gone to the Antaeus system and there's nothing that is indicating to me that there's any planet that I can go to where, or any sort of like, you know, spacecraft or whatever. Hornpub, well, you can get wrecked in some missions because of low level and skills. Oh, I imagine so, Hornpub as well, you know. And sometimes you just don't know until you get on the planet and then you're like, holy shit. Harbinger, you have played Mass Effect 1 only 1 or 2 times and that was 10 years ago, so you can't answer. Oh, that's okay, Harbinger. What I'll do is actually look on Google missing survey team. There's a glitch, apparently. That can happen. In the eastern subroom of the mines. Well, that's actually on the planet. Alright, while exploring the Citadel, after you become a Spectre, acquire the UNC Missing Survey Team side quest. The Hades Gamma Cluster with a system on the far end of the galaxy. Click on that, yep. 2 options, the Antaeus or go to Antaeus, yep. Ah, so it's the planet Trebon. Okay, so it's where I was. Alright. Once you're on the planet Trebon, you'll have 4 locations marked on your map. Of those 4, you want to go to the one labelled Research Base. Okay, so it's on that planet that I was on before. That's good to know. At least I know where it is now. Hornpub, but if you can't find something, that only means that you did found it. Exactly. That's definitely the good way to sort of like think about it. So you finished ME2 on insane difficulty 4 times. It's like AC2, your favourite game in the series. That's excellent that you can play it multiple times, even on the highest difficulty, and still enjoy it. Hornpub, but you also played Mass Effect 1 a long time ago and you might give wrong info. That's understandable, Hornpub. Yeah, because I mean this game originally, since it came out over 15 years ago now, it's definitely understandable that some might have played it back then and haven't actually played it as well. Like since then. Alright. It's been surveyed, research base, that's where I need to go for the mission. But let's actually have a look at this. Oh boy, 15 years ago you were young then. Yeah, it's just so crazy to think that a lot of these games that came out back then, that people, you know, still play and enjoy. I mean, it's like any really popular game that still remains popular amongst those who play that franchise. Like, you know, a lot of the classic games in like the Mario and Zelda series have been around for, you know, a much longer time and still get people replaying it, but also new fans as well. Is it really, Harbinger? Your birthday's in 8 days, is it? Not too long to go then. That won't take long to pass by either. Time just goes so fast. An anomaly. Whoa, whoops.
monitoring point.
Turian insignia recovered. There are no signs of any survivors. The pod is empty except for a small tattered flag marked with the Nemine's colony insignia. Oh, I was expecting to find the footsteps of 2 droids, a protocol droid and an astromech. Hello there, Rebel. I'll hit it eventually. Oh. I pressed the Y button just before that happened, but there was a bit of a delay, I think, between me pressing the button and the game recognizing that I did. And in between that delay, the enemy did that. Now I know what that is there. Oh, okay, I've got to investigate it again, because this is where it put me. That's fair enough. I'll investigate what I did before again, and then I'll just save it. This is making me think of the game Mad Max, which it's one of those games that it may not be as great as something like the Batman Arkham games, for example, but if you've played the Batman Arkham games, it has a similar kind of like fight system, but not 100%. Like, it's not like Max can leap across a few feet and then, you know, grab an enemy and whatnot.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
But one of the highlights of that game is the vehicle combat. Especially when you get a really good upgraded vehicle, and with the weapons and all that type of stuff. And speaking of Mad Max, if anyone hasn't played it yet, and you're a player that loves to complete everything in a game, unfortunately, unless you have an old save file on the PC version, you have to actually download a save file, apparently, for PC that actually has the ability to already get 2 things that you can't get now on the console, or if you're just playing the PC version from scratch without this save file. There's 2 things to get 100% completion in that you can't get now because it's tied to the server, and they shut the servers down for it. Oops. Oops, I pressed X and Y at the same time there. Big thumb problem. Let's get into the vehicle. Let's save it. And then let's try again against that creature. Pub, this is new animation of recovering things, is it, that they added? Not in the original? That's cool, when they do something like that too. Alright, I see now. I see now. When it's doing that, it wants you to shoot the tentacles. I'm like, its health is down, how come it's not dying? Then it's like, oh, you need to kill these tentacle things too, it seems. The very nature of controlling the vehicle, it's very easy for it to go on an angle you don't want, because moving the turret to shoot also changes what you have to move with the left control stick as well. Like, I'm kind of trying to circle around and strafe like this and shoot at the same time, but due to the nature of how the vehicle turns, it makes it very difficult to actually keep everything going. You don't know what to play next on your free time now that you finish Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Your life is finished. Well, I'm sure you'll find out what that game is, and once you do, you'll be getting into that really strongly as well. Yeah, I understand the concept of not getting in close range, but you also have a control system with the vehicle where you have to compensate for changes in your turret aim. So I'm trying to keep my distance and circle around the enemy without making the vehicle actually decide to turn back in on itself or reverse. Surely the health bar for that fucking tentacle appeared, or would appear before I got to that fucking close to it. When it comes to games, it's not always that I don't know what I'm doing or what I need to do. It's because the controls have to be mastered to actually be able to do what I know I need to do. Hi Chronically Clementine. You think you hate the new Thresher mechanics more than the old ones. Only advantage is now you see where it is but still broken. Yeah, I've never actually played the original version, so I've got really no experience with what's different with this version and stuff. But yeah, it's interesting when you get a remaster that does things that are actually not as good. Hey Cynical, this mission is annoying as hell. Yeah. Got there in the end though. But yeah, it was just one of those things where it's like trying to ride a bike while circling around something that's moving, while trying to keep your aim, while holding a glass of water in another hand and making sure that you keep on going and not fucking up. That's how it sort of like feels like, controlling that and trying to strafe around an enemy and trying to dodge its fire and trying to make sure that you don't move the control stick in the wrong angle to create a situation where the vehicle stops still because it might be starting to go on its side, you know. Definitely one of those things where unless you are playing the game yourself, it might look like it's very easy. It's like when people play a game and it's kind of like, how come this is so difficult just watching the game being played? But until you actually play a game yourself, there's a difference between how something looks in a game and how it actually feels when you're playing it. On Pub, you can't remember if there are upgrades for the Mako. Yeah, maybe there is. Chronically, Mako is Jenko as fuck, that is for sure. Doesn't matter if it's the first playthrough or fifth. Yeah, it's just so freaking annoying. Cynical, yeah, the controls for Mako is clunky even for 2005. Yeah, well that's it too, as well. Horn Pub, yeah, you never did like this, although it's a good idea, just they made it suck. Yeah, finally got him. With one hit left, Harbinger, yeah. That was close. Full of the new Mako is less bouncy, is it? Yeah, so to make it do this, I have to move the control stick left, because if I go up on the control stick, it starts to move that direction. You know what I mean? So you have to do this and do that, but make sure you don't press up on the control stick, while at the same time you're strafing around an enemy, so you have to do differences with the left control stick.
It's deserted.
According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien technology.
Could be answers at the excavation site.
Chronically, you always played on controller / Xbox and only recently tried the PC version. Mako is only a tiny bit easier with the mouse, but not much. The controller sticks are a little harder, in your opinion. Yeah, that's the thing too, because with a mouse, obviously, the way that you hold the mouse and all that is not the same as having to hold a control stick with your thumb, you know. Juan Pablo, you don't even understand what you have to do with this new decoding, push random buttons or what. Essentially, you have to be very quick and you have to press it almost instantly. So when it goes from one button, you better press it instantly and then the next one instantly. Otherwise, like, there doesn't seem to be much time in between presses of the right button for you to actually press the next right button. Chronically, the button push is very stressful. Yeah, that doesn't help. Especially when you're trying to do something quick. Or something that requires you to only have a short amount of time to do it in. Because, you know, if you have a timer to do something, there's not as much pressure as it is when there's like a split-second difference between what you need to do to the next thing you need to do. And Chronically Clementine, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. That's awesome.
It's long gone now.
I'm ready.
What I like about those enemies, the husks, is they're a combination of a Terminator mixed with a zombie. The thing about a lot of games where there's a QTE, sometimes because I'm trying to do it quick, my thumb will accidentally press both buttons at the same time. Which in some games it doesn't matter, because as long as you at least press the right button, it doesn't matter if you press another button. But there's some games obviously where once you press another button, even if it's at the same time as the correct one, the game is like, nope, failed. Chronically, yeah, big mechanical zombie vibes, so creepy. It really is, you know, and it actually reminds me, one of the early pieces of artwork that was done for the first Terminator movie was the endoskeleton rising up out of flames, and that is a very, very kind of creepy image. And you could put the husk from this game in that same situation, and it would, you know, be a very, you know, similar kind of feel to seeing that image. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that with that Omnigel thing. Didn't want to convert it into that. The only reason I haven't been converting stuff into Omnigel is just because I want to wait and see what I've got first before deciding whether it's something I want to actually either sell or break down for Omnicells. It's an ambush. That accounts for all of the Exogeni survey team that were converted to cybernetic husks by devices similar to those used by the Geth on Eden Prime. How they came to be buried on a frontier world so far from Geth territory is a mystery. Next week on Unsolved Universal Mysteries. Well, I mean, this mystery was solved, but... Harbinger, you should have seen, or maybe you have, the original Mass Effect 1 override puzzle mechanics. I actually haven't, Harbinger, no. Yeah, I haven't seen those. Easy. I guess you would say brains with the Narni accent. That's true. Actually, it'd be funny to do a mod of Mass Effect where it's just basically Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminators coming at you. Chronically Clementine, Mass Effect 1 had such a weird, creepy vibe in so much of the game. Kinda loved it, but makes people love or hate it. I really do like it, Chronically. I mean, I'm a big fan of horror, so anytime, even if there's like an element that's a horror element in an otherwise non-horror game, I still really like that kind of stuff. Hey there, Donna. I hope things are going well. Alright, let's test this one. I'll also have a look soon at what I've actually been picking up and see if there's any assault rifles or whatever weapons that are better than the ones that I currently have. Fuller, don't worry, they have that. It's when Krogans come at you. Is it really? Oh, cool. Krogans. That's excellent to hear, Donna. I'm glad that you're going well. That's awesome. And things are going good for me. It's now 2 minutes away from Tuesday here. And my Monday's been good. How much money do we have at the moment too? Ah, nice. So Shepard's got 14,608. That's good. A lot more than what I had earlier. One does not simply walk into Mordor. His black gates are guarded by more than just orcs. There is evil there that does not sleep, and the great eye is ever watchful. Thanks for redeeming that from Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. That's such a great sequence. And in the novel, it goes for quite a long time, quite a lot of pages, but I think they did such an amazing job in that movie, condensing it down while at the same time still keeping the essence and the really important points of it. And I think they did such a great... That's one of the things that I think is one of the best things that they did when they were adapting that into the movies as well. Because it's one of those scenes where it could be very boring, but the way that they adapt it, they do it so well also. And I think the use of flashbacks a little bit, but also that kind of stuff, really helps. I love when the hobbits are discovered that had been eavesdropping, and they're like, we're not going to go anywhere without us, kind of thing. And then Pippin's like, you need people of intelligence on this sort of mission quest thing. And then Merry's like, well, I guess that rules you out then, Pip. Harbinger Arnold would simply walk into Mordor. Exactly. He'd just go straight in there. He wouldn't care. He'd be like, whatever, Mordor, sure. And speaking of Mordor, I have to actually put it in because it's a great reference to Lord of the Rings in Alan Wake. When Barry Wheeler has all the lights on and he's got a headlamp on and he's like, it's my flaming eye of Mordor. So time to suss out this anomaly here. Although it is good that I got that Omnigel, because now we can repair Mako. Give Mako a makeover. Alright, how far away am I from it? Alright, getting closer. When we get closer, I'll save it just in case it's another big giant graboid. I know that's not what they're called, but I'm going to call them graboids, based on the creatures that are in the Tremors movies. Which, if you're looking for like late, well, it's kind of like on the cusp of the end of the 80s decade. It's like 1989, probably like a month before 1990 came around, but it's one of those great sort of like, B-grade monster movies, except done in the, in that time, not like in the 50s, but it's very much in that kind of spirit though. Thank you, Donna. Thank you for the happy Tuesday. It is indeed. And Tuesday is my day where I do 2 streams. So obviously, because I'm still streaming, and this current stream, I started it when it was Monday for me. Technically, I guess you could say there's 3 streams happening this week on Tuesday. But yeah, this will be the game that I do on Tuesday for my 2 streams. Discovery. This device is transmitting tight beam signals into geosynchronous orbit. This disrupts the survey team's GPS satellites, causing them to crash nearby. However, I don't know when I'm going to do it, but I was talking at the start of this stream about maybe doing some just chatting streams every so often. And if I would, I think Tuesday would probably be the best day, because since I do split streams on Tuesdays anyways, and the second stream is usually later for me on that day, usually around like 8:30 to 9 o'clock at night, it means that doing a just chatting stream around that time, my time, is probably a good time for other people in different time zones, because then they'll have a better chance at tuning in when I'm live with it. But not just a random just chatting stream and have no like goal or topic or theme, but have kind of like a theme, but outside of that, not make it a stream where no one's allowed to bring up a different topic of a different thing, but because I don't want to be like, no, we're not talking about that. Like, for example, let's say I do a just chatting stream that talks about Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. I don't expect people to not make a comment about, oh, so I saw this new trailer for this new game that's you know, coming out in this franchise. I won't be like, no, we're not talking about that right now. So it won't be 100% just talking about one topic, but the focus and theme of the just chatting stream would be a certain thing, and anything outside of that is fine. So I think there's nothing else on here to do, so we can just fast travel straight back to the Normandy with our goodies and things done. Alright, journal, assignments. Ah, okay, so this came up too. Cool. Here we go, complete missing survey team. Alright, that's done. Only the first one, Harbinger. I haven't played the sequel, just the first one. Alright, let's have a look-see at what's been updated in the codex. In the primary one. Nothing, so it's all secondary. In this playthrough, I'm not reading the ones that don't have audio narration, which are all the ones in the secondary category. Harbinger, if you're not mistaken, you didn't play in October. Oh no, Harbinger, yeah. This was a couple of years ago now that I actually played it for the first time. And the TV series is out and you attempted to watch it. So far, apparently, it's been getting some good reviews and stuff. But it follows the events of the first game, which is getting ported to PC. Yeah, it's good that it actually is getting ported to PC. Alright, let's look at the squad. Alright, so we have 5 points. Alright, let's increase combat armor. Let's increase sniper rifle. And I'll leave that 1 point on because I don't like to see 0 points next to anything when I'm doing a playthrough when it comes to skill points. So I haven't decided yet if I want to do in this playthrough like every single planet, but there's some side missions that are related to getting a certain amount of stuff, so it might end up being a case where I do it, of course, which is fine if it is. But I know that there's some that we can't land on as yet anyway. Harbinger, going to sound repetitive, boring, but you still owe us a Plague's Tale Innocence playthrough. Maybe it will happen this year. Oh yeah, because I was really annoyed that I couldn't do it because that sound issue in the cutscenes happened and that. But yeah, I definitely want to replay it, that's for sure. And replay Requiem. But I don't know when that will be this year though. Oh yeah, I've already done that. Nep New. With a rare combination of features, Nep New is of a particular interest to the scientific community. Nep New is a small terrestrial planet with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. As with all worlds of Farinata, its surface is scorching hot. The crust mainly consists of silicates laced with iron. Rare elements surveyed. While scanning this planet, you detected a large deposit of thorium on a nearby moon. Cool. But are you sure it's a moon? It might actually be a space station. You gotta be careful about these kinds of things. Yuntalma is a small, broiling terrestrial world. Its thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane is being steadily blown off by the powerful solar wind from the star Farinata. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur, with deposits of copper. Its density is low enough to leave the world tidally locked to Farinata. The Alliance Defense Data Network notes that several ships have been spotted cruising near Yuntalma with transponders turned off. While an Alliance patrol attempted pursuit of one, the unidentified vessel rabbited to faster-than-light travel. Its trail was lost when it obscured its light trace in the confusion of signals along the Anansi Ishtar shipping lane. Prothean data disk recovered. Scans of Yuntalma revealed a derelict freighter in mid-stage of orbital Scans of Yuntalma revealed a derelict freighter in mid-stage orbital decay. Your salvage team boarded the vessel and determined it had been attacked by raiders. There was little of value still on board, but the team did find a Prothean data disk. Tunshagon is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and nitrogen in its atmosphere. It has an unusually small number of moons for a gas giant, a mere 7. This is no doubt due to the star Farinata capturing the majority of the mass during the nebula collapse that created the system. Gremar is an icy terrestrial with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. Its surface is mainly composed of frozen ammonia with deposits of tin and other light metals. When exposed to sunlight, Gremar's ammonia can melt, forming equatorial seas of the toxic chemical. This has allowed a profusion of simple fungus and lichens to evolve in the low-energy environment. A byproduct of their metabolism causes them to glow very faintly. While the light of an individual is insignificant, large patches seem to reinforce the light of one another and are visible from space. The final frontier. Klensal has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its first geological surveys were performed by Batarians and suggested areas of mineral wealth. Human mining concerns spent billions of credits hustling to the distant systems and sinking test bores to claim the system for humanity. But Klensal had only an average level of mineral wealth, valuable but hardly worth the rush and expense. Merida Industria, a small Mexican company, hoping to strike it rich in their first extrasolar mining venture, had to file for bankruptcy protection. Investigation revealed the Batarian crew had deliberately falsified their surveys, hoping it would encourage human rivals to invest in a costly boondoggle. While unethical, this was not technically illegal, and the Batarian government disavowed the personal actions of a few misguided patriots. The planet is still littered with abandoned mining bases, which are often used as temporary meeting places for criminals. Especially those Rebel Alliance criminals from the perspective of the Empire. It's a temporary base on the Hoth planet. Fully hoping that I finish Mass Effect 1 and decides he'd be quite happy to go straight to Mass Effect 2. Well, you never know, but at this stage I want to take a break between Mass Effect games so I'm not burning myself out on them. Because the last thing I'd want to do is get to a point where I feel like I'm just playing through the other two just to get them done. So it'll probably be a game or two between each one. At the moment I'm thinking Alien Isolation, because I want to replay that game again, and I don't want to just wait until October every year to replay it. And also because I'm playing a game that's a sci-fi game and I'm playing as a female protagonist in it, I think playing Alien Isolation would be a good thematic fit to play after playing this game. But I don't know yet. I could get to the end of this playthrough and be like, oh, I don't really feel like playing Alien Isolation, so I won't actually commit to playing that game after this, but it's an example of a game that I might end up playing between playthroughs of this and Mass Effect 2. Because there's a lot of games I want to get to this year, and doing 3 Mass Effect games in a row is different to doing 3 Assassin's Creed games in a row, especially the earlier games in that series, because they're completely different games, you know. It's like if I was to do a trilogy playthrough of Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla, one after the other, and make it a really big playthrough in each game, I'd be burnt out. You know, so it'd be not a good experience. But definitely going to be doing 2 and 3, that's for sure. Even if it bleeds over into next year, like Mass Effect 3, if I start that at the end of the year even, and then whatnot. Mass Effect 2 is by far the best one. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that it is. It is, Donna, yeah, this is the first one remastered. And I'll be playing through 2 and 3, which is also part of this pack as well. Ironically, Alien Isolation is both great and horrible. Yeah, it's definitely not for everyone, and it can be like that, you know. But yeah, I'd like to replay it before October this year, because in October I do my Halloween theme. Well, not theme, because the games aren't actually Halloween themed, but in October I play a lot of horror games in that month. But I also want to play horror games obviously outside of October as well. I won't land on that planet yet, because there is a side mission related to Dis. I don't mean Dis as in saying the word this as Dis, but the planet, the system name, Dis. Or Dis as in to diss someone. Hey Morla, good morning to you. How's things going? I hope things are really, really good. It's going great. The game's going really, really well. I spent about 7 hours of the stream still finishing off stuff at the Citadel, and that included Shepard becoming Spectre, and finally left the Citadel to do more of the story, and I'm still doing side stuff. Haven't actually jumped into the main story since we left the Citadel, but it's going great. Fuller, what game would help new viewers you get for Mass Effect 1 stay around? Let you think. Well, this is the thing, Fuller. I always believe as a streamer you should do what you're in the mood for, and you shouldn't just play games because it might increase your follower count or anything like that. Because the worst thing that can happen as a streamer is you get burnt out on the game, and then when you're playing it, you don't feel enthused, and that comes through as a streamer to people. So I'd rather take a break between 3 big massive games each with, you know, 3 different styles of games of different sizes, to make sure that I'm not burning out on one, you know, trilogy of games and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, while getting new viewers is great and all, and new followers and all that type of stuff, and it's always appreciated, I also go for what I'm in the mood to play as well. Morla, you're going well? Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, Morla. It's so awesome that you're going well. It's a Monday, but you will crush this week. You definitely will, Morla. You absolutely will, dude. Definitely. Grab the bull by the horns and wrap it around your waist, and then throw it in the air, and then be like, yep, that's this week done. Chasing viewers is meh. Yeah, I mean, if that's the kind of streamer you want to be, that's fine, obviously. Like, I've got nothing against people who do. But personally, I would be like a zombie. Ironic, considering my previous username. But I'd be just like, oh, okay, so here we go. Here's this mission. Alright, let's get it over with. You know, and I'd rather not be like that as a streamer. Like, sure, I get angry at games, and even games that I love, I get frustrated at certain points and all that, but, you know, I still enjoy the experience and all that kind of stuff. Full of putting yourself first, well said, sir. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like, you can be a streamer that only streams what everyone wants you to stream when they want you to stream it. You know, like, I'm sure there's some streamers that pick a game, and then when someone suggests one, they're like, right, that's what I'm playing next, and then jump into that. And then when someone suggests another, they go, right, I'm playing that now. But I do need to go for what I'm in the mood for as well. Yeah, Harmager, Rod Sleepy Gamer. Fuller, just finished building your new office chair. Way better value than a gaming chair, but as your lungs are shot, it was equivalent to a gym session for you. You need tea. That's totally understandable, Fuller, you know. But it's good that it's better value. Because you get a kick out of Dead by Daylight, Resident Evil as well. Yeah, Resident Evil. I'll be doing a marathon playthrough of the remakes when the remake of 4 comes out, so I can jump straight into the remake of 4 and play through it. Chronically, yeah, to be honest, you nearly always take a break between ME2 and 3 anyway. Never mind adding the stress of streaming into that, so good on you setting healthy boundaries for yourself. Yeah, chronically, you know. And it's good to sort of like know your limits as well. And then that way, you know that you're not going to push yourself over those limits to the point of being, you know, negatively affecting yourself, you know. And then there's the whole idea of, you know, playing through a game where you're just like, I'm only playing this just to play it, to get through it, is not something I like. Especially if I'm really liking the first entry. I don't want to get burned out halfway through the second game and be like, oh, you know, as much as this game is great, I can't wait to end it. You know, I don't want to have that experience. Let's see, so I looked at Cleansal, I looked at Grema, time to look at Raisha. Raisha ul Gul. Raisha is a standard hydrogen helium gas giant with traces of sodium and ammonia in its atmosphere. During the brief gold rush to Klensal, a few companies established an infrastructure for helium-3 skimming and deuterium mining on Raisha's icy moons. When Klensal proved to be less wealthy than expected, the facilities were stripped for parts and abandoned. Turian's insignia recovered. Scans of the planet Raisha revealed an unmanned shuttle. Your salvage team found Turian goods on board, all marked with the Trident colony insignia. Oh, nice. Niram is a planet that is the opposite of Farum. Niram is a terrestrial world with a thin atmosphere of methane and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of basaltic rock. Its most prominent feature is the Elos Rift Valley, a long volcanic divergence zone that stretches across half of the northern hemisphere. Light metal surveyed. While scanning this planet, you detected a large deposit of titanium on a nearby moon. Jatar is a terrestrial world with a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The surface is hot and mainly composed of unremarkable silicates. Occasional deposits of aluminum. Whenever I'm reading that word, I have to actually put my mind to focus on how it's spelt to actually pronounce it properly. Because here in Australia, we actually added a I after the N to make it sound like aluminium for some reason. But anyway, aluminum/aluminium, magnesium, and other light metals can be found. Jatar is noted for the discovery of the Leviathan of Dis, the apparent corpse of a genetically engineered living starship. The Leviathan was found in the bottom of a crater by a Batarian survey team and estimated to be nearly 1 billion years old. It disappeared after a visit to the system by a Batarian dreadnought 20 years ago. Since then, the Batarians have steadfastly denied that the Leviathan still existed at all, and all the more vociferously when shown recordings of the corpse made by Solarian researchers. Alright, so we've gone to the Hades Gamma, we've looked at Dis, we've looked at Farinata, we've also looked at Antaeus, and I've gone through and read everything and scanned what I can. Here there is actually somewhere that we need to go that I think will be for a mission. Fuller, no. Aluminium is the correct way for every country in the world except America. Oh, is it Fuller? Oh, okay. I see. I thought it might have only been a handful of places that spelt it that way, which then changes how it's pronounced. And then there's all these other planets as well. Citadel. Nothing else here, it seems. In the nebula, just the Citadel. The Citadel! Exodus Cluster, Bavaria. The Ares dig site. Voyager Cluster, Gemini Sigma. Amazon.
Commander, incoming signal from 5th Fleet HQ on the Citadel.
Commander Shepard, something uncomfortable has just come up.
In the First Contact War, we fired a lot of espionage probes into Turian space. We just received a mission complete burst from one of them.
And this is a problem. Why?
When these probes were launched, we didn't have any idea who we were fighting. We didn't want to risk aliens examining our technology. The probe has a demo nuke built in. A 20-kiloton tactical fusion warhead. About equal to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima back in the 20th. If somebody finds that probe, tampers with it, you don't need me to finish, Commander.
I know this is the Renegade option, but this feels more like it. Where she'd be like, Renegade ship would be like, just get a bomb disposal team. Why me, you know? So I want to go with that option instead. Fuller, it just became such a common mistake. They just said hell and went with it. Anyway, T, be right back. That's okay, Fuller. That's no worries at all. Yeah, I love that whole sequence there, Donna, in that game when that happens. It's really cool. I'm really liking this, and I can imagine back when the original came out in 2007, a lot of gamers were like, oh, holy shit, this is so awesome.
Shouldn't a bomb disposal unit be sent for this? We don't have anyone trained in that.
I know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. These probes have been classified for 26 years. The Council will call fusion bomb booby traps dangerous and irresponsible. The Alliance would face censure if they find this probe. I'm asking you because the Normandy can get on site quickly and quietly. It's in the Voyager cluster.
It's in the Voyager cluster. That's the opposite side of the Alliance from Turian space. How did it get there?
I don't know. It's possible someone recovered it safely and brought it there. It's also possible it got very badly lost. It could have been wandering the relay network since the war.
By the time we finish our current objectives, you could have someone else on site.
All right, I'll see if I can find someone else to handle this. Fifth Fleet out.
Okay, so I guess the Renegade choice is to not get that mission. What? Hang on. This large asteroid has several smaller bodies orbiting it. Light metal surveyed. While scanning this asteroid field, you detected a large deposit of magnesium.
Commander, incoming signal from 5th Fleet HQ on the Citadel.
Commander Shepard, something uncomfortable has just come up. In the First Contact War, we fired a lot of espionage probes into Turian space. We just received a mission complete burst from one of them.
Where's it been in the meantime?
No idea. Lost in transit. These probes were built in a hurry after First Contact.
And this is a problem, why?
When these probes were launched, the probe has a demo nuke built in. If somebody finds that probe, tampers with it, you don't need me to finish, Commander.
Shouldn't a bomb disposal unit be sent for this?
I know.
We don't have any...
I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. The Council will call few. I'm asking you because the Normandy can get on site quickly and quietly. It's in the Voyager cluster.
It's in the Voyager cluster.
I don't know. It's also possible it got very badly lost. It could have been wandering the relay network since the war.
We'll get on it immediately, Admiral. And we'll be discreet.
I appreciate that, Commander. Good luck. Fifth Fleet out.
Actually, Shepard, we won't be doing that immediately. Tremor is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of methane and nitrogen in its upper atmosphere. Gas deposit surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a large concentration of nitrogen. Sibin, a small rock and ice planet. Sibin has an extremely thin atmosphere of hydrogen sulfide and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of magnesium and silicates with deposits of iron. Sibin's crust contains significant deposits of green serpentine, a mineral formed by volcanic activity. This suggests Sibin was a more geologically active world in the distant past. Turian insignia recovered. While scanning the planet Sibin, you discovered a large mine grid in geosynchronous orbit. With help from Navigator Presley, your recon team recovered a small unmanned probe marked with the Quadum outpost insignia. Sonedma is the second of the Amazon system's arid superterrestrial worlds. It is considerably less dense than its neighbor, Dernuka, and has an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron-laced silicates with deposits of sulfur. Rare elements surveyed. While scanning this planet, you detected a small deposit of polonium. For even in sci-fi, nukes are the big bad WMDs, but more advanced races might well have weapons that make nukes look like hand grenades. That's true, exactly, you know. And the degree at which it would do damage is obviously, you know, for humans and their perspective, massive. But then an alien race might be like, pfft, that's like a pea shooter in comparison to what we have. Dernuka is an enormous terrestrial world nearly twice the size of Earth. Its environment is similar to that of Mars, arid and a mix of craggy basalt highlands and sand-scoured deserts of iron-laced silicate dust. Dernuka's atmosphere mainly consists of carbon dioxide and argon, but the planet's mass is great enough that measurable amounts of helium and even molecular hydrogen remain trapped in its atmosphere. The planet's gravity well is deep enough that it has collected nearly a dozen small satellites, most captured asteroids. Its surface is scarred by many large impact craters, marking the final resting place of other captured asteroids. Agabinium is a small terrestrial world with an extremely thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. Though the planet has sufficient mass to maintain a much thicker atmosphere, much of it has been blasted away. The red giant Amazon is a long-period variable star, currently at the nadir of a 16-year cycle. At peak, its energy output doubles, lashing Agabinium with intense heat and radiation. The crust is mainly composed of aluminum with deposits of tin, Much of the surface is coated with fine silicate dust, which easily penetrates the smallest cracks to foul machinery. Okay, so we're not landing on the planets that we can land on yet. Just want to read their information and scan them if there's anything that they have. Gemini Sigma, Ming, and Han, hehe, the Han system. Not to be confused with the Lando system. While the Empire was developing a weapon to destroy a planet, they sure were, and then they started developing a second one to destroy a planet, and then decades later, they did another one that developed a weapon to destroy a planet, but also multiples at the same time. And then in the next Star Wars episode, which they'll probably do in 20 years' time, they'll develop a weapon to destroy a planet. And that Star Wars movie will be called Star Wars Episode 10. I can't think of anything else, so it's Star Wars Episode 10, and that's it. The Search for More Money, there we go. Star Wars Episode 10, The Search for More Money. Star Wars 10, The For Real Last Jedi. And then Star Wars 20, The For Real, this time, absolutely, literally, The Last Jedi. Enteroprus is a hydrogen-helium gas giant that formed in the outer regions of Ming's system, and is in the process of migrating inwards. In a few million years, the planet's atmosphere will begin to boil away into space. There is a sizable temperature difference between the size of Enteroprus facing the energetic blue giant primary and the side facing the colder deep space. This variance powers massive cyclonic wind systems. The intense heat it absorbs from the sun, in addition to its own internal heat engine, causes the planet's dark side to radiate faintly in the infrared. This is for a side mission, however, I'm not actually going to be doing that yet. The Altanorch is a small but typical hydrogen-helium gas giant with no outstanding features. Its combination of strong magnetic field and relatively shallow gravity, well, make it a popular stopover world for discharging faster-than-light drive cores. Medallion recovered. Scanning Altanorch revealed something of interest in a debris field. Joker brought the Normandian close and a small team was able to retrieve some valuable detritus, including a League of One medallion. Hippie, every time you come back to stream you read the title as me, Legendary, and you're like, yeah Roger, indeed Legendary. Yeah, it's funny when you see words together like that, and you know, obviously abbreviations being a word if you put the two letters together, or three, or whatever it is. Parag. Parag is a large rock planet with an atmosphere composed of nitrogen and argon. Despite lying over 600 AU from Ming, its surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of alumina with deposits of silver. Due to the radiation and heat, landing on Parag's sunward side with anything less than warship-grade shielding will likely be fatal. Parag rotates at a retrograde to the rest of the Ming system, indicating it is likely a captured body. Light metal surveyed. Scans from planet Parag have revealed a large deposit of titanium. Ginger Perks, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on into you. I hope you had a great stream. How's things going? And welcome to you and your raiders also. I really appreciate that raid. I'm going excellently, Ginger Perks. Things are going great. How's things with you? I hope things are going well. It's going really good. yeah, I wasn't sure what I'd think about it before I played it. I'd seen it played from start to finish, as well as the sequels, but I didn't remember enough to know everything that happened, and I wasn't sure if I'd like it, but I'm loving it, and so I'll definitely be doing 2 and 3, for sure. Hey Joe and Tay, welcome to you. Oh look, we can close the tab now. Ginger Raid, welcome on in. Thank you so much. Ginger Perks, Mass Effect 2 and 3 are the best, so you probably love 2 and 3. Nice. I've heard that the second one's a bit of a fan favourite between the trilogy, and I won't be jumping straight into it. I want to sort of like let the playthrough of this breathe and then play a few different games and then jump into 2, because I don't want to get burnt out. I'd rather be approaching ME2 with like a fresh approach. But right now we're just sort of like looking at these different planets and reading up on them, but also surveying them too, to get any goodies that might be on it. Let's travel to the Han system. Sorry team, we're going to go solo in the Han system. Otherwise known as the scruffy looking nerf herder system. Huntington is a Jovian-sized gas giant with a standard hydrogen-helium atmosphere. Traces of methane give the planet its distinct cobalt blue tint. Spectral analysis indicates its extensive ring system is mostly composed of ice crystals. Huntington has an exceptionally powerful magnetic field, which creates strong radio interference throughout their inner system, or the inner system, I should say. Mavagon. Warning, level 2 cold hazard. Mavagon is a small rock and ice planet with a thin atmosphere of ammonia and methane. The surface is frozen and mainly composed of tin with deposits of potassium. The planet has a rudimentary ammonia-based life, mainly concentrated around geothermal vents deep underground. Severe storm cycles are common. Due to limited visibility, navigation may be difficult. And that's okay, because we're not actually landing there yet. Varkrothu, a standard gas hydrogen and helium gas giant. Varkrothu is only distinguished by its moons. Several dozen of them have been sculpted into the likenesses of an anthropodal alien race not yet known to council science. Radiometric dating suggests the moons were worked over 500,000 years ago. Maybe it's Ents. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, that wasn't a travel to or a survey planet. Paravan. Paravan is a small, unremarkable rock world. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of calcium with deposits of aluminum. Paravan's low mass has left it tidally locked to the star Han. If there were any resources of value, mining stations could be established on the relatively temperate Twilight Band. Matriarch's writings recovered. Scans of Paravan revealed an unmanned station in geosynchronous orbit. Your salvage team found no evidence on the origins of the station, but they did find one of Matriarch Dillanaga's writings on board. Excellent. Putatanlis is a large rock world with an unusually thin atmosphere of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. The frigid world's crust contains extensive deposits of uranium and occasional loads of naturally occurring plutonium. With a total mass more than 4 times that of Earth, Putatanlis should have a significantly thicker atmosphere. This unusual feature has flagged it as worthy of scientific investigation, but the need for expensive amounts of radiation shielding has deterred interest. Light metal surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a large deposit of beryllium. You gotta love beryllium. I don't know why, but you just gotta. Alright, so that's sussed out. Alright, so I've looked at Gemini Sigma, Hades Gamma, Voyager Cluster. So we got these 3 planets to go and read up on as well.
Message coming in from the brass at Arcturus. Patching it through.
Normandy, Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skillian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them out.
Renegade Shepard would be like, I missed the part where that's my problem. Hey there, Crumb. Welcome on in. ME2 is best because BestBot is a teammate. In 3, he's just an NPC. Really? That is kind of frustrating, I guess, if you're a big fan of them in the second one.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us. Or maybe they're setting up staging grounds for hit-and-run attacks on human colonies.
I just remember the name of the character that Lance Henriksen plays in Detroit Become Human. It's Carl. He's the one that is a painter, and he has a piece of shit son, and Marcus is the android that lives with him, and he's the voice actor that we just heard now, just in case people didn't know who it was. And if you've played Detroit Become Human, he was also in The Quarry as well. He was actually the father of the family in that game. So it's cool that he's done a few games. He's such a great actor.
It could be the first wave of an invasion.
Let's hope not. We need someone to investigate this, Shepard. Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth. You're the logical choice to take out these outposts. We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth outposts in the Armstrong cluster to the Normandy now. Admiral Hackett out.
Absolutely, Crumb. That is true. And that's a good point, Fuller, actually. I didn't actually twig, because I actually looked at his IMDb to see the name of the character he played in this, but it didn't even twig to me that his last name in this was Hackett. Crumb, you're surprised you never noticed since you actually like Lance. Yeah, I mean, you know, genre fans of cult classics will know him as Bishop in Aliens, and even if you're a fan of The Terminator, he's one of the police officers that gets gunned down. He actually tries to tell the story about how he got a scar on his hand, but it gets interrupted, and I'm always like, I wanted to hear the story. How did this happen? Yeah, Pumpkinhead, I didn't mind that. Near Dark as well, a great vampire movie. Like, Near Dark is an awesome vampire movie, starring Lance Henriksen, as well as Bill Paxton, rest in peace. Man, I always forget he's dead. He was such a fucking great actor. And in interviews he came across as, you know, a really genuine person. And I always forget he's dead. You know, he died pretty young, he was only in his 50s. And he actually went to get a standard procedure done at hospital, but ended up dying from complications. Yeah, absolutely, Crumb. You know, gone before his time. One of the movies that I really like to recommend people see that he actually directed is called Frailty, starring Matthew McConaughey in it. And Bill Paxton's also in it too. He plays the father character. And it's such a great, great horror movie. Oh, you do, Crumb? Excellent. It's a great horror movie. Like, I was really impressed with it as well. That's it, Crumb. Yeah, religious fanatic dad. One night he gets a vision and he claims that God comes or an angel tells him that there's demons in the world and that here's a list of names and that you'll know the demons because you'll be able to see what they've, you know, done, and then your job is to kill them. And it does a great job at kind of that theme of, you know, is there really demons in the story, or is it just a religious fanatic going off their nut? Pressure is a relatively small hydrogen-helium gas giant with large amounts of hydrocarbons in the middle layers of the atmosphere. When the Krogan rebellions ended 3 millennia ago, the the Turian Chief of Naval Operations, a distinguished soldier named Mercury, declared his immediate retirement. He disappeared into what was then uncharted territory. It was only 200 years ago that his ship was found on the surface Preshar's largest moon. It had landed gently and had been deliberately shut down. Of Admiral Mercury, however, no trace was ever found. Rayingri is a small, barren terrestrial world. While it possesses a reasonably temperate climate and number of useful resources, no mining corporation is willing to risk investment. A rogue planetoid dubbed Vods by the initial Solarian surveyor team entered the system approximately 10,000 years ago and was trapped in a decaying orbit around Rayingri. It is nearing the end of its slow spiral inwards. Earthquakes and cyclonic windstorms are increasingly common on Rayingri. Within a few hundred years, the planets will rip each other apart. Some Asari travel consortiums have already announced sponsorship of cruises to observe the spectacle. Okay, so not landing on any planets yet. Just want to actually get their information and survey them for any materials. John Thor is a large terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere of carbon dioxide and chlorine. The surface is mainly composed of aluminum with deposits of nickel. Surveyors found the ruins of a technical civilization near the equator. Evidently, the colony of an ancient spacefaring race. The ruins had subsided to almost nothing, merely wind-hollowed husks of arcologies and other megastructures. In the center of the ruins was a single column whose inscriptions defied translation for several centuries. When Asari linguists finally managed a translation, the elaborate relief carving said merely, "Walk among these works and know our greatness." The crude scratches on the base of the reverse side said, "Monsters from the id." Matriarch's writings recovered. Scans revealed a wrecked freighter orbiting one of Junthor's smaller moons. A recon team found no signs of life, but they did recover one of Matriarch Dillanaga's writings. That's okay, Crumb. Absolutely no worries at all. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. Thank you so much for that, and I hope that you have a good lurk. Segelrus is a small terrestrial planet with a thin atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. The frigid surface is mainly composed of water ice, which can be plainly seen in the bottoms of recent craters. The dark coloration of the surface is caused by a carbon and ferrous material, pushed up from the denser core by cryovolcanic processes. Entirumgon is a small rock and ice planet with a trace atmosphere of methane and ethane. The frozen surface is mainly composed of carbon with deposits of calcium. Entirumgon has been used as a crude anchorage for terminus pirates for many years. The shells of temporary dwellings blasted by Alliance frigate patrols dot the surface. But always, the pirates return to ground their ship's drive charges, chip out some water ice, and trade slaves and stories. The deeper layers of Entirumgon's interior are semi-liquid slush due to the presence of methanol. It is thought that bacterium in the deep core create this natural anti-freeze. Some species of terminus pirate drill through the ice crust to recover this natural alcohol. Light metal surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a positive cobalt. Unsalra is a small hydrogen-helium gas giant. It has unusually large amounts of nitrogen in the upper atmosphere, which glow purple when ionized by the solar wind. Unsalra's convenience as a place to dump drive charge has left its orbit littered with debris dumped overboard by visiting crews. Palomaurus's atmosphere is very similar to Venus in terms of pressure and temperature. Unlike Venus, however, Palomaurus's atmosphere has a significant quantity of oxygen, both free and bound in sulfur dioxides. The surface is largely composed of magnesia with deposits of carbon. It is possible, if unlikely, that simple life may be developing on Palomaurus. Computer modeling suggests that the powerful solar winds from the Tereshkova stars will blow off Patomalris' atmosphere in a few million years, lowering the temperature on the surface to the 70s. Or the minus 70s, I mean. Heavy metals surveyed. While scanning this planet, you found a small deposit of iridium. The Goose is a terrible The Goose is a terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and krypton. The surface is mainly composed of silicates with deposits of carbon. The Goose has a low mass for its size and is tidally locked to the star Tereshkova. -A. The temperature difference between the sunward hot pole and the dark side cold pole creates constant gale force winds across the Terminator. Across the Terminator. Heavy metal surveyed. While scanning this planet, you detected a large deposit of mercury. And we will name this deposit Freddy. Antibar is a cold terrestrial world with an atmosphere of methane and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron with deposits of magnesium. The world has been noted as a possible target for long-term terraforming. If the atmosphere could be increased to the thickness of Earth's, the global average temperature would rise by 10 degrees Celsius. Antibar's combination of low temperatures, high-speed surface winds, and low visibility make it dangerous to explore on foot. Harbinger, I mean, if you like the gameplay, the science fiction, you can still play Andromeda. Yeah, but I don't know. I think playing the trilogy at this stage is a good goal to have. And then later down the line, maybe next year, play Andromeda. But only do like a basic playthrough where I just, I'd probably do that as, although didn't they take the Renegade option out or something like that for Andromeda? Or changed it, or changed how it goes. The story is terrible, but you enjoyed the other aspects in your first playthrough. Yeah, I also found the graphics were kind of like what you would expect of a lower budgeted studio to actually do. Nothing against low budget studios, but I mean, if you have a studio that's supposed to be massive and they're not able to do that level of stuff, then it's, a bit weird. Like, for example, the facial animations for a game like Call of Cthulhu, which came out in 2018, they're not excellent, but they're passable enough to be enjoyable so that if you enjoy the story, then it's fine. But it seems to me that Mass Effect Andromeda's animation is that level. Mawanor. Mawanor is the second of Tereshkova's outer worlds. It is essentially a rock of unremarkable ores with some deposits of water ice, but no minerals of value. The frozen surface is composed of silica. Like the gas giant Solmalon, it is thought that Mawanor formed too close to the Tereshkova stars and was thrown outwards by gravitational effects. Computer models suggest it will be ejected from the system in a few 100,000 years. Oh, is that all? Fuller? Oh, come on, the Andromeda graphics are hilarious, makes it worth playing. Yeah, that could be a point in the playthrough that I do of that in the future, maybe. If I do a playthrough of that in the future. Sol Marlon is one of Tereshkova's two outer worlds, significantly removed from the rest of the system and with unstable elliptical orbits. It is thought they may have formed within 3 AU of the binary stars, and were hurled outward due to the instability of such an orbit. Sol Marlon is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with significant quantities of sodium in the upper atmosphere, giving it a distinct grey colour. Hornpub, facial animation in Andromeda is so bad for the level it should be. Yeah, it's understandable when a lower budgeted studio only has a certain budget to work with, and that. And in the example I use, Call of Cthulhu, it oozes great atmosphere, and I just love the story and the leveling up system and the skill system and the sanity meter for the character, and it's very much like a really, really cool Cthulhu mythos game, but the animation is just a little it's just a bit off, but the performances I feel actually help sort of smooth that over a bit, you know. Alright, so that's all that in that part. Let's travel to the Hong system. Renegade is a tiny ice dwarf with a trace atmosphere of xenon and krypton. The frozen surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and ammonia. Cryovolcanic processes are gradually repaving the surface with sheets of fresh ice. Light metal surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a deposit of lithium. Pommel is an enormous terrestrial planet with a very dense atmosphere of carbon dioxide and sodium. The surface is scorching hot, and mainly composed of sodium oxides and deposits of nickel. There is evidence that Pommel was once covered with broad, shallow seas. Should a probe ever be sent to the surface, a check for ancient fossil life might prove valuable. Casbin, the friendly ghost planet, is a classic pre-garden terrestrial world, with conditions similar to those on Earth millions of years ago. Its hot, humid atmosphere is mainly composed of nitrogen and carbon dioxide. An increasing amount of the surface is covered by simple lichen and algae. Should no unexpected calamity occur, these tiny plants will change the atmosphere to an Earth-like nitrogen-oxygen mix over the next few millennia. Due to its potential for future habitability and sapient life, Casbin has been designated a sanctuary world by the Citadel Council. Landing is prohibited by law, and any disturbance of the fragile young ecosystem will result in harsh fines and imprisonment. At present, the planet is passing through the debris trail of a long-period comet. Chronically Clementine, Andromeda is very fun combat-wise, at least. Yeah. You know, sometimes there's things in games that it might not be the best, and there's elements that are really terrible, but to get you through the playthrough, there might be things that you can latch onto and say, at least this part's good, and keeps my focus. Harbinger, personally love anything related to space science fiction, movies and games, except Alien Isolation, because you're such a coward. That's okay, Harbinger. That's no worries at all. I don't think any less of you, being a fan of Alien Isolation, that you would not want to go through that experience. But that is such a great game. Can't wait to replay it yet again. Matar. Matar is a terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere composed of nitrogen and krypton. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of sodium oxide with deposits of copper. Because of noxious surface gases, explorers are warned to use extreme caution. Matar lacks a magnetic field. This makes it useless for discharging faster than light drive cores in orbit. The energetic particles of solar wind from Hong strike the upper atmosphere directly, ionizing the krypton. This gives the planet its distinctive minty green-white hue. If the planet has mint choc chip ice cream on it, I'll be there. Matriarch's writings recovered. Scans of Matar revealed debris from a destroyed Asari freighter. Further scans uncovered a body, which was brought on board. Dr. Chakwas examined it but learned nothing about its origins. Among the Asadi's personal effects, however, was one of Matriarch Dillanaga's writings. Theshaka is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. In the past, it was often used as a drive discharge point for pirates, raiding human settlements from the Terminus systems. In 2178, the Alliance set up a network of covert sensing devices on Theshaka's moons. Recordings of pirate FTL exit vectors over the course of 6 months led the Alliance Navy to 8 major pirate anchorages. Since the Theshaka raids, no ships from the Terminus have been reported in the Hong system. Fuller, Alien Isolation captures the atmosphere of the film so well. You wish there was a game of Aliens that captures that film so well. It really does, Fuller. It does such a great job. aside from being a great in-between story between the first movie Alien and the second movie Aliens, it's also a really great game in that genre in its own right. But they definitely do capture the atmosphere greatly as well. And even if you haven't seen any of the movies, it still works. And if you enjoy it enough to be curious about watching the first movie and the second, because the first one obviously takes place before the events of the game, and then Aliens takes place afterwards, it gives you an opportunity to actually find out what Amanda Ripley's mother, Ellen, was actually like as a character. So I think it would work that way too. If you've never seen the movies, but you play the game and you enjoy the characters a lot, and you're curious about Amanda's mother's story, then definitely watch Alien. And then Aliens 2 as well, because that really follows on from Alien Isolation. Not directly, there's definitely a lot of years that pass, because in Alien Isolation it's been 15 years since the events of the first movie. In Aliens it's been 57 years since the events of the first movie. Casbin, Matar, and the Shaka. Alright, so we've covered that. So the only other planet in this system that we haven't covered yet is this one here. Bamshi. Margie, the rains are here. Preggle is an enormous terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and ethane. Its surface is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of aluminum. No landing has ever been attempted. Turian insignia recovered. While scanning the planet Preggle, you discovered several marker buoys orbiting it. Chief Engineer Adams secured some high-res optical images of the buoys, which appeared to have been neglected for some time. Each one was marked with the Baetica colony insignia. Almos. Almos is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sodium darkening its atmosphere. Margie. Margie orbits the Vamshi binary giant stars. Vamshi A is a blue star of spectral class A4-3, which burns at half again the temperatures of Sol Vamshi B of Sol. Vamshi B is an aging red giant of class M53 over 220 times the size of Sol. Margie has a thin atmosphere of methane and carbon monoxide. The difference in temperature between the hemisphere facing the suns and that facing deep space causes constant wind, stirring the silica and sodium dust to the surface. Unsavory characters from the Terminus systems occasionally use Margie for forms of cruel sport, dumping slaves, hostages, quarreling shipmates, or even, when bored, vicious animals on the surface. One must kill the other before they will be rescued from the lethal radiation of the giant stars. 2 creatures enter, 1 creature leaves, it seems. Alright, so we've covered all those planets in the Armstrong Nebula. In terms of just reading about them and surveying them, not in terms of actually landing on the planet and exploring. Harbinger, don't you love these planet descriptions? Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting, especially when they use words that are based on things from other things that aren't real. Like the planet Krypton in Superman. And then they've made it that Krypton is actually a mineral or whatever kind of resource in this series. You used to read every single one of them in all the games, did you, Harbinger? That's cool. It's good that they go to that detail. For is that a Star Trek reference, thinking of Kirk versus Gorn? Unless it was actually what inspired the people who came up with Mad Max 3 or Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome to actually do, I'm not sure. really, Harbinger, Krypton actually exists. Okay, I didn't actually know that. I had no idea. I thought it was just like, you know, in fiction, like, you know, like adamantium in X-Men, you know, with Wolverine. I don't think that's based on a real metal, or maybe it is. Hades Gamma, Voyager Cluster, Gemini Sigma. I didn't go to Argos Rho though, but I think I went to Gemini Sigma. I didn't go to Kepler Verge, I don't think. Oh no, I did go to Gemini Sigma. Okay, so I've been there, been to the Voyager Cluster, Armstrong Nebula. So what I want to do is make sure that I take note of which ones I haven't reached, because I'm not going to be hitting all these in this stream, but I just want to make note of ones that I might have to recap on. Alright, so I've been to Hades Gamma. I've been to Gemini Sigma. I've been to Voyager Cluster. Armstrong Nebula. I don't think I've been to Argos Rho yet. No, I haven't. Kepler Verge. Haven't been there either. And Hawking Eta. And Nevaria and Asteroid X57 and Liara's dig site and Pharos all have missions on them, so I don't need to keep track of that because I'll know, simply because we haven't dealt with those missions yet. And then the Citadel. And that's everything so far over that side covered as well. Whoa, how much money does Shepard have now? I haven't checked. Okay, 29,048. That's cool. I hadn't actually checked. Harbinger, it's kryptonite that you were thinking about. Ah, so kryptonite is what was made up for Superman, not the whole, you know, word Krypton and all that type of stuff. That's interesting. I didn't know that about that, Harbinger. I'm gonna go through that soon. I'm not reading these secondary entries, but I am playing the primary ones because they have audio narration. Just want to get that off there. Codex. Okay.
Humanity's first contact with an alien race occurred in 2157. At that time, the Alliance allowed survey fleets to activate any dormant mass relays discovered, a practice considered dangerous and irresponsible by Council-aligned races. When a Turian patrol discovered a human fleet attempting to activate a relay, they attacked. One human vessel survived, retreating to the colony of Shanxi. The Turians followed, quickly defeating the local forces. Shanxi was occupied, the first and to date only human world to be conquered by an alien species. The Turians believed the handful of ships they defeated represented the bulk of human defenses, so they were unprepared when the Second Fleet, under Admiral Castany Drescher, launched a strong counteroffensive, evicting them from Shanxi. The Turians mobilized for full-scale war, drawing the attention of the rest of the galaxy. The Council quickly intervened, forcing a truce. Fortunately for humanity, the First Contact War was ended with a diplomatic solution.
Sorry, I was actually checking something in a different window on my browser, and I didn't scroll down when that last part was being said. There we go, so that's that there. Okay, I think this is actually where I might end the stream, to be honest. And I'll give some shout outs before I raid out. That's right, I need to go to options and quick game. That'll take us to the main menu. Next to the launcher. So I want to really thank everyone for watching this stream. I really do appreciate the support. Want to give some shout outs. So I want to highly recommend people check out the following channels, and want to thank again Ginger Perks for the raid, and thank you everyone who joined from the raid. So those who didn't come along with Ginger Perks' raid, highly recommend checking out her channel. She's a fellow Australian streamer and playing through God of War Ragnarok at the moment. She is going through the Assassin's Creed series, which I'm a big fan of for those who might be new to the channel, who came in with the raid or otherwise. And is also, I do believe, was doing a playthrough of, oh damn, what was the game I was thinking of most recently? That Ginger, I saw you streaming it, but then I've forgotten the name of it now. I'm so sorry, I actually forget. But definitely recommend checking out Ginger Perks, a great streamer, and has a great community, and also very entertaining and funny as well. So yeah, highly recommend checking out Ginger Perks' channel if you haven't before. Same with Crocodiles, who's been doing some Assassin's Creed 1, the OG. He's actually doing an annual series run at the moment, but he's doing something different where he's only playing the Assassin's Creed games that were done by the Ubisoft Montreal studio, which won't be including games like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and that kind of stuff, because that's not a Ubisoft Montreal game. So he's doing something a bit different with the annual series run. So I highly recommend checking out Crooked as well. Well, that's okay, Donna. That's absolutely no worries at all. I hope that you have a good one. Thank you so much for joining as well. I want to highly recommend people check out Mauler, who is currently doing, in collaboration with Dr. Ronnie, another streamer I'd highly recommend. They're actually doing a campaign this month to raise money against MS. And they've been doing streams that have different sort of like reward tiers based on donation goals. And Mauler is doing that with Dr. Ronnie. He's also playing Goose Goose Duck as well. He's a big player of that game. He also plays that game with viewers as well. He's also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. He's going through the games in the series as well. He also plays Grounded also. He also has a great community, very positive community too. Dr. Ronnie, highly recommend as well. He's been doing some charity streams for MS as well. And he's also a doctor and scientist in real life. And he works in the field of regenerative medicine. So that's working on cures for things like Parkinson's as well as MS also. He's playing through Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. He actually wears a hat when streaming, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on the game as well. He's also playing Assassin's Creed Chronicles China at the moment too. And he's also a big fan of Red Dead Redemption series also. So I highly recommend checking out Dr. Ronnie as well. Would also like to recommend people check out Demise. And he's been playing GeoGuessr. He's also played games in the past like Kingdom Come Deliverance, as well as Hitman. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed, so streams that as well. And also streams other games like House Flipper, and is a great streamer, great with chat, very entertaining. So I highly recommend checking out Demise's channel as well. I would also like to recommend checking out Lucinda's channel. She's actually doing a playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance, and from time to time she's been doing some Fallout 4 streams. She's actually going to be doing a Resident Evil marathon soon, and she'll be including the Resident Evil 4 remake in that as well. And speaking of Resident Evil, because the second game actually celebrated its 25th anniversary this year, she actually did a stream playing through the original Resident Evil 2 and followed that up with a stream of the remake of Resident Evil 2. She's also a Stream Raider captain, so if you're a Stream Raider player and looking for a streamer to play that game with, highly recommend Lucinda's channel for that as well. And I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this again. My Tuesday stream will be Mass Effect, and same with Wednesday this week as well. And we're actually going to go and raid a channel called Off the Shelf Reviews, and they actually also have a YouTube review channel. They review a lot of different movies. They've been going for quite a few years now on YouTube actually, and they're also on Twitch. So we'll go and raid Off the Shelf Reviews and see how they're going with the game High on Life, which I do believe was written by the same people behind Rick and Morty as well. So I'll kick off that raid, and I'll post in chat a raid message that people can use, and feel free to use any combination that you'd like as well. There's that one. As another alternative, there's also a version you can use with my free follower emotes. There's like some Assassin's Creed ones. As well, and there's also a version of that which people who are subscribed can also use as well. Got some Red Dead Redemption ones. Got a Splinter Cell one. There we go. So feel free to copy and paste either one of those, whichever one suits. And forgive how I'm all over the place. It's 1:29 AM, and the later it gets, my voice and my way and my my speaking skills sort of start to go. But thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it, and catch you in the next one.